What is shaken? What be shaken, my dudes? How y'all doing this evening? Hope y'all had a great day. Mine was all right. Reasonable. Can't complain. Mm. Hmm. So, let me sit on my YouTube chat right quick. Hmm. Man, I was watching. Well, over the last few months, I've gathered a lot, or seen a lot of news. A lot of news. A lot of news and a lot of podcast, just a lot of data, like many, many data points, just to have something to talk about. And, you know, I I have uh intuitions. I feel intuition quite often. And I've been watching this last week as this Iran debacle has turned into absolute fiasco. Absolute fiasco. Bungle? No, not bungle in the jungle, but bungle in the desert for sure. And today, for some reason, the feeling, like I got a really positive feeling from it actually, and like a really hopeful feeling. And what's more is actually, I was telling my mom about, I haven't talked to her in a while, and she has no idea what's going on really. Well, I get she's a boomer, watches Fox News, pretty much unquestionably uh, was going along with the party line. What's up, Arceus? Bob, my ninja. She watches Fox and she was going along with the bullshit. And I tried to talk her out of this last time I saw her. Uh, I was trying to break it to her and like wake her up. She kind of snapped at me. She didn't want to hear it. Well, all this stuff going down, I asked her, I said, was I right about Trump or was I right about Trump? She's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you don't see what's going on like in Iran? And she honestly was just like, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm like, yeah, the guy just fucking threatened to vaporize a 2000 or 5,000 year old civilization. Like that didn't break through for you? No, apparently not. She's, I'm not trying to beat up on my mom, but I just see that as that's the MAGA base that's 93% behind Trump. This is how they're thinking, and my mom, I forget what she said was, oh, he's just trying to extract a better deal. See, I figured because they were not listening to him and he needed to get whoever is running that place to listen. Guess I was wrong. I'm like, hell yeah, you were wrong. You're damn right you were wrong. Well, I mean, I wasn't like that. But like, I get that she's not into the news, but like that's the problem with these boomers, man. Is like Trump could literally threaten, like we could be on the verge of a holocaust. And these people still have no idea, no clue. They're absolutely oblivious. And, honestly, I feel like this is absolutely par for the course for boomers. Par for the course. my parents included. They're so almost narcissistic, which is like their problem all around. Like they're narcissistic in every dimension. They're narcissistic or they just think about themselves. And they're so busy spending their booty, spending their treasure, that they've pillaged and reaped from everyone else. Unborn children as well, reaping unborn children's stuff. I mean, it's just, yeah, it kind well said, Bob. Yeah, yeah, as if like what, why are you beating up on me? And it's like, no, I'm trying to, I'm trying to tell you the truth. I'm trying to tell you the truth. And I couldn't tell her when things were somewhat okay. Because I was like, this nuclear a strike in June. I was like, this is no good. This ain't no good. And she's like, she wouldn't hear of it. Well, it's undeniable. If she couldn't get there on her own, and if boomers can't get there on their own, you know, you barely need to push them in that direction, and it collapses. Like she gave up immediately. Oh, I guess you're a parent, because when I put it to her, I was like, yeah, he just, you seen the tweet, he just said he was going to just annihilate a civilization. Like, just goodbye, poof, gone, gonna vaporize them. And bring it, when you put it that way, all of a sudden it jogs their brain loose and like, oh, yeah, you're right. But thankfully, they are over. Like, and this is why and the reason why I brought up my mother is because it's indicative of boomers the overarching ethos of these people. And they're like out to lunch, honestly. What's up, former? Yeah, they're like out to lunch. She didn't even really know what I was talking about. And I was watching a video or a couple podcasts earlier today, and I saw a video. I'm just trying to set the table here. A video of Jamie Raskin, a video of Chuck Schumer, video of Trump. Oh man. And first of all, it was kind of enraging. These people, like I remember my grandfather was in good health till like 83, and then within like 6 months, he went from like good health to dead in 6 months. And it was like the full decline compressed into 6 months because he went from being okay to needing oxygen to not, to kind of becoming stationary. Like he could still get up and walk around, but he was just like, I'd ask him something like, how's it going, Grandpa? Oh, I'm dying. Like, and he was ready to go. And I remember seeing, eating eating dinner with him, and you know, you could see his motor, little bits of food were like falling out of his mouth. I'm thinking, oh my God. He was a major in the Air Force. The guy, he'd been to galas and high society balls and, white glove events and shit, and wore, when he did formal shit, he wore the short dinner jacket. I mean, and it just like to see that fall. That's what I see in Chuck Schumer. That's what I see in Donald Trump. That's what I see in Jamie Raskin. It's like it is so pathetic seeing these people. What's up, Alex? Seeing these people just hanging on for dear life. They're getting hair implants, hair plugs, dyeing their hair, like to just to hang on to that limelight, to hang on to that importance, to that. It's just, it's pathetic. And like seeing that in them, I'm just thinking to myself, like, man, this has got to stop. This has got to. be over. This has got to end. And not only that, but these are the people that have destroyed America, that have destroyed all of the things that we had going for us, 40 years ago. They destroyed it. They got a country, they inherited a country from Ronald Reagan, basically, that was killing it. It just defeated the Soviet Union. Man, and look, daddy, no hands. They ran this thing, I mean, into a ditch. And this Iran war, it just drives it home. It just woke me up. This has to be the end of the boomers. It has to be. We can't continue with these people at the rudder, at the tiller. I mean, these next two elections, any boomer that is up as an incumbent, they have to automatically, it has to be a foregone conclusion that they are out. They're they're gone. Doesn't matter what side, doesn't matter if there's a bad person, if the person on the other side has a fucking pulse, you know, and they're below 65, they're in there. As far as I'm concerned, they're fucking in there. These people, this gotta be it. They gotta go. They have to be gone. They'll do a draft and and it doesn't matter what they say. That would never happen. That's not gonna happen. These old people, they've only hung on to power because they haven't pressed their luck. They haven't pressed their advantage. If they press their advantage, we would kill them. I'm not even kidding. We would kill them. They would just be euthanized. They would be pushed out, just dead. We would get rid of them. That's what we're doing now. That's what's got to be done now. These people, they've been so brainwashed, so propagandized. They reflexively support Egypt. They reflexively sell this country out. They reflexively give our money away or embezzle it into their own pocket. And this Iran war, it's like the capstone to their careers. They have destroyed everything. And they won't let go. Well, they got to go. They have to get fucking humiliated in this next election so badly. Like, it needs to be complete destruction. Not one of them that is up for election in the midterms can make it through. And then we have to drive it home. Yeah, that was by design. You fucking assholes are gone. You're out. You're out. Resign or we will fucking humiliate you. That's how it's got to be going forward. These people, they haven't given anyone else a chance to lead. They fucking pillaged and plundered the whole planet since the 60s. They've been doing this. And then when they were too old to pillage and plunder, they fucking opted for a career in politics. Nah, this shit has got to be fucking discouraged. This shit has got to be discouraged. I mean, we have to make an example out of these people. Straight up. They have to be made an example of. Because we haven't made any examples out of these people in so long, and that's why they've gotten so fucking belligerent. That is why we don't even exist we're not even on their radar anymore. All they know is AIPAC and their donors. And the money is hard to combat, but the money is the most important thing for them right now because they think we have no other choice but to vote for them. Both sides. They have, you got the left and the right, and both parties think they have everybody cornered. That's what they think. And we need to wake them up like, no, nobody's seat's safe. We don't give a matter of fact, the longer you've been in your seat, the less we like you, the less your chance. That has got to be the order of the day. It has to be. We will we won't make it another generation. We're not going to make it there if we don't cut these people loose. They're not even just destined for the old folks home. These people are destined for the grave. They're the crypt keeper. They look like walking skeletons with, a healthy person, a healthy sized person's skin hanging off. A fox is still dragging out that General Keane, Jack Keane. The guy's in his 80s. He's mumbling, talking about taking Carg Island. It's like, oh my God. I mean, it hurts to see these people and that they won't let go. And they have to be ushered out. They have to be ushered out. And they will be. They will be. I can feel this. I mean, I really can. And I think we are actually getting ready to go through a lot of change. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of change in the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe even the next year or 2 years might be that soon. I mean, I think it will be that soon, honestly. It's not even just Mitch McConnell. Like I said, Jamie Raskin. I remember that guy he joined as a young man. Joined as a young man. And this guy was getting hair plugs. What was it, 4 years ago? Getting hair plugs. Remember, he wore the bandana like a cancer patient. It's like, dude, if you're getting hair plugs, like maybe it's time for you to step down, man. Don't you want to like drift off into the sunset? Don't you want to enjoy your later years? Or is your life so empty, so pathetic that this is all you have? I don't know about you guys, but I've worked my ass off my whole adult life. And when I don't have to work my ass off anymore, oh man, I'm going to sit my fat ass down and I'm not going to do shit for quite some time. I mean, I don't understand how you could be you could be in your 70s, your 80s, and like desperately hanging on, desperately hanging on. These people don't need protection. They're already half dead, man. They've lived their lives. They lived long, healthy lives, luxurious lives. Honestly, like, even if we did all kick in and say, no, we're euthanizing this generation, they have no fucking right to complain. They would have no right to complain. They have they have lived better lives than any generation ever. Any generation, any group of people in history. In history, straight up. And all they've done is bring misery to the rest of the world. That's what they've done. They've brought misery. They've waged war after war after war for their own enrichment. Like what, Trump, what he's did with this Iran war, he's greedy and thought he was going to put some coin into his pocket, take the Middle East over, steal shit from Iran and wipe them off the face of the earth out of greed to take their oil. Like that's those, that and so Israel can have their cut too, so they can take everything and split the difference, carve up Iran's power. It's disgusting. It's got to end. These people, they have nothing. They have no leg to stand on. They have no beef, no legitimate beef. They have no excuses, nothing. It's borderline evil what they're doing. It's borderline evil. They won't let the young, they They were allowed to run their country when they were, you know, in their prime. The generations before were graceful and relinquished power to them. They refuse to do the same for their own children. They refuse to. And we have every right to push them out. That, we are not duty bound to allow them to scuttle our fucking ship and then go down dutifully, the dutiful hound curled up at their feet, go down with the fucking ship. We don't have an obligation to do that. We could take the wheel from them. Just say, shut the fuck up, old man. Go sit down. We got it from here. Because when it comes down to it, Trump, he just made this mess and he doesn't have to deal with the consequences. Does he have to clean up the mess? Nah, he'll be dead. It's, he's already a lame duck. He's not going to last 5 years. I doubt he'll last 4 years, 3 years, maybe two. He might make it to the end of his term if he doesn't get impeached. This guy, he like he just cut all Americans' standard of living. He just like whacked 10, we're going to be, our standard of living is going to be maybe a quarter, 25% lower than it would have been otherwise if Trump had never picked this fight. Okay, so he just lowered his children, although he doesn't give a shit. I'm sure he's pilfered and stolen and robbed billions for his kids. But this guy, he's just, like substantially lowered America's standard of living, substantially lowered it. And there are no consequences. He will never have to answer for this. And this is a fucking travesty. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And it's not like it's just one. No, our whole government is rotten with these people. Rotten. People always talking about term limits. Yeah, we need term limits. I agree. We also need age limits. Straight up. We need age limits. You can't run for office if you're like, and this is the starting point that I I think is a reasonable starting point. If you're over 65, you can't serve in government or you have to go. You either need to resign or we're going to vote you out. And maybe for all time going forward, that might need to be the deal. Like over 65, nah, sorry. Nah. And then maybe as life expectancy if it starts rising. Yeah, exactly, Bob. But if if the the life expectancy starts rising, maybe you extend it. But these people, man, they must be forced to retire. It's like, if you get into Congress at 30, go ahead, serve for your fucking 35 years. If you pathetic piece of shit. If you have to do, like, I despise nothing more than government employees and bureaucrats. Lifelong government employees and bureaucrats, people that start their career doing that. That was never meant to be the case. Never. The founding fathers never said that this, was an optimal situation. No, they said people should live their lives and then give back to the community, give back to the country, serve one or two terms. And these, the reason why I have a problem with career government work, and it's not all of them, but everybody else has to make their boss money. You have to work in the private sector. Your boss, you have to be a surplus. You have to be a cash surplus for your boss. You have to make him more money with your skills, with your abilities, your talents, You have to make him more money, him or her, more money than he pays you. Like, you actually have to produce su substance, value, money, dollars in the bank account. People that work for the government, no such constraints. They have absolutely no incentive to give a shit what we think. What There's nothing we can do. It's not like we can it's not even like the private sector where it's in their best interest to have good customer service. No, and that's why the DMV is garbage. That's why it's awful service. That's why nobody it's like getting your teeth pulled. It's awful. Even with the modern, with the telephone, where it tells you when your appointment's coming up. Even with that, it's still just it's awful. But and these people, their lives, it's like they're poor billionaires. That's what they are. They never have to worry about uh making deadlines. They get paid sweet. They get paid great money and it's guaranteed. They don't ever have to worry about getting fired. They never have to worry about a standard of qualities, a standard of quality. Never, because they'll never get fired. Never. They get if they do get pushed out or something, they get a parallel job. They don't lose money or lose prestige. They get pushed into an easier job or something that they can handle. And the rest of us who hold this goddamn country up on our shoulders, we have no such luxuries. And these people, they act like they're our superiors somehow when they don't they don't produce anything of value. They don't contribute to the economy. They just take away. I mean, they used and I wouldn't have always said this, but even teachers now, our standard of education is awful. It's awful. I think it's 30% of kids that leave school, 30% can read or read at their grade level or where they should be reading. 30%. 30%. We pay the most by far of any people, any country in the world. We pay the most for everything. We get the least. The least, truly. We're like 50th on the list for education, quality of education. We pay the most. The one area where that's not the case is healthcare. I know people hem and haw about healthcare, about how we don't have free healthcare. True, we don't have free healthcare, but we do have the best healthcare in the world. We do. I mean, that may not last forever. I mean, that's not what I'm saying, but you know, for all the problems of our healthcare system, we do have the best healthcare on the planet. We have the best surgeons, and rightfully so. They get paid a fortune, an enormous sum of money, and they work for it. Absolutely. Surgeon saved my fucking life. Dude was a bad motherfucker. White guy too. Thank God. I don't think I certainly would not have let a woman or a colored person, you know, operate on me. Absolutely not. Just leave me on the gurney. Let me die, please. Like, you know, uh, medical malpractice, that's the worst way to go. I don't want to go because somebody fucking killed me on the operating table. You go in to have your gallbladder removed or something, and you walk out dead. Like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. But we do have the best healthcare. But everything else, we pay the most and we get the least. By far, we get the least. And it honestly, it's starting to look like maybe it's by design. Like, it's by design, these people are just crooks. Our leaders are just crooks, and the people that work in the government are just their minions, basically, just their partners in crime. They're just the people that do the actual stealing, more or less, like, straight up. Like, it kind of reminds me of Casino, where you got people skimming off the top in the count room. That's all these people are. We have thugs and gangsters are in possession of the country, and they have a whole army of bureaucrats that carry out their theft, that carry this out. And I would say a lot of it is due to who's been in control of our country for the last 80 years. The boomers, they've just I think they've really bastardized our country and really, took something that was, maybe somewhat corrupted, maybe needed a little bit of reform, but they took that, and then they took a framework and then built all kinds of corrupt structure and framework, like they inherited something that was like, they inherited a milk cow, and not only were they not content with sucking every last drop of milk out of that, like shriveling that cow up, but then they must butcher it as well. They did that with manufacturing in the 90s. They just sold our fucking they sold it to China and pocketed the money. And now our country, our economy is based on insurance and selling each other insurance. And China and Russia, you know, they've been quietly changing their country quietly. We're doing this invisible fugazi AI data center stuff. We're doing selling each other insurance. We have day trading. That's the hot thing in America. You can't make money making stuff anymore. You can't make money manufacturing, quality goods anymore. The real money is trading paper. Is trading figments of our imagination. That's where the real money's at. So all of and our business people, they're corrupted as well. They're in a corrupt system. We need a manufacturing. We need to produce things, but they don't give a shit about what we need. All they care about is where they can make the quickest buck the fastest. China and Russia, they're doing the opposite. They're getting away from bond trading. They're getting away from selling each other insurance. And no, what they're doing, they're actually simplifying their economy. They're forcing their economies back to producing items, products, not services, products. You focus on physical goods. The service shit will take care of itself. There will always be people out there that want to earn money by sitting at a desk. Those people are unlimited in uh, their quantity. There are billions of those people, and they will always be looking for an easy, or looking to make some money without doing anything. We should not be incentivizing any of this financial economy horse shit. And in China and Russia, they aren't doing that at all. They're going in the opposite direction. And they're laughing at us the whole time because, it's like our elites, they're so disconnected. They're in an ivory tower. That's the problem. They're not responding to reality. They're not responding to stimuli. Like, it's as if they're in a vacuum. It's as if they're on another planet and they have no idea what is taking place on this planet. All they s and they judge everything by dollars. You know, the I think what 2021, what bought a dollar or $100 worth of goods in 2021 buys $80 worth of goods today in 5 years. You're talking 20% of the value of our dollar is gone in 5 years. 5 years. That means 20% of everyone's savings went up in smoke. 20% of your earnings, of your wages, your paycheck, gone. Poof. And you can't even argue with me. You know that's a fact. You don't even need to look that shit up. You know that's a fact. When you go to the grocery store and you say, God damn, but man, 50 bucks didn't buy a damn thing. It bought me a toothbrush and some toilet paper. This is this is their mess. This it should is le- needs to be laid directly at the boomers' feet. That's why they have to be punished. They have to be punished. They have to be punished. They need to be shamed. They need to die ashamed of themselves. Trump definitely. But not only are we have we they've been overseeing a decline, but the decline is speeding up exponentially faster. I mean, like I said, 20% of all of our wealth disappeared in the last 5 years. Why is that? How could that be? Who's to blame for this? Who's done this to us? We know exactly who's done it to us. These things, what I'm talking about, these are tantamount to crimes. And they've done it to their own people, their own children. Like, there's no soft-hearted, no, oh, well, boys will be boys, mistake, everybody makes mistakes. Nah. This we have a chance right now. The world is changing because of, you can't stop change. But right now, we're like kind of staring down the barrel of a ton of change, like the Industrial Revolution type change. And change like that creates a lot of opportunity, a lot of opportunity. Opportunity to make money, opportunity to change things, to shake things up. It's hard to change stuff, when things are going business as usual. It's hard to change things because it's business as usual. But when there's turmoil, when there's a lot of change in technology, stuff like, I mean, it leaves like things are fluid. Things can be changed. We can rejigger shit. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're going through a period like this, you got to strike while the iron's hot. 10 years ago, or in the last 10 years, there was never an opportunity like this. Last 20 years to to demand, because we've declined so much in the last 20 years. Something's got to change and they know it, like it's got to change. This is our opportunity to fix things. And I'm trying to articulate how I see it. And it's just things are already changing naturally as the natural course of human existence. Things change. And when things are changing so rapidly, things are so fluid, that's when you can change rules. That's when you can get rid of old rules, put in new rules, sweep out the, reform, you know, straight up reform. That's when you can impose some reform. And that's why I say I am very bullish on America. Very much so. We absolutely have it in us to turn this around and reassert our prestige around the world. We absolutely have that opportunity. We just have to take it. That's all. We just have to take it. I seen an Arab woman on a YouTube short, and man, like, and she was basically saying like, Trump with that disgusting Truth Social talking about wiping out a civilization. She was basically saying that Trump thinks Persia is just some barbaric civilization. And she goes into this whole diatribe about how that's not the case and how they're one of the oldest civilizations on the planet. One of the ceasefire, I don't think it's good right now. I think, you know, until we put Israel in their place. Of course. Lost my train of thought there. Yeah, this Arab woman, she's, saying that we aren't barbarians. She goes through the whole history of the Fertile Crescent, the Middle East. And I'm thinking to myself, like, oh my God, are people this stupid where they don't even realize that the oldest civilizations on the planet come out of the Middle East? Not only that, she had this really obnoxious English or like accent. I'm not even sure if it was English. It was like a cross between an English accent and an Indian accent. And she spoke Arabic, but she was basically saying, "We are the barbarians." And she was rubbing it in, saying, "You guys are on the decline. White people, Europeans, you're on your fucking way out. You losers." That's what the short was. I mean, I'm not even joking you. Maybe people don't realize that, but that was a fucking short designed as propaganda to demoralize us, to get us to accept the decline, to accept it. Yeah, we're on the decline. That doesn't mean we have to accept it. We've recognized that there's an issue. We can make a change. We can fix that. We can turn that around. That happens all the time. People turn shit around. It happens. We've done it before. We can do it again. Absolutely. We've done it before and we can do it again. Sorry. Honestly, I might pull that up just so I can show you this propaganda. But what these people are pressing with this propaganda, they are trying to turn us into the Native Americans, man. They want us to to go go to the corner, lay down and die. That's what that was, man. You know what happened when we brought the Indians to heal on the North American continent? When we brought them to heal, we broke that horse more or less. That's what we did. Like a bronco, we broke that horse. Well, it broke their will. It broke their will to live. And what happened after we defeated the American Indian? They died off. They're gone. They don't exist anymore. Pretty much. I mean, I remember there were Seminoles when I was a kid in Florida. When I was like, in the 90s and early 2000s, there were still Seminoles alive. I knew that some, and they were still talked about. You don't ever hear Indians talked about anymore because there's so few of them. And they were demoralized. They were defeated kinetically in conflict, and they were demoralized mentally, and they just laid down and died. Kind of like Queequeg from Moby Dick, where he rolls the bones, sees death, and then sits down. Literally sees from his bones that he sees from the signs that he's marked for death, and that's it. He doesn't speak ever again. He just he goes to the carpenter on the ship, tells him to make him a coffin, pays for the coffin, then goes sits down and literally waits to die. Just waits to die. That's what they did. That's what like we're on track to do that. We're doing that as we speak. We're absolutely doing that. We're not having kids. We're not even socializing. I mean, we're not in a, we got to make a change here. We got to make a big change. The culture that we were, that we, and not only like I really do see this as a pivotal period where we can reject boomers and the version of America that they've been shoving down our throats for the last 40 years. Millennial feminism, racism, intersectionality. This is their shit. They've been trying to force it down our throats. The Holocaust, all that bullshit, they've been trying to force it down our throats, and we just it keeps coming back up. And they're trying to secure their view, their ideas and their opinions of propriety. They're trying to force it on us for all time right now. So that even after they die, and it's not going to happen. But we have to, they have to be rejected soundly, and all of the bullshit that they've ushered in has to be rejected as well, rejected with it, because it's destroyed us. It's laid us low. And right now is the opportunity to do that. Our country, we've had enough of the progressive bullshit, the intersectionality, the comments about racism, the no illegals on stolen land bullshit. It's to the point now where even the minorities of America are like, what the fuck has happened to you, white people? What has happened to you? You're pathetic. You went from lynching Negroes, for looking at a white woman wrong, to literally committing Harry seppuku, cutting your fucking belly open and spilling your own bowels out. That's what we're doing. And like our own minorities, like a black guy in my stream the other day said, I never thought I would see the day where white people would just lay down like a cow at the butcher, a sheep to the shambles to Jays. I mean, that's what this guy said. I could pull it up for you. He's a black guy. He's like, as a black American, I never thought I would see the day where white people would be licked to a standstill by Jays. I never thought I would see that day. Our own minorities are like, what the hell, man? We've been like, you've been entrusted to lead to steer the ship here. You guys are the majority, and you're taking us down with you. You're dragging us down. Black Americans, they don't even have a role model to aspire to practically anymore. Used to be they had role models like and I know that Jim Crow, civil rights, a lot of that has to do with their decline, but they used to have great examples to follow. But honestly, I'm very positive about the future, actually, like very bullish. Anybody that shows signs of being able to lead a horse to water needs to be put in charge of something to find out whether they, like we need to start changing the guard regularly, rotating leaders out until we find good ones. No more of this incumbent shit. Unless somebody brings change, has enacted laws, has been a part of a Congress or a legislating body, or part of our Congress that is actually voted for change, they got to go. Doesn't matter if they're old, doesn't matter if they're young, doesn't matter if they've only been in for 4 years, 2 years, they got to go. We need to start cycling shit, cycling these awful people. You know, you cycle it faster because there's only so many people that are, you know, born to be leaders or have the chops, the skills, the talent to lead. And us voting people in and then just kind of set it and forget it ain't been working out for us. And this, hands-off approach that we've taken to government, this hands-off approach we've taken to politics since World War II, it's not working. We got to do something here. We got to change. We need to change gears. We got to switch gears. We got to go in different directions. That 1,000 flowers bloom. We got to do that. But cycling our politicians, and the ones that give us what we want, they get a second term. If you didn't give, if you haven't contributed, if you haven't been instrumental or at least you know a part of change, like at least casting a vote for laws that we want, you got to go. You have to go. We can't afford to leave these dunces in power anymore. We can't afford to allow them, like, oh, a second chance, I like this guy, such and such, well, let's give him one more term. Nah, we can't afford that anymore. We're dying on the vine. Pretty soon, you know, Mexico, they're just gonna walk over and claim America for themselves. Or Indians from Canada are gonna walk down and claim America for themselves because there's not gonna be anybody here to contest it. We're dying off. There's not gonna be anybody here. It's like, put up or shut up, Shit or get off the pot. Either we sack up or, get busy living or get busy dying. I mean, god damn. What is wrong with us? And our youth, they're so dejected and demoralized, they don't even see a point to any of it anymore. That's because it's everything's been so poorly managed, so mismanaged. Everybody's demoralized. These boomers, they've overseen the the political and social exile of half the nation, or all white men, straight up. They got their degrees. The white men that are boomers, they got their degrees, they got their doctorates, they got their careers, and then they pulled the ladder up behind them. They literally locked innocent young men, bright-eyed and bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, were denied opportunities that they themselves had. That everybody on the planet gets, you know, opportunities, yeah, except white men in America. You mean, I don't know what you mean, Donald. Nice to meet you, by the way. Never seen you in here. It's funny you mentioned that, though. I am going to change some things here shortly. I do intend on like, I have a vision or an idea of the presentation that I want. This isn't it, but you got to start somewhere. But like, we can change. And I was watching the Young Turks, and Anna Kasparian, man, she has really, really grown as a human being. Like, and that kind of stuff, that gives me hope. She has really blossomed into a good American, a good human being. She's smart, and I am not about the boss babe and women telling us, telling men what to do, being leaders. I'm not into that. But she truly, she squarely, she has talent. She absolutely is doing what she should be doing. But like she has the courage of her convictions. She doesn't think about strength in numbers anymore. She will stand up for what's right, even if it means standing alone, which most people are not willing to do that. And I mean, I just noticed that the other day and I just thought, geez, thank God. Because a lot of these progressives, they're just chortling and gloating. And she's not like she's actually like the Young Turks, Breaking Points. They, at least the Young Turks, they're left, although not like they used to be and not like the rest of the left. They actually care about America, the end result. Are people happier? Are people richer? Are they, you know what I'm saying? They actually care about the end result, not just the ideal or the optics, not just looking good, not just virtue signaling. They actually care about doing good, like Elon said, doing good, not the appearance of it. Like, and I admire that so much because most people, they're not like that. Most people, they're narrow-minded, they're immature. I get what you're saying, Donald, about Cenk. Honestly, though, I admire Cenk too. The guy is in good faith, he's sincere, he believes what he says, truly. He absolutely believes what he says. And you know something? It pains me to say this, but 99% of everybody else that, have a voice, they're not sincere. They don't believe what they're saying. And I have to tip my hat to the guy. The guy is sincere. I know exactly how he feels about things. He wears everything on his sleeve, and I'm going to praise that because I want more of that. Like Tucker, I watched that 2 hour video that Tucker released like last night or the night before last, and he's absolutely right because he was saying about how our politics has really devolved and degenerate. It's become so degenerate. Nobody says what their goals are. Everything is cloak and dagger. Everything. Like I was saying last night about Mark Levin. Oh, I really care about the Middle East and I pray for the people in the Middle East. He said everybody in the Middle East except for Israel. That's how fucking cloak they will say everything under the sun except what their goals actually are. That's where our politics is at right now. Everybody has ulterior motives. Nobody will just come clean with what they're driving at. Like this is rotten. This is what I'm talking about here. It's toxic, man. It leads nowhere. It leads to the dustbin of history. Like we are on our way to the dustbin of history. And I kind of agree with you there, Donald. Schenk, he's a bit of a buffoon. He is. He gets. I kind of I kind of enjoy his little tirades. They're kind of cute. Like honestly, he gets all bent out of shape and starts like Godzilla or something. And it is buffoonish, but at the same time, it is kind of endearing. It is kind of endearing. Ah, thank you, Donald. It is kind of endearing though when he does that because like I said, he is coming from a place of sincerity. He cares that much about things that he gets that riled up. And I care that much about things. I get that riled up sometimes. You'll never see it, but I do. Absolutely. I have totally yelled at my TV many times. Probably hours of my life I've spent yelling at my fucking TV, which is crazy. Yeah, like straight up. I mean, that's why I started streaming, to be honest. I'll tell you what it was too. It was seeing Batya Ungar Sargon interview Ben Shapiro on her show on Newsmax. I spent 10 minutes dome checking my own fucking TV and yelling at it because it was so disgusting. And I vowed right then and there. I was like, no, I'm not screaming at my own fucking TV anymore. Like I'm doing this in public. People need to hear what I have to say. Yeah, yeah, Destiny, he's a bit of a deviant. I agree. He's a disheveled loser too. Anyways, just like an idiot. And he's pretty intelligent, as in like maybe like a problem solver, but he's a morally vacuous person. He's not a good person. You can tell. I mean, I would say there's a kernel of goodness in him that could be nurtured and watered, and he could be a good person. But he's an awful person as it stands. He's an awful person. I was thinking about the Goldie. Now it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking earlier today or yesterday, Anna has the nicest lips. I don't know, like she has beautiful lips. Like damn, like, and I've more or less thought she was a bitch most of my adult life. Like honestly, good looking, but kind of a bitch. And she definitely, and something that was funny that the thought I had the other night, or like the night before last or last night, was, damn, I absolutely get the the archetype uh of the dazzling of the dazzling and the seductive Middle Eastern woman. She's Middle Eastern. She's Armenian, and she has a Middle Eastern look about her. She doesn't really, yeah, Anna Kasparian. She doesn't look like a European. She's beautiful, but she has a decidedly Middle Eastern look, and she does her makeup that way too with the eyelash stuff. But she she's an excellent communicator. She also, I mean, she really is an excellent communicator, and I could see it the way she talks. She would be uh it would be impossible to deny her if she wanted you. Like the woman is persuasive and she's good looking to boot. If she, and I could tell by the way that she talks, it's the way that she carries herself. I get it. She is quite she has her liberal stuff and I have my conservative stuff, but we agree on some pretty damned important stuff. You know, the stuff that we I agree with her on is so pressing that almost nothing else matters until that stuff is solved. Until Israel is cut out of our politics, really nothing else matters. It doesn't matter what we vote for, who we vote for. Israel over fucking rides it with all their money. So it's like that's like the first order of business is getting rid of the Israel, getting rid of the boomers, and we agree on that. And we can fight about the other stuff later, but right now we need to get things done. But yeah, I think she would be beyond tempting if she wanted to she wanted to seduce a man, I think she pretty much could do it. I mean, it's like the way, her gestures, the way that, the way she uses her eyes, the way, her facial expressions. She's got something going on. She's got talent. And like I said, I mostly thought she was a bitch, never liked her or didn't like her for over a decade. I fucking hated Shanker. I thought he was a piece of shit, really, or a jackass. More or less a jackass, like a harmless jackass and an idiot. I kind of thought he was a bit of an idiot. Maybe smart, but a bit of an idiot. I don't feel that way anymore. I think Shank, he's genuinely intelligent. He is. He's not a dumb guy. She's not a dumb woman either. She's a very intelligent woman. I would say they're both easily in the top 5%, maybe even the top 2%. That wouldn't surprise me. Maybe they could be the top 1%. I don't know. But I mean, they're up there. But like boomers, we shouldn't be seeking negotiations with them. We shouldn't be seeking consensus with them. We should be ignoring them completely. We should be ignoring them. It's funny you say that, Goldie. I don't think I've heard them talk about anything but Israel for months, so I haven't really disagreed with them. But yeah, we shouldn't be seeking consensus with boomers. We should be absolutely disregarding what they have to say. Just flat out disregarding it. And seeking consensus with the other side of the aisle. Like going forward, I think we would do much better to build a coalition with people like Cenk and Anna than people like Mark Levin or I almost want to say Tucker, but I mean he's not too bad, and he's been on point lately. But I just the boomers, they got to go. There are anything that was their idea, anything that really any ideas that have sprung up since the 60s, they got to go. And that includes, that's like the Department of Education. And a lot of this, Trump ran on a lot of this. Yeah, Trump ran on a lot of this, but we didn't get it. The Department of Education being done away with. Like, I think, you know, there, there's a hatchet job that needs doing. We need to take a hatchet to a lot of our institutions, and we need to kill a lot of politicians. A lot of political careers need to be killed off. We need new rules. You know, we need new rules and age. Like you can't run for president below 35. Well, you shouldn't be able to run for president if you're above 65. There's no reason why we should have to suffer a 75-year-old president being ruled by a fucking 70-year-old for 8 years. There's absolutely no reason. Being ruled by geriatrics. And I think it should be across the board. Like you can't serve in any position in government other than advisory. Maybe advisory, like in the executive branch. Maybe they could be advisors. But other than that, nah, you got to go. And Marco Rubio, he was my senator for years. I remember when he got elected. He was a young man. He's an old man now. He should he's as far as I'm concerned, he's too old for the job. So is JD Vance. They're too or no, not JD Vance, but Marco Rubio, all the anybody over like 60, they're kind of too old for the job, and we need to stop even alluding that that's possible that they could have that job. They shouldn't even consider it a possibility. If it isn't a law, it shouldn't be acceptable socially. And I read that New York Times article. I don't know if you guys read that about how Netanyahu led Trump to the conclusion that we needed to go to Iran, something like that. And I seen on Breaking Points, they're like, what's up, Rick James? On Breaking Points, they were reading the article and they're like flabbergasted. How did they get these direct quotes? Like, what did they have a recording device or was somebody taking notes? Like, and Trump, when they had the meeting, the huddle about the powwow about it, they specifically kept it down to like a handful of people, single digit people, a single digit amount of people in the room to mitigate leaks. And I couldn't believe it. Like Ryan Grimm and Emily Jashinsky are like, no way. How did they get these quotes? How do we know what Hicks said? And it's like, it's not obvious to you that that is fucking misinformation. It is propaganda. Literally, that whole article, dude, that was fed to the New York Times. They were given that stuff because the only person that looks bad as in that article and because of that article is Donald Trump. And he's a lame duck. He can't do any more politically. He's probably done after the midterm. Not he probably won't even make it to the end of his term, but he's done. He'll be dead in less than 5 years. They're trying to pin all of this shit on Trump. That Marco Rubio, JD Vance, even the Daniel Kane, the Joint Chief, uh, they all in that article basically advised Trump. It's all on Trump and Netanyahu. Everybody else was like, I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. Don't, this isn't a good idea. But none of them said, I can't go along with this. They all objected, but in the end, they all went right along with it. That's totally unacceptable. We cannot reward that. That can't be rewarded. This is fucking damn near treason. War crime. I mean, what good is your dissent if nothing changes? What good is it? JD Vance, he advised against it from what the article said. And yet, when it came down to it, his answer at the last minute was, "Well, I don't agree with doing this, but if you're going to do it hard." Like, wow, man, you definitely don't get to be president, asshole. You don't. And Marco Rubio, he basically said that everything Netanyahu and Mossad told Trump in that meeting was bullshit. And that may be true, but like maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but he gets to wear this blunder. He gets to wear it because he went along with it. Because and honestly, I think Rubio especially honestly didn't want to go along with it because after it happened, remember he came out and said Israel backed us into a corner. That might have been him like kind of shivving, fuck you, Israel, and outing it. But it still doesn't excuse the fact that we're in a decidedly worse place than we were 6 or 7 weeks ago. And they all could have done something about it. They all could have threatened to resign or resigned and took the wind right out of Trump's sails. If your vice president resigns just before you or because you're about to engage in war, and your vice president resigns, yeah, that war ain't happening. Because if you don't even have the confidence of your vice president, you're not going to get the vote of confidence from Congress or the people. It will be unacceptable. And JD Vance, he's more concerned about his political career than he is about America and America's well-being and what happens to us and our country. All of them are more concerned about their political future than us and our country. That makes them unfit to lead. They're unfit to lead us. They're unfit for it. It's simple as that. And these things, we need to start doing them so that they become the culture, so that we don't have to constantly micromanaging our politics. It'll be a deterrent. They'll come in if you get voted in, you'll automatically know what the people will and won't tolerate. Well, as it stands right now, we tolerate anything. We tolerate everything. I mean, everything except for outright genocide on us, where we're tolerating getting replaced, tolerating, being used as cannon fodder. Like they don't fear anything. They don't even get fired most of the time. That's what I was talking about bureaucrats. Like Tucker said, when was the last time you saw anybody resign in disgrace or actually get fired in disgrace? Not what Trump does, where it's just they get a dismissal and then they go on to to lobby for Raytheon or Lockheed Martin. No, I'm talking about where somebody resigns in shame to never be heard from again. The last time that even near close to happen was Bill Clinton with Monica Lewinsky. And the only time it's truly happened was with Nixon. He got forced out. We got to start doing that again. We need scalps. Howdy, Roxy. We need scalps big time. We need to claim this whole administration scalps. Susie Wiles, the Ice Queen, Marco Rubio, JD Vance, and Pete Hegseth, the absolute fool, the moron Pete Hegseth. The It's hard to even put it into words and articulate how badly he's bungled this. He like pretty much he's people have died because of him. Americans have died because of his negligence, his idiocy. He was the only person in that meeting that was an affirmative on the war and gung ho about it. And he was the only one that advised Trump to do it. Pete Hegseth. Yeah. Middle officers, they don't belong in the executive branch. They don't. They may be great at administering, you know, platoons and shit in the military, but they are no good at heading a huge firm, a huge corporation, which is basically what the Defense Department is. He has no business being there. He's an idiot. He sounds like an idiot. I mean, it's so pathetic. He thinks when in doubt, gung ho. When in doubt, jingoism. When in doubt, blind patriot. I mean, it's just like, ugh, it's ridiculous. But they've all contributed to this mess, this colossal stink that they've made. We're not fucked. We're absolutely not fucked. But yeah, Hegseth is a clown and nobody wanted this war. But hey, what's up, Hope? It's funny. Actually, I brought up my mom and how she's a boomer and was okay. She watches Fox. She was okay with Trump threatening Iran with the nuclear annihilation. And I told her the deal, and she fought me on. When I tried to tell her about this last time I saw her, she didn't want to hear it. She snapped at me like, as I was attacking her, her beliefs, her long held beliefs. When I told her about it this time, her answer was exactly my conclusion, how I felt about it, the feelings that I walked away from after seeing everything that's happened. She said, well, we needed a change. Sounds like an opportunity. Let me see. I want to see exactly what she said. Good. We always do better when we have to suffer a little. Those are almost exactly my sentiments, almost verbatim. Because, like, when I see Jamie Raskin, decrepit skin hanging off of him, when I see all of these skeletons, these walking zombies in our government, when I see all the blunders, all the colossal fiascos that they presided over, And then also what we're the recession that we have coming down the trough, like they say, what is it? Good times produce weak men, weak men produce hard times produce good men. Well, we've been living high off the hog a long time, and we have not faced any adversity, it seems like. We've just been like taking out debt to avoid any loss of standard of living. And we've gotten fat and happy, and we're we're not fixing things that when they break. We're not maintaining our country. We're not. We're not even maintaining what we already have anymore. Like our roads, our interstates, our we're not even maintaining that stuff anymore, much less building new stuff. The interstate, that's 80 years old. And that's the newest bit of infrastructure we have, basically. Yeah, even Rome fell. What does that have to do with anything? Are you advocating that we just give up, let go? Uh, I don't even know what to say to that. I don't want to bite your head off, but like, yeah, that's not a good way to think of things. Like you don't it's not a good idea to to console yourself with destruction, to rationalize allowing destruction or rationalize the death of your culture and civilization. There are other human beings that are, you know, going to be born this year. There are younger people that have to live in this world after we're gone. Okay? There are. We need to start thinking about other people as as well as ourselves. We aren't the last generation that will ever exist. Like we're not. And we have such a great history, great people. We're we're some of the best people on the planet, some of the best people ever. We certainly it's worth effort. It's worth our effort. Anything worth having is worth, working for. And that kind of attitude is exactly the attitude that we got to steer clear from. We cannot rationalize allowing our entire civilization to slip into disrepair and destruction. We cannot do that. That is not an option. You don't have the right to 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 sentence our culture to our civilization to death. You don't have the right or the position or the standing or the moral authority to be the coroner and judge, oh, America's done or the West is done. You don't have that right. Other people are counting on us to fix this. And it's only like we need to fix it because it's only going to get tougher the longer we push this off. The you know, why do today what you can put off till tomorrow? That is not doing us justice anymore. That's not it's not cutting it. We've been doing that for a long time. It's the boomer ethos. It's got to go. It's got to go. I see this as a grand opportunity for us to reinvent America, for us to humiliate the boomers just that much more. Like we fix it and then say, well, that just shows what morons you people have been. Like it's not that hard. China went from being a third world people starving to death because of famine and selling their children to feed themselves. They went from that to communism to like head and shoulders above us. If they can do it, we can do it. They went from having nothing, no technology, no railroads, no nothing in like the 20s, the 1920s. And they went from in 100 years, they surpassed us. They came from square one and they've surpassed us. Now, they haven't invented stuff, like, they didn't go to the moon. Like, we have a lot of achievements, but they are ahead of us. They're growing more than we are. We're getting 2%. We grew last year. They grew 5% last year. We're getting crushed. They've done it. We can do it. And this defeatist attitude, it's unacceptable. We haven't the right to commit suicide as a civilization. This isn't our civilization. It's not our country. We're just inhabiting it at the moment. We're just at the tiller for the moment. Well, I mean, it's maybe I did misunderstand you, but like, don't take it personally. Thank you for the super chat. Don't take it personally. Really, what I was just taking that as impetus for what I was about to say. It was, it was kind of lined up perfectly with what I wanted to say. And truly appreciate the super chat. Like, I'm not trying to be personal or anything like that. It was really a perfect segue into what I was trying to say. We cannot have this hangdog defeatist attitude and worldview and outlook. We can't do it. We can't spend not even 1 second feeling sorry for ourselves. No, we can't. We can't do it. We can't afford it. We don't have that luxury anymore. We had that luxury for the last 40 years. Now it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We have no excuse. Absolutely no excuse. How many men, how many young white men are sitting at home right now, listless vessels, haven't a prospect in the world, have no plans for the future? Those guys are chomping, they've taken the bit in their mouth. They're chomping at the bit for a direction to go in. Thank you. I really do appreciate that, Roxy. Yeah, it absolutely is the feeling we've got to overcome and got to get past. That's not like, Americans are so much. They're better than that. We are better than that. We're better than that. Absolutely. And yeah, and it's to be expected that there are going to be growing pains, that we're not going to be perfect all the time. Yeah, you're right. It is us now. You boomers got us in this mess, but it's on us to get us out of that mess. Absolutely, the sun will rise again. We have to, like, I mean, and this moment is so crucial. If we look at this with feeling sorry for ourselves, hang dog, oh bother, Eeyoring our way, that's it. This is it. We're done. If that's the path we want to go down, if that's the attitude we want to have going forward, if that's how we want to interface with the planet, with reality, then we're done. We're dead in the water as it is anyway. But if we could stand up like true Americans have always done, with with a fresh, a full heart and a fresh look, a fresh a second wind, then we don't deserve anything that we inherited. I mean, and like Ronald Reagan said, every generation has got to step up and do their job. It's our job as stewards of this country. And, like I just said, we have a dearth of listless vessels, young men in the prime of their lives, and they've been denied all opportunity. They weren't allowed to succeed and excel. They were denied the opportunities that boomers had. The our modern doctors, our modern intellectuals and academia, they're all women, and that's not acceptable. I mean, we kind of have to accept it to a certain degree, but going forward, like I said, we have a lot of prime age men that have nothing going on for themselves right now. So we have the human capital. We have it. We have, like Nick says, Mr. Fuentes says, we have the best human capital on the planet. We have absolutely elite human capital. Okay, the boomers, they just totally disregarded that and snubbed them for ideological purpose, because they're woe or they're virtuous, they're not racists or whatever the hell they say. So they denied 30% of our population any opportunity at all. And nobody would argue that that is a good idea. You don't just, what do they say? Like, I forget remember when Biden picked Kamala Harris and he said, I'm going to pick a black woman. You don't do that because you just literally took 70 or 80% of all the candidates in the planet or in the country off the table. You are that much less likely to get a good quality candidate. This We got to get back to meritocracy. No more of this, righting wrongs of history. That's not our job. It's not our job to fix history. We can't fix history. We can't. We straight up can't. The boomers tried for the last half century. How did they fare? Just about destroyed our entire country. So, we can't fix those things. We shouldn't even be trying. What we should be doing is getting the best and the brightest to lead us, getting the best and the brightest into positions of authority, into positions of leadership, so that they can chart the course. I mean, I feel like we haven't even really even been charting a course. It's almost like we've just been fucking, rudderless, just kind of just twirling off into the ocean, with no direction, not getting anywhere. Meanwhile, China's just cruising past us. And honestly, I'm fine with that. It bothers me that we're not operating at our full potential. We're operating at this just, I mean, totally demoralized level. It's awful. But it is our circumstances. It is not us. I heard somebody say that one time, and it was about women turning men down, or women, uh, you know, uh, looking or turning down men or not paying attention to a lot of men because they're not rich at the moment. And I remember I heard a woman say, that's a man's circumstances, not the man. You don't marry a man's circumstances. You marry the man. And our outlook and our ethos, the way we think, the way we solve it's no good. We've learned this. It's no good. All the new age bullshit that we've been trying since the 50s, it hasn't worked. And matter of fact, it's been the opposite of, it's not even neutral. It's been nothing but negative. Nothing but negative. Nothing but destruction. Nothing but degeneracy, misery. That's all it's been. As soon as we got off of the traditional, off of, I'm not even saying like necessarily getting off getting away from, you know, uh, like, women barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, but getting away from what works, common sense, what works, like just totally disregarding, totally hand waving, dismissing thousands of years of tried and true traditions. Thousands of years. We just walk away from that and then spend the 80, almost a century, smacking our head against the wall, expecting the wall to stop being there or something like all these different experiments that have been tried on us in the last 80 years, they didn't work. Like we need to start getting back to the basics, get back to to what we know works because we know what works. We know what got America to the number one superpower. We know the thinking, the ideas, the the way of life. We know exactly, thoroughly, what values got us to that point. We've been disregarding them for almost a century, and nobody, even the hardcorest feminists, liberals, even they admit things are no good right now. Everybody is miserable, especially women that were diehard feminists. Like, they're all alone, miserable, throwing wedding birthdays where because they didn't get married, because they didn't have those, those, uh, God damn it, I forgot that word again. Those, fuck, man, I literally went and I had the same problem with this word yesterday. But like, the different points in people's lives that everybody shares, like getting married, having kids, graduating high school, all those different, it's not landmark, some something stone, not touchstone, but it's like I don't know. But women throwing birthday parties where they go get a villa in England, buy a $4,000 fucking dress, invite their families to the villa, and then throw a birthday party for themselves to make up for the fact that they didn't have a wedding. Like, that's insane. And then pretending that it has nothing to do with, your choices or that you got passed over in yours, pretending that it's just because you love yourself. It's like, well, why are you and I seen a video of a good-looking woman too at 40 saying this, and all the lies that woman is telling to herself to comfort herself, like she's miserable though, or she wouldn't be spending $20,000 on a birthday celebrating herself. Sounds like a pretty miserable existence, like truly miserable. And I don't I that's awful. I mean, milestones, exactly. Thank you, Roxy. Absolutely. That's exact. Man, I had the same damn hang up yesterday. I don't know why. But thank you for thank you for the super chat again, kicking ass and taking names over here. But absolutely, milestone. Cool. The social milestone of marriage. That women, they're missing out, and men too. But I think men are less apt to talk about it on the internet. But women are more vocal about it, so that they're kind of the canary in the coal mine. But nobody would argue that things are great and that we should have a holding pattern. Nobody, like everybody agrees a change is in dire, like we have a dire necessity for change. Even like the staunchest of feminists, like even they admit, yeah, we went too far. This is no good. We have a total breakdown of our society, a total breakdown. We're not reproducing ourselves anymore. If that doesn't say a breakdown, a cultural breakdown, a social breakdown, then nothing says that. If you're not recreating your society and your culture, that means it's no good. That means it is no good, that it is garbage. You should scrap it. No more throwing good money after bad. And we, like I said, we know what works. We know what will create success. And we know that it's we can recreate it because the Chinese recreated it. They took our history, had a little bit of trial and error for 20, 30, a couple decades, and they climbed right out of poverty. You know, they I remember when I was a kid there was a saying, if you didn't, didn't finish your meal. I heard this a lot as a kid. There are starving children in China. Don't you dare throw that in the garbage. There are children starving in China right now. What do you mean economically is satisfied? I don't I've never heard that term. I've never heard somebody put that or put it like that. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying anything like that. I didn't realize I did anyway. But I could tell you this much: women and men, they're not satisfied with what's happening, the goings on of this country. They're not happy with it. I don't think women are content at all, and I think that I think you kind of miss. Uh, I don't think I think you've misunderstood women. To be honest with you, I think that statement or that question like totally misunderstands women. Period. Feminism went too far, as in, and not just feminism, the body positivity, the tearing down the patriarchy. So polyamorous relationships are great. They're not. Newsflash, they're not. And feminism has been pushing that bullshit. Like, don't don't serve your husband. Don't take care of your husband. Don't even get married. You'll be way happier. Don't serve the patriarchy. The patriarchy's evil. Don't serve the patriarchy. When actually, women benefit from the patriarchy as much, if not more, than men do. They do. And more or less, women benefit from life more than men do. When it's time to pay the piper, nobody asks women to do it. When it's time to actually, to sack up and sacrifice, it's not women that are asked to. When there's a draft, it's not women that are sent off to die for Israel. When shit hits the fan, nobody points their finger at women and says, "Oh, this is all your fault," because that's not women's fault. Ultimately, the future and the fate of human beings is rests on men's shoulders. It doesn't rest on women's shoulders. No matter what they say, you know, uh, no matter what, no matter what, the ultimate responsibility for the well-being of human beings is on men's shoulders, not women's. And I mean, maybe you don't realize how much of a burden that actually is to know that like if America fails, yeah, it might very well be feminists' fault, but they're not the ones that are going to be blamed for it. The men will be blamed for it. I don't agree that it's a patriarchy. I just put it in language that you can understand readily, that you would readily be familiar with. I don't agree. That wouldn't have been my wording for it at all. That's the wording that I've had shoved down my throat since I was a toddler. Patriarchy, you know. I didn't pick it. Why is it why is it that since like, do you think human beings as a whole are better, or America, do you think the West is better, has been rising the standard of living, the US and any metric you want, or the West, has it gotten better or worse since feminism began, since women got the vote, since people got the vote, really? Because men only have only been able to vote like a couple decades longer than women, straight up. I think what men, all men got the vote in what, the Civil War, 1860. They made it to where every 18-year-old man could vote. And what, 1920, women got the vote. After thousands, tens of thousands of years, there's a 5-decade difference. And I'm supposed to be like upset about that, or like, no, I'm not saying, I think we're oppressed by a ruling class. I think we're oppressed by elites. Like, as always, those are always who are oppressing us. Always. There is only two classes. There's the elite class, and there's the unorganized mass. The organized minority and the unorganized mass. Those are the two, those are the two groups. And the organized minority used to be mostly men, probably 99% men. It still, I think, is mostly men, but there are women up there too. The Queen was in there for a long time, the Queen of England. They've been oppressing us. They are, and that's the way human beings go. And I wouldn't even say it's oppression necessarily. It is oppression now. Things can devolve into a tyranny, but you know, when you're the leaders, when you're the people that you're the legislators, of course there's going to be privilege with authority. That's, with authority comes responsibility, also privilege. You get to make the laws, you get to benefit, and I think that's actually as it should be. If you're taking responsibility for what happens to our country, you should get a little bit extra. How, where you get it, and how, what, in what form that takes, I don't, it doesn't really, I'm not going to say what that should be, but I just think it should be, they should get a little bit extra, but not like an employee versus a CEO. It's, things have spun, things have gone sideways. They've spun way out of control. And it's because actually, we've been asleep at the wheel. We've been letting these honestly evil people bastardize and twist our country and our government and our culture and way of life, and twist it and turn it into something that it didn't used to be. Spit it out, Twitch. Spit it out. What are you trying to say? Like, say what you're trying to say. Quit like bandying about, beating around the bush. Just say what do you want to ask me? I'll answer it. I'll tell you. Ah, what's up, Mackenzie? It's been a minute. Or, oh, well, we missed you last night anyway. We damn sure did. Somebody was asking where she was, where she went. I don't really, I think, and not only that, you know, only maybe 20% of women are actually feminists, and it's always been that way. It's always been that way, literally. You look back in the 60s, 20% of women were for radical feminism going forward and for tearing down the patriarchy. And ever since, there's been this loudmouth, squeaky wheel, 20% group of bitter spinsters, pretty much bitter spinsters that have been bludgeoning the rest of society over the head over ghosts, non existent fugazi oppression. Like, been bludgeoning society, been twisting society to the point where it's dying. It's literally in the ditch. It's been wrecked into a ditch. And what I'm saying is, okay, we've gotten way off course here. Maybe let's backtrack, get back to what we know works, and tinker around the edges a little bit. We know that the nuclear family works. Yeah, I did change my name, Mackenzie. Mickey. I did change my name. Well, you didn't recognize the notification. Well, you missed yesterday. Big changes, big changes. And I think things are going to be changing. Going like I said earlier in the stream that I do plan on. Uh, uh, Somebody said last night I should get a suit. I am going to get a suit, and I'm gonna my I I think my delivery is really good, and I'm happy with my delivery. My affect, um, substance of what I'm saying, but the presentation is no good. I want to step the presentation up. Yeah, the presentation. I want to get that up. That could be a lot better. You know, uh, Similar to what Nick does. I think honestly, I think my delivery is good enough to where if I got my presentation up there, I might blow up. I think it would happen. If my thumbnails, if I started working on that, like thumbnails and graphics and stuff like that, and how I present myself, how I present, things, I think I would do really well. So I am going to do that going forward, hopefully in the next few months. But I don't think anybody would argue that feminism has left us better off than and I don't agree that the way things were before the 20th century was oppressive to women. I don't agree. Not at all. But I'll grant you, maybe it was. Maybe it was. But are we are people happier today? Are people are people happy with where we're at today? I mean, honestly, I don't see it. I don't even know how anybody could argue that people are happier, that women are happier, women are somehow happier. Like, and feminism is an absolute sham, absolute lie. And it totally misunderstood women at their core. And men for that matter. Men and women are different and we want different things out of life. That's why men and women fit so good together because they don't bump heads. They're not competing for the same stuff. They didn't used to anyway. Now we're competing for a lot of the same stuff. So now we're enemies. Now white men and women think each other are the fucking enemy because of this. And no wonder. It's totally unnatural what we're doing. This is absolutely, totally unnatural. And we're like receiving God's judgment because of it. Like you read Isaiah from the Bible, and I'm not a Bible thumper at all, but it just kind of surprised me when I saw this. But like it says in Isaiah, you know, when uh when a people or a nation uh toxic or like Sodom and Gomorrah, degenerate, you know, not inviting the wrath of God. The first, how God actually, in the Bible, how it says how God, how the form that his wrath will take. He will put children, foreigners, and women into positions of authority and leadership. That's that's what it says in the Bible. That if your society is a godless society, God will make you suffer. He will the wrath of God you will suffer, and the form it will take is women in charge. The Bible literally says if God wants to make your civilization suffer, he'll put women in charge. Yeah, that rings true to me. That absolutely rings true. Like it's right as far as I'm it's absolutely right. Makes perfect sense to me. I've witnessed it. Absolutely. You know, leaders are need to be able to make decisions, decisive, executive decisions. Sometimes on the spot, here, now, what's your answer? That's not women's strong suit. Women prefer consensus. Rather than be decisive and make a decision that might get them ostracized from society, they seek to make the decision that everybody agrees with. So that way, if the decision is wrong, nobody can hold the woman accountable because she went with what everybody else thought too. Not saying that's worse. It's not. It's good for some things, bad for others. Being decisive, same thing. It's good for some things, bad for others. What a jerk off. This stream is bad. Mine is better. Good for you, bro. Fantastic. Ah. Oh, so do you know I'm not sure which one it is. It's one of those, but where God says, yeah, it will be women, you will be condemned to be ruled by foreigners, children, and women. You do realize how long do you think when do you think men got credit cards? Hmm? Honest question. When did men get credit cards? When were credit cards invented? Anybody know? But you're wrong. Women have been able to own property for before the 20th century. Well, you said credit cards, so I said when can people get credit cards? And now, yeah, okay, this is if you want to have it out, you want to have a conversation and actually say what you're trying to say and take a chance that you may be wrong, we can have a dialogue here. But if you're just going to keep breadcrumbing and poking without actually staking out a position, see ya. Goodbye. I'm not going to sit here and play games with you. It's not a good show. And this isn't your show. Like, if you want, also, you can type exclamation TTS and your statements and your questions will be read aloud. But this isn't even a debate. This is you trying to like I know what you're doing and I'm not playing the game. Like if you want to stake out a position, like take a firm position instead of trying to do the moving goalpost or goal post, trying to be like nailing jelly to the wall, ducking and jiving and shit, or shucking and jiving. Nah, I'm good. You don't have the courage of your own convictions. Straight up. Go. Yeah, this is what I was talking about
Donald Trump
earlier.
wants to return Iran to the Stone Age where it belongs, a line intended to project force to intimidate. Instead, it reveals something far more
Boy,
telling. Not strength, but
this is
ignorance.
so
Profound,
insidious.
staggering ignorance of history and geography of the very region he's threatening to dismantle. This is a brutish man, a man confined to the shallow logic of deals and property. He can't grasp a simple fact. Iran, historically Persia, was shaping organized civilization before the modern West existed in any meaningful form, before America was even an idea. This is not rhetoric, it is history. In the 6th century BCE, under Cyrus the Great, Persia built one of the largest empires the world had ever seen, from Central Asia to the Mediterranean. It developed systems of governance, taxation, infrastructure, communication that would later shape empires. The Cyrus cylinder spoke of religious tolerance,
No, I
protection
never
of
heard of
communities,
Adam Green.
concepts that stand in direct opposition to Trump's language of
Oh,
annihilation.
the person I was talking to is on
Caliphate
Twitch.
within the orbit of a rising and
Just
radiant
look
Islamic
at the
civilization. Yes, Baghdad was the capital,
on the
but the
screen.
lifeblood of that civilization flowed through Persian cities: Nishapur, Rey, Merv, Balkh, Tus, Esfahan, vibrant engines of civilization. They produced giants.
Does anybody, anybody have any
scholars, physicians, poets, mathematicians,
observations about this video?
At the heart of this world stood
Like,
institutions.
what do you think this video was made for? This is propaganda literally created to demoralize us, to demoralize the West. We're in decline right now. The accent this woman has, nobody on the planet has that accent. But it's obviously like contrived. Yeah, no, she's absolutely correct. And I commented on this video. I said, yep, the content of what you're saying, absolutely correct. I have no qualms with what you're saying. And I even said the fact that the history of the Fertile Crescent even needs to be explained to people like children is sad. But that's not what this is for. This is propaganda to demoralize us. That woman, her accent is fake as all get out, but it sounds elite. She has taken an air of superiority. This whole video, they're setting themselves up to subjugate us, more or less, to talk shit to us, or to rub it in, to pretend that they're better. And I spotted it off rip. It's disgusting. What this is trying to do, it's trying to Native American us. It's trying to demoralize us so much that we just die off as a civilization. Because we are a rival civilization. Flat out, we're a rival civilization. And if Europe is with us, the West, they're trying to defeat us with propaganda. They're trying to defeat us before they're not even like before any, they're trying to beat us with words, trying to get us to go walk into our own grave, lay down and die. They think they're better, straight up, because and the way they will be better if we don't do something, if we don't get our asses up off the fucking couch, then we're donezo. But this is absolutely propaganda designed to demoralize you. Absolutely. Why didn't it fucking announce what she said? That's fucking weird.
The Night Scotsman says, test.
Oh man, it's still the night.
JT
I
Blaine
haven't
says,
changed it.
test.
Didn't change it on
JT
Twitch
Blaine
yet.
says,
But yeah,
test.
it works. I don't know why it didn't work there though. That was weird. Maybe it's because you're on Twitch. I don't know.
Twitch Tash 123 says, test.
I wasn't saying the accent. No, I was saying that her accent isn't even a real accent, but it's giving an air of superiority. That's the whole point. Nobody has an accent like that. I have never heard that accent in my entire life.
The House of Wisdom, where Greek, Persian, and Indian
I can't
knowledge
place
was
it.
translated, studied, critiqued, and expanded, later forming the foundations of the European Renaissance.
Where's that
gave the world
accent from?
autograd.
Can anybody tell me? Because it sounds like a cross between an English accent and an Indian accent. It's not real, as far as I'm concerned. And like I said, it's just it's propaganda. You know, they're trying to destroy our civilization, and they're very slick about it because most people would not catch it. Most people don't even realize that this makes you feel like shit and makes you want to die, makes you want to just crawl into a dark cave and give up. But, you know, this is coming, these people, yeah, they're on the ascent, but they have been barbarians for they were like 10 years ago, they were doing suicide bombs, you know? So it's kind of rich that she's busting balls. Obviously, it's her second language. That's what my point. You say it's an attempt at English old speak. Exactly. It's an attempt to demoralize us, to dishearten us. Us. It's aimed at us, promise you. I think you mistake me for being a leftist. Of course, there are mothers, daughters, and wives, but what does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with anything? That doesn't mean that they should have a say. And I'm not even saying that they shouldn't have a say. Just saying that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. No shit, their wives, mothers, and daughters. But what does that have to do with anything? Doesn't mean that they should be leaders. You know, we have retards, our daughters, and like, doesn't mean that we should put them in charge. Doesn't. And just because women can have a voice and opinions doesn't mean that they should lead from the front. Doesn't mean that. And you know, you make it seem like it's an a priori, it's settled that they should. It it's not settled. Matter of fact, I think it's the opposite of settled. I think the last 80 years has proven that it's no, that's wrong. Absolutely wrong. You know, and I think you're right. They should have a somewhat a say. Whether that's voting or not, you know, that remains to be seen. But I don't think they should have a position of leadership. I don't think they should be the president of the United States. I don't think that they should be in the Congress, either house. I don't think they should be on the Supreme Court. That's not what women are good at. They're not leaders. Historically, they are not leaders. There's one leader, one that I can think of. One, Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc. And then beyond that, there isn't an example of another woman that was a great leader. Don't give me Margaret Thatcher because nah, that's not a great leader. That's you know that's an okay. And I wouldn't even say that the Parliament or the Prime Minister of England is like a legit leader. It's consensus. They have an administration and like it's a group of people leading. And you know, and maybe a good portion or a portion of women can make great leaders. You know, maybe, you know, there is a portion. That doesn't mean that we should just blanket boom, you know, install them as leaders. You know, like academia right now is falling to pieces. They, women, academics, professors and stuff, you with the way that academics works is you write a piece, you write a dissertation, and then you submit it to the academy. And after you submit it to the academy, uh, it's not considered true. It's just considered a theory when you submit it. You have to open that theory up to criticism. You have to allow other people to go through your theory and try to poke holes in it, test it for, hardening, you know, t- uh, battle test it more or less, test it whether or not it holds water. There's a group of women in our academy right now, a sizable group, that are literally, and it's called academic rigor. It's a meritocracy. That's what made the West great. There's an active group of female academics that are advocating that people no longer be allowed to criticize theories put forth. They're advocating that we destroy real science in favor of sparing sensitive women's feelings, sensitive academics' feelings. And there and I'll tell you this much too. There's a percentage of women that don't react that way when somebody criticizes their theories. They do the same thing as guys. They take the criticism in, they go back, they go back to the drawing board, rework whatever they need to do, and come back with the theory. Absolutely, they don't take it personally. They appreciate the criticism. But my point is, I don't think women by themselves are capable of science. Their feelings are more important than the truth. And it works that way with a lot of things. Like, and we all know this. I really don't even need to explain what I'm saying. You guys already know. Whoa, what up, Cam? My dude. Like, everybody knows what I'm saying here. Where these women in corporations, women in the government, where they have some absurd standard that's impossible in reality, that nobody could do in reality. And they don't care that it can't be done in reality. They're willing to destroy the system just so that they get their way. We can't allow people like that to lead us. If their feelings are more important than our society, our civilization, if they are more important than the truth, sorry, you know, sorry. It's not my fault. I'm not God. I didn't make women the way they are. I didn't. In the feminization of society, I forget that woman's name that did that, that offered that theory a little while ago. And you can see it. All the industries, when women get over 50% of the industry, they feminize the industry and then they run all the men out. They've done that in education, and our education has gone to shit. Who'd have thunk it? They've done that in they're about to do it in law, where they're about to be running all the male lawyers out. They've already run all the male judges off. And then, like Irina Zarutska gets stabbed in the neck because a woman that never even passed the bar let a guy who's a violent criminal 14 times, like, been arrested. This woman lets him out because she's feels, oh, he should get a 15th chance. Well, that woman is dead now. She was viciously stabbed in the neck because of another woman. Okay. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Women must be protected from themselves. Straight up. You got to be protected from yourself, because you don't know it's for your own good. Like, you don't even realize, women don't even realize sometimes their opinions get them killed. Like Nick Fuentes says, I see a black guy walking towards me, in the city at night, I'm gonna go out of my way, and I don't care if he thinks I'm racist. I'd rather be racist and alive, or rather somebody think I'm racist and alive, and their feelings be hurt because I didn't want to, get close to them, than be dead. And I would imagine Irina Zarutska would prefer that that murderer had been thrown in jail. Are you trying to let off like that guy was a violent criminal? He murdered a woman on camera in front of other people. And are you honestly trying to say that he isn't to blame and the judge isn't to blame because she took it on her own it was her responsibility. She took it on her own initiative to let that guy out. Our laws say that guy should have went to jail. She went against our system and let him go. And he murdered somebody. He murdered somebody. Let that sink in for a second. We all watched it. It was the most brutal thing, the most vicious and brutal thing I've ever seen. I mean, like, I wasn't right for a week after that. And I'm sorry, but blaming the system, what good is that going to do? Well, like, is that going to fix anything? You know what would fix that? All the women judges off the bench, or all of them that have, that are letting, violent criminals, maybe not all of them, but some of them. That would fix it. Screaming at the sky or yelling at God, how dare you? That's not fixing anything. I'm like goal and solution oriented. Like, I could care less about the appearance of propriety. Like, I don't care if people think it's mean. Yeah, he was someone who needed help, but not at the expense of other people dying. He needed help, but he could have waited for that help in jail, institutionalized. Why did we have to? Why would you put a violent criminal? Oh, he needs help. Well, we can't get him the help right this second. So, we'll put him back out on the street after he's committed a crime that he should be put in jail for. But, I know our system, that's against the law. He needs help though. And I don't think he belongs in jail, so I'm going to let him out. You can put him in an institution after you get him a bed. You don't, and do you really think that you're doing that guy a service by turning him out into the streets without a place to live, without food? At least in jail, he's getting fed. At least in jail, he has a bed. At least in jail, he's safe. At least in jail, he wouldn't have murdered a fucking innocent woman. At least in jail, he wouldn't be. I mean, it's just, wow. Wow. I guess I'm the only one that really, thinks it was a tragedy that she was murdered. I mean, you make it seem like that judge or that magistrate is not to blame at all. She did nothing wrong. She absolutely did something wrong. She went against protocols. Our, our society, when you break the law 14 times and you're violent, you go to jail when you commit crimes. Well, not that woman though. Not her. She's smarter than our system. She's smarter than collective human intelligence from a million years. She's smarter than all the human beings' intelligence combined. Billions of human beings that have lived. She's smarter than them. Huh. She knows better, you see. She didn't have the fucking right to let that guy out of jail. She had no right to gamble with other innocent people's lives to spare that guy from time in jail when that guy committed a crime. It wasn't Irina Zarutska's fault that this guy needs help. So why did she have to pay for it with her life? Like, you're what's wrong with our country. Honestly, you're the reason why we're where we're at. And, you know, step aside, hold my beer while we fix the mess you created. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it's going to go. I mean, that's how it's going to go. And you really don't have a choice in the matter. I mean, push comes to shove, you don't. And I'm not saying that because, I'm like, chortling and fucking maniacally gleeful about that. Not at all. And when you say like, and the reason why I say that is because you can't enforce your own rights. You don't have a monopoly on force. You don't have force at your disposal. Except, I mean, you really don't. And like, I don't believe this patriarchy bullshit because you're telling me that the same men who voted for you to have the right to vote are evil and oppressing women, but they voted for you to have a voice. That is, are they evil or not? Are they oppressive or not? Because I don't think oppressive men would allow you to have a voice if they really were oppressing you. If the patriarchy's really holding women down and really hurting women, then why did it give women a voice? Because they didn't have to. They didn't have to. They did not have to give you the right to vote. They didn't. Because look at the rest of the world. Women don't have the right to vote in most of the world. And you know something? In all of human history, women have had the right to vote for 115 years. All of human history. So actually, what women having the right to vote, that is the wild, crazy, odd, unnatural way to be. Men having the right to vote is too. But women having the right to vote, that's like 99.9999999% of all human existence. Women didn't have the right to vote and weren't leaders. They were mothers and wives and daughters. And seems to me they did just fine, they did just fine. And I don't see any sort of records of, mass suicides from women because things were so hard. Because, men and women, they share the same hardships. When life is hard for women, it's hard for men too. It is. In the same society that you're saying is so oppressive to women, or that you're even alluding to that, is the one that gave you all that you have. That's more than what other women have. I mean, I don't understand how you could honestly, with a straight face, try to tell people that Western men are oppressive when Western men, and only Western men, gave you privileges and rights that you did not have. Individual men are not oppressive. The system is oppressive. What do you think you don't think it's oppressive for men too? Honestly? You know, you're kind of ignorant, honestly. And, you know, this really isn't a very good use of my time, to be honest. You know, sorry. It's just not. It's not even it's not even challenging. I've already had these discussions. I've already crushed these arguments. You know, you want to flesh those out, then keep watching the show or don't. But I'm not gonna even I'm not gonna tacitly uh tacitly like give lip service to these totally false premises, false ideas, all that. It's all bullshit. And by even engaging, it like gives credence to them. And honestly, for millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, people had a certain way of doing things. And as soon as we change that, okay, you're a guy, so what? Doesn't matter. As soon as we changed what worked, everything fell apart. Everything. Why is why is it as soon as women were given the right to vote, oh boom, there you see a decline in our country. Our country goes from being the superpower to not the superpower. It goes from defeating the entire planet in a war, going to the moon, to literally fucking falling apart in disrepair. Our roads turning to shit. Like, it's absurd. Your entire argument is fucking absurd, dude. Get out of here. Like, seriously, get the fuck out of here. This is ridiculous. Honestly, nobody thinks you're right, dude. Nobody. Everybody knows you're full of you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm not saying that women should be like in a burqa being beaten by and the whole idea that women divorce men because they're getting beaten and abused. 99.9% of men in America and in the West will never in their lives lay a hand on a woman in anger. That's like a 0.001% of men that hit women. It's a total getting your foot in the door argument that's bullshit. It's the extreme case. I don't even know a woman. I haven't met a woman since I've been an adult who was in an abusive relationship. I've never seen a woman with a black eye, not once in person, not one time. Maybe that's, I have a, maybe I have a bias, or maybe the people I know are self-selection by whatever. But maybe women did get beaten, regularly by men 100 years ago. But that's not the case today. And if a man does beat a woman, he fucking pays for it. He pays for it. We shame the ever loving shit out of him, rightfully so. We have set up all sorts of institutions and infrastructure so that, battered women, their shelters, all kinds of stuff. We bend over backwards to placate women. There's no such thing as a battered men's shelter. No such thing. Men are oppressed in this country and this civilization, not women. No, not women are not oppressed in this civilization. And if they are, they're their own oppressors. And honestly, I could argue that women do seem to be their own oppressors. Like I said, a lot of some of these ideologies, like they're they don't benefit that they feel good for women to believe, but in reality they end up getting hit with their own ideology, getting crushed by it, getting slapped by it, getting slapped by reality because of their own ideology. And put it to you this way, what this feminism, look what it's leading to. We have our civilization is declining on every metric. Our life expectancy is going down, and it's gone down quite a bit in the last couple decades. Since I've been alive, it's gone down. It went from 83 to like mid 70s. Uh our birth rate is below replacement. We're 40 trillion in debt. Like, by no metric are we doing better or doing good. And I don't say it's all feminism's fault, but it definitely has something to do with it. And if we don't change something, it's a moot point anyways. Because the way we're going, our civilization will die with all of us. There isn't going to be any generations after us. And guess what? When we die, if we fade away, are women going to have the right to vote on Earth? If the West dies away, where are women going to be able to vote? Maybe I am chasing them away, but you know something? Hey, it's got to be that way then. This is I'm not here to fucking tell you sweet nothings and tell you what you want to hear. If that's what you want, go somewhere else. Straight up. I'm not even going to fucking play that game. Yeah, I mean, it's a moot point, honestly, Twitch. It is, man, because like I just said, the way we're going, in the West is the only place where women can vote. The West is dying right now, and if we don't change, women won't be able to vote. They won't be able to vote because the West will die. And do you think, like England, it's this close from being not the West anymore? It's this close to being a fucking Muslim. And when they take over, do you think women are going to have the right to vote? Or do you think the men are going to strip them of that right immediately? You know, the West is this close from disappearing. And when it's gone, so go your rights. So it's a moot point no matter how you slice it. Even if what I've said isn't right, it's still a moot point because we're dying. We're dying. And this is the only place where women can vote. So, I mean, am I wrong here? Am I out of line here? Honestly, am I out of line? Am I full of shit? Do I not know what I'm talking about? What do you mean? Doesn't Saudi Arabia have my values with the Quran? These aren't my values. You do realize like I just said, we aren't going to exist in 100 years unless something changes. Women aren't going to be able to vote in 100 years unless we fix this. Women aren't going to, Western women aren't going to be, this is fucking waste. This is a waste of time. I'm talking to a brick wall. I mean, obviously, you're not a discerning individual. You don't think for yourself. You don't have your own opinions. You've never even thought about this genuinely, obviously, because you're not putting up an argument. You're just trying to poke holes. Like, bro, as far as I'm concerned, the fact that we're dying off overrules you. We're dying off. We don't have the luxury of fucking goodies and making people feel good. We don't have that luxury anymore. Oh, I'm chasing the women off. Well, we're dying. Like, maybe that's not the most important thing. I don't know. Well, it's whatever, man. Go ahead. Keep believing what you want to believe, dude. I'm going to focus on people that are tired of being fucking miserable, men and women. Yeah, that video of that Arab woman, that is absolutely just, yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful piece of propaganda. Beautiful. Like, I barely caught it. It just occurred to me like, man, what are they trying what are they trying to do with this video? You know? What is trying to be accomplished here? And I find that a lot of times being curious and asking questions, like that is my talent. That is my talent. I don't think I have honestly, I don't think I have any other talent other than curiosity. And actually, that I was gonna make I guess I'll make the video later, but I was gonna make a video kind of outlining like what I'm trying to do with this channel.
Twitch Tash 123 says, which country reflects your worldview the most then?
Engage with the point. What do you What do you mean engage with the point? Like, I mean, let me pull up the chat again. No, I don't hold with any country. These are genuinely my own personal observations, my own personal. I've thought this out. I've spent a hell of a lot of hours thinking about this. Like I said, regardless of what either of us believes, we're dying. We're not having children. We're not even dating. Not. Women are upset about it. Men are upset about it. Women have good jobs or, they have prestigious jobs. They don't have the tough jobs or the dirty jobs. They're not plumbers. They're not landscape or no, I've worked with women landscapers actually. They're not plumbers, they're, they don't pick the hard jobs. They get the prestigious jobs. And
Managil says,
honestly, it really
test.
doesn't even matter because, like I said, we're dying off and AI is fixing 92% is 92% of the jobs that women hold, like they're going to be just, or 92% of white collar jobs are fixing to be gone. So really, this is a moot point because just like the Industrial Revolution made slavery obsolete, slavery would have ended whether or not we had the Civil War or not. Because like in Rome, they released all their slaves at some point because you could make more money paying men wages than keeping slaves. Same thing with the Industrial Revolution. If we hadn't been determined to butcher our own brothers in the Civil War, if we had just waited another 10 years, slavery would have been abolished because it would have been no longer financially tenable, no longer financially sound because machinery was replacing them. Well, AI is replacing the white collar woman. That era is over. It's done. It's not my fault. I didn't ask for it. All I'm saying is it's over anyway. Doesn't matter what you or I believe. Okay, so you're judging like, oh, China's good on some things, but it's worse on political power, worse on workplace equity. Let me ask you, does political power make women as a whole happier? Are women happier today than they were 120 years ago? Honestly. And I agree with you, Mackenzie. Absolutely. I'm not saying that women are no good. I'm saying we have been trying to fit a round peg or a square peg into a round hole for 80 years, and we're dying because of it. We're miserable because of it. Nobody is happy. Nobody's pairing up. Nobody gets to enjoy the American dream anymore. That's like it doesn't even exist anymore, the American dream. And when I judge whether something is good or not, especially with like a way of life, how happy are the people? how happy are the people that how happy does the way of life make the people? And since feminism, before feminism, women and men were quite happy. Since feminism, not only that, women overwhelmingly are medicated on antidepressants, on uh, anti-anxiety, antipsychotics, like insane levels of medication. I mean, dude, there is so much evidence piled up against you, against your opinion, against your argument. I mean, a ridiculous amount. I don't think, like, okay, well, let's say we took away men's right to vote and gave it to women. Do you think women would be happier because they ran the show? Yeah, I know that. I know the TTS is usually only super chats. Like, things aren't, this isn't permanent. Things will change. I was testing something out. But honestly, though, if you took away men's right to vote, you took away their ability to hold political office, and only women had that. Would women be happier? Yes or no? Causation for correlation? No, homeboy. What it is being outcome oriented, judging a tree by its fruit. The value of a way of life is how happy is okay is and something, how a way of life is rotten when it's not reproducing itself. When you institute a way of life and people stop having kids, then that means the way of life is rotten. It's no good. It's unacceptable. People don't want to do it. Capital destroyed society. Then how come it didn't destroy society in the 19th century? How come it wasn't until feminism? Like, if it was capital, how did America ever work? How did we become a superpower? If capital was the reason, that doesn't make any sense. What you're saying, you have like, my goodness. I mean, do y'all still want you guys like? Can I move on here? Because this is just trite. It's really trite. This guy, these are stale, stupid fucking arguments. Stupid points. This guy, he's not presenting any evidence. He's just making statements ipse dixit. Nah, I'm good. God damn it. 1 second. Fuck. Huh. The fuck. Bullshit. Now he's just like fucking block tech, like spamming. Well, honestly, first wave feminism, that's like it was the suffrage movement way before Eleanor Roosevelt was the first lady. It was in like the 20s. You guys know where the first country to give women the vote? You know which country that was? No fucking cheat. Just give me your honest answer. I'd like to hear it. Hmm, God damn. Oh well. Just gonna have to do it. Yeah, it was Germany. Germany was literally the first country that gave women the vote. It was after World War One, and which is insane because I had no idea. I just found this out a couple weeks ago. That was the last Western country that I assumed it would be. Straight up, the last one because they're kind of not like I don't know. I just didn't think they would be the first one, but they had a revolution too. I didn't know this either. The German Revolution was like 1918. After World War One, they fucking revolted. The Navy and the military revolted, and they gave women the vote. That was before any other Western country. I think that's pretty legit. I mean, it's a testament to Germany. And they were like a really martial, uh, tough people and very regimented, very they're I it was counterintuitive when I read that. I'm thinking, "Wow, that's legit." Like I never would have guessed that ever. Eh, I mean, I wouldn't really count New Zealand. I mean, what was there like 20 people when they did that? Germany, that's a real Western democracy. I mean, at the time it was a democracy too. But I wouldn't count New Zealand in that at all. Like I think that's why sure that's probably why it's and what like I'm not even sure if that's true. But I'm still not sold that women should have the right to vote. I don't it's not at all settled in my mind. Oh, you might be right about that, Mackenzie, but you know, and that was in an extreme period of war, conflict, where women needed a pinch hit for men, and we got through 4 years, where women worked in factories. But that doesn't mean that it was a good idea. That doesn't, that actually you may be right. I don't know. I mean, who knows? The reason why I say that is because we got nuclear weapons there shortly. We probably would have still beat. We would have definitely still beaten Hitler. We were not going to lose to him. We went to the moon with like, or like we built a war machine that was so incredible that, and it was so efficient, and it produced so much abundance, so much value that it got us to the moon. We built it, and then once we won the war, we didn't know what to do with the money, so we went to the fucking moon. We built a war machine that was powerful enough to defeat the entire planet head on. Yeah, you're right, with Nazis. German Nazis got us to the moon. Werner von Braun was, he designed the V2 rockets. He's the one. I mean, and we can't even the rockets that they built, the Apollo rockets, those were so advanced. We can't even build. We don't, you know, we don't know how to build them today. They were so advanced when we built them back then that we don't even have the ability to build those rockets anymore. The Apollo rockets and like a bunch of rockets. I mean, absolutely incredible. Uh, it was incredible what what America is capable of. What uh, the foundation and the ideas that Americans built on. What can be done with them. And China's, kind of showing us how it's done. Like took our own base and kicking ass and taking names with it. Russians beat Germany, not the USA. You know how many Russians Germany killed? Uh, I believe the German soldier killed 10 Russians died for every German soldier that died. I don't really see that as winning. I mean, they had more people, but Germany, they're way they're a superior group of people to us even. The Germans, they killed you know what else? You know what's crazy is German soldiers had they had a higher kill to death ratio after the battle could no longer be won. You know, when Germans were fighting in a battle, they actually fought harder after the battle was lost. Germans actually do better. The German soldier did better when he was up against insane odds. I mean, the Germans, they actually had their military, their their combat strategy, their combat ethos is our current combat ethos, and everybody on the planet's combat ethos. But they ha- they had a far superior uh, actual war machine, not industrial base, which they had a killer industrial base too. But their war machine was actually. You know that, or you don't think Russia would have called us out for faking the moon landing if we faked it? You know, we were locked in uh civilizational struggle with them. Why would they allow us to carry out and bamboozle the world? If Why would they do that? They were racing, you know, it was a space race. Why would they just let us pretend that we went to the moon if we didn't go to the moon? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Robert. They attempted an invasion of Russia during the winter, which is historically a bonehead move. Napoleon was destroyed because of that. Hitler was destroyed because of that. Yeah, it was pretty wild. But you know, and by the way, Russia did not defeat Germany because we literally supplied our war machine supplied both sides. Like we literally all of the tanks, like all of the material, the machinery we supplied to Russia. Our industrial base was so powerful. We like built all of the tanks except for Germany's, built all the tanks, all the like ammunition, everything. We supplied Russia through Tehran too. That's how we got Russia their weapons. But they would not have defeated Germany if we had not supplied them with so much. That's the only reason why they beat Germany. And honestly, if honest, I would we would be better off today if we had allied with Germany. Truly, I think that that's for sure. I mean, when I look at Germany, I don't see evil actually. I see a group of people that have been crushed under the jackboot of elites, crushed under the jackboot of Jays and elites. Maybe not Jays. You know, I wasn't there, but under the jackboot of elites, and they were sick and tired of being fucked by their own government. So they started their own government. I mean, and really, you had one set of elites in the imperial, the Kaiser, and all those generals that sold out their country, truly. And the people rose up and threw them out. Or no, it was the Weimar Republic, but they were doing the same thing. They rose up and threw them out. I mean, really, the Nazis, that was a revolution. You know, they threw off an imperial, they threw off a ruling elite yoke, And I don't see how that I you know, we're like struggling with the exact same problems that the Nazis were fighting today, right now. And why would that be? If they weren't right, why are we fighting the same fight? Why are we in their position today? You know? Like we're literally in the same position as the Weimar Republic, Germany. Our society is rotten, same as Germany's was in Weimar Republic. And you know, honestly, Nazis were a response. They were a human response to oppression. They were a human response to problems. To problems. They were dealing with serious problems in Germany. And they responded with a right wing, I would say, you know, a right wing ideology. They responded with that. And it went sideways, at least from what you know, from what the history books say. It went sideways. And honestly, besides the concentration camps, it did, you know, were they really that evil? You know, like if that hadn't happened, and who it may not have even happened. I wasn't there, but that's their only really bad thing that you can chalk up to them. Other than that, they didn't do anything else that was, you know, they waged war, conquest over Europe, but you know,
Managil says, have you the H-Man's book? YouTube censored the actual words.
no, I've never read it. I don't need to read it really. Um, but you know, that was a human response to adversity. And what gave America the right to intervene, honestly? Like we intervened with Nazi Germany, but we let the USSR go for a century? That doesn't make any sense. None at all. Like not only that, but we never solved the problems that Nazi Germany was dealing with. We're dealing with today because we never solved those problems. We put a band-aid on it. There were problems in the West, and one of the one of the responses was Nazi Germany. And really that was threatening to elites because they overthrew the old set of elites. They literally rounded them up just like the USSR and threw them out. So when our American elites looked at that, they said, "Holy shit, that could be us. We better fight this because we could end up being overthrown just like they were." So you know, wars are just conflicts between two ruling classes. And yeah, it benefited our elites to destroy Nazi Germany, but maybe it was bad for us in the end. But like I said, they put a band-aid on it. They destroyed Nazi Germany, and then they made right-wing politics, right-wing opinions verboten. It was like illegal. Like, first of all, everybody's been brainwashed and propagandized and had the Holocaust shoved down their throat, beaten over the side of our heads our entire lives to the point where people are totally rejecting it now because a group has used it as a way as leverage to accrue you know capital and land and stuff that isn't theirs. But because we crushed it, then put a band-aid on it, and then make it illegal for people Like, and you know that the modern Republican Party and the Democrat Party, they didn't used to be the way they are. Like before World War II, the CIA after World War II actually created the two-party institutions of the Democrat and the Republican Party. They created it. And they specifically created it so that we couldn't we couldn't become Nazi Germany could not happen in America. That our elites would not be overthrown by right-wing ideology. And you see, it's no matter how hard they whack-a-mole right-wing ideology, it's back again. It's back again. It's back again until we solve the problems that we're going through now that Nazi Germany went through. We got a cycle here. We got a vicious cycle. Okay, we can make it illegal for people to, to have right-wing opinions like we did for almost a century. 80 years ago, 80 years we made it illegal basically. We call people Nazis and shoot them in the fucking neck if they start getting too much too close to the Nazis. So obviously the West has major problems that have been ignored and ostrich head in the sand, ignored and tried to, la 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 for 80 years. Our elites have been doing this la 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 while they fucked us sideways. Because whatever caused Nazi Germany, that's what's causing our decline right now. And they have never addressed this the problem. They just like made it illegal to have the symptoms. Okay, have like I've spent years thinking about this stuff. And we're never, as the West, we're dead in the water until we fix this. Until we figure out what the fuck is going on and why human beings rebel against degeneracy, why cultures don't survive when women are running them, leading them. It says that in the Bible. Like you people, they make it seem like life is simple and that we could think up a society and a culture in a week or two. We could think up a brand new society and culture, and people would be happily ever after that. Like, why is it that that people are so fucking arrogant? They actually think people think they're smarter than people from 500 years ago or 200 years ago or 100 years. No, we're stupider by far. Seems that way anyhow. But why, traditions, culture, they're not created overnight. They're not designed by human beings. The patriarchy was not designed by anyone. And it isn't, nobody designed the patriarchy. People lived it. People lived it. Like they lived life. And guess what? Like the cream, things rise to the top. The stuff that works rises to the top, and the stuff that doesn't work dies with the people who used it. Right now, our culture is dying with us who use it. But you know, you know how AI works. It takes all the knowledge from that humans know up to this point, or that's on the internet, and then it throws it into a pool and it sifts through it all, and then it produces answers with that knowledge. Human intelligence over time in the aggregate, if you take every human since the beginning of humans till now, all of the culture on earth today is a product of all the humans that came before us. They've lived lives. They knew more about life than we do because they lived their entire lives. We're only part of the way through ours. billions of people have lived on Earth and tried different ways of living, and the ones that work are here today, or at least were here today. The ones that work were here today, or were here, let's say 150 years ago. All the societies on the planet worked. 150 years ago, they all worked over trial and error. People living life and putting theories to practice. It's the same as AI. It's human beings over time, the collective knowledge of every human life that's been lived, all pooled together. That is the collective human ideology or collective human knowledge. And nobody is smarter. No one person is smarter than all the humans that have lived, since the beginning of time. No human knows what AI knows. Like you can't know you can't know that much. And collective human knowledge says that the nuclear family is absolutely paramount to the flourishing and the happiness of human beings. Paramount. You know what collective human knowledge doesn't include and what makes humans flourish? Women's right to vote, men's right to vote. Neither of those are included. You don't need either of those for people to be happy. You don't need either of those for people to reproduce. You don't need them. People don't need to have a voice. They don't need to. They will still have kids and reproduce, and they'll still have good lives. They will. Poor men are happy, happier than rich men typically, most of the time, or men with simple lives, people with simple lives. All the knowledge that humans have collected and thought of points to tradition. It doesn't point like all this new shit that's been created the last 150 years. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. Why is it that we think, and the way that works, it's the same in the Bible and the Quran and every other religion. They all tell us to live the same way. And religions really they're just collected wisdom that people believe in. But why is it that modern people think they're smarter than every human being that ever lived, all in the aggregate? Why? Why do people think that they can think of a better way to live than every human in their experiences? Why? Like, and feminism, it blows my mind. Women talk their daughters into living a life that they had not themselves lived, that it was a theory. Women that were happy, or maybe they had some grievances, but they had never been a girl boss. None of these women waited till they were 35 to have kids or get married. They all did it the old fashioned way. And then they told their daughters, hey, you should do this because our society will be better and you'll be happier if you pursue a career instead of children. Even though there's no evidence to bear that out. Still to this day, there's no evidence to bear that out. So women that were not willing and never lived that way and never, actually experienced what feminism was offering, they pushed their daughters into a suicidal way of life, a self-destructive way of life, a miserable way of life. And if women want to keep living that way, keep living that way. Nobody gives a shit, honestly. Like it's no skin off my teeth. But it spells it spells disaster for all of us. It spells the end for all of us, and we're all going to be miserable while we wait for it. You know, I mean, if that's the way you want to live, I mean, I'm fine with it. Men are fine with it. You don't see men bitching and moaning on the internet about it like women are. Like, you know, and like men see there's a problem. If women don't think there's a problem, then, you know, like I said, women got to be protected from themselves for the most part. And if they're not willing to let men protect them, then we're fucked. If they're not willing to let men lead like men have been doing, you know, men have been leading since the beginning of time up until World War II, and we survived. As soon as we start letting women lead, why is it that we die? Why is it immediately within 2 or 3 generations we're dead in the water? Answer that. You know, anybody like, is this shit not obvious to everybody else too? It's bullshit. Feminism is horse shit. It doesn't work. It feels good, but it doesn't work. People, when they try to practice it, they end up miserable and alone, bitter, resentful, mean. Like, you're not hurting anybody else. I mean, women, if that's the way they want to live, they're not hurting anybody but themselves, really. I mean, it's like it doesn't work. And it's not my fault. I'm not God. I didn't make men. I didn't make women. I'm just calling balls and strikes. I'm just calling it the way I see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm out of line. But it's not like I have any power at all. It's not like I can force anybody to do anything. Okay. This is just an opinion. This is just, you know, the conclusions that I've reached from a lot of time, you know, considering and thinking. You know, I'm not trying to force anybody to do anything, you know, and I grew up believing that, you know, hey, women vote, you know, I'm going to be competing with women for jobs in the future. I'm going to be, you know, that's just the way things are. And then I lived my life. And within the last 5 or 10 years, I arrived at the conclusion that, yeah, this doesn't work. Yeah, women have no business being leaders. Women have no business trying to be men. You know, men, like, do you think men have business trying to be women? Do you think the trans thing is a good idea? Because you're arguing for the exact, like, you're arguing for women to try to be men. But why doesn't it work both ways? If what's good for the goose is good for the gander, why can't men be women too? Why can't men go into women's bathrooms? Why can't men compete in women's, why, like, none of this shit stands up to scrutiny. It's fucking childish. Childish. Absolutely childish. This is fucking toddler level thinking. Toddler level thinking. Emotional, feminine way of thinking. You're so concerned with with your feeling. I feel this way, that you're willing to condemn generations of people to miserable existences that they hate, that they need medication to get through, that they commit suicide to escape. Your people are that fucking arrogant. They're that they're so fucking convinced that they're right. They're willing to steal a good life and reproducing away from millions of other people. Outcome be damned. Fuck them kids. Fuck them people. We're doing it my way. That's what we've been doing for the last fucking 80 years. We've been doing it this vocal, bitchy, stupid, resentful 20% of women who think they know better than everyone that has ever existed. Ever. Period. Ever. Every single human being that's ever existed. This 20% of women, they know more than every human being combined. Period. It's fucking absurd. It's absolutely absurd. And it's like, fuck, man, it's so goddamn tiresome.
Managil says, Blaine so mad today.
Yeah. kind of. I didn't want to talk about. I mean, honestly, it just turned me off into a rant. I really didn't want to like. I mean, it's an important point. You know, it's kind of important to make this shit absurd to show everybody the sham, the fucking the ruse, the lie that feminism is, the lie that communism is, the the unreasonable, you know, how unreasonable these ideologies, they sound good, they feel good, but they don't work good. That's what I'm concerned with. Is you know, and they yeah, they work on paper because when you're doing it on paper, you don't have to account for human being error. You don't have to account for organic human nature. And that's the thing is humans, you can't account for everything really. I mean, the only thing that I know, the founding fathers, they were able to set up a system, but they used principles that worked, that they knew worked already. And like communism, you know, it sounds great, but it doesn't account for greed. It doesn't account for human flaw. Feminism, it sounds great, but it feminism, it assumes that women are men. It assumes that we're the exact same. It assumes that all human beings
Question everything
are blank slates.
8750 says, I think JT Scotsman is on point.
I mean, it assumes that we're all the same, that a black guy's the same as a white guy, a woman is the same as a man, a black woman is the same as a white man. It assumes that everybody is the exact same and that there's like a baseline starting point, and it's not the case, not at all. And I'm just so fucking tired of stupid people that can't see what's good for them, you know, that will argue for you to oppress or for to keep being oppressed and to keep oppressing future generations. You know, we're dying and people are still arguing for this shit. You know, the people that were millennial feminists in the 2000s, like up to like 2014, those people have even admitted that they were wrong and it was bullshit and they're absolutely miserable. And yet we have new converts, new fucking morons who just got a hold of the literature and they're enamored with it because it makes them feel warm and fuzzy inside. It's ridiculous. And really, you know, it just convinced a lot of women to ignore their own instincts, ignore their own thirsts, ignore their own proclivities, and try to fit themselves around or a square peg in a round hole. And women, they get to the end of their boss babe careers and they feel betrayed by feminists, by other women because they're not happy. They did what, you know, feminists, they think women are subhuman. Feminists think women are subhuman. They think housework is not work. They think it's beneath humans. They think raising children is beneath humans, that it's disgusting. How could you expect women, white women, to raise children? It's so degrading to raise children. Men, on the other hand, oh man, they're just fucking gods on earth. We should be trying to be like them. We should be trying to work 80 hours a week because fuck, aren't they happy? You know, like it's insane. They hate women and they hate femininity and they hate feminine, like child rearing. Could there be anything more important than that? And you know, American women, the ones that actually have kids, they've traded raising their own children for working for a boss that they don't love
Question
for
Everything
money.
8750 says, women are the only sex that can grow babies. That's extremely valuable and should be the priority.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying is women traded raising their children for working in a widget factory or a widget office to make money so that they can pay for somebody else to raise their children. That don't make no sense to me. It's got to go. It's got to end. It's not good. It's no good. It's unacceptable. It doesn't work. Everybody's fucking miserable. Nobody's having children. Nobody's happy. Nobody has fucking anything. We're on the decline. It's like either people fucking get real, you know, be honest, quit fucking gaslighting everybody else into thinking that we don't know what works or that feminism works, gaslighting people into thinking that we shouldn't go back to the drawing board, backtrack. No, that would be going backwards in time. That would be a time of oppression, blah, 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 blah. And they're willing to see our entire civilization burn and disappear. They're willing to see their ideology die with them. They're willing to see everyone around them die miserable with no children, no loved ones, no spouse, nothing. They're willing to do they're willing to bring all of that about just so, you know, for their own fucking satisfaction, just so they're, you know, things are the way they want them to be. And this is what I mean about, like, when I said women, they a lot of times they don't know what's good for them, you know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this ideology, it's self-destructive. And if women can't give it up, we got to take it away from them. I'm sorry. If you don't give it up, we got to take it from you. It's that simple. Because if we don't take it from you, we're dead. And if we're dead, men failed. Men failed everyone. If our society disappears, men failed our women. We failed our fucking women. If we can't sack up and I mean, yeah, it might be hard. It might be distasteful. But if we can't do what's in our own interest to do, our own self-interest, then we deserve death. We deserve nothing. We deserve to disappear and fade away from this planet, fade away from memory, be gone. If women can't give up this bullshit and content themselves with having children, having a home, having a husband, and I'm not even saying they can't work. Absolutely not. I'm not saying that. But if they can't content themselves with having a family, raising children, uh, uh, then we're done. There's nothing else to be talked about. There's nothing left to talk about. You've doomed us. If you can't give it up, you've doomed us. We have no chance. You know, I'm just out here trying to get everybody to wake up and realize that we have no chance if we keep going the way we're going. You know, we tried it. We tried your way, feminists. We fucking tried it for almost a century. We're almost dead. We're on our deathbed, and they're still holding to that bullshit. They're still gaslighting. They're still fighting men that are trying to do something for their own fucking good. We're trying to be leaders, good leaders that care about women, care about what happened to women, care about what happened to our children, care about what happened to this species, this planet. And if we can't overrule a resentful, bitchy, loudmouth 20% of women, we deserve death. We deserve to disappear. So that's it. That's it in a nutshell. Because men are leaders. And if the women in the chat, has there ever been a situation where your husband or your man overruled you, and afterwards you were thinking, "Thank goodness, I didn't even realize. Thank goodness he saved me from that." Yeah, for a fact, for sure. I already know it. I don't even need to wait for the answers. Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, remember the whole meme thing about, you ask your boyfriend, about Rome? You remember? You remember all that? And how all the men would be like, "Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think about it all the time." Don't you think it's odd that you never think about Rome yourself, ladies? Actually, I know you guys you know, are still here, so maybe you don't agree with me, but you're at least, open-minded. But, you ever wonder why it is that you don't think about the same thing that men think about? You know what I mean? Like like men think about far off abstract shit like the Roman Empire. Women don't, because we're not meant for the same thing. Men purpose built to protect you. Purpose built for your own good from evolution or God, which take your pick. You don't know what's good for you, and you're gonna fight that. You're gonna fight men and fight your own nature, fight your own. You're only dooming yourself, and you're only dooming other women. You know, you're gonna have to learn how to be contented with what you know, with less than And what's crazy is, honestly, I envy women. I wouldn't want to be a woman, but I do envy their position. Absolutely. Anything over and you know something? If I was going to spend over $500, I would absolutely. I didn't kill the voice. I didn't change it. If if I was married and I was going to spend over $500, I would not be able to just piss money away without discussing it at least. I mean, I'm going to have the last say, but I love women. I do. And I love my mom, and I do. I care about women. And if I had a wife, I would care what she thought, and I would want to know what her opinion was before I did anything uh consequential. If I, if I if there was a woman that I wanted to marry and have kids with, if I had met that woman, I would most certainly want her opinion before I did anything. I mean, the whole idea. I mean, I envy them. I'll put it to you like this: the buck stops with men, and the burden of performance is on men. The buck stops with us. If we can't do it, then nobody can do it. There's no men above us for us to go, "Hey, can you fix this? Can you open this jar for me?" Just God. And there's nobody in between us and reality. Us us and reality. There's no buffer. We have to deal with reality. Period. Women, they have men between them and reality. That's how I envy them. The burden of performance isn't on them. It's not their fault. Nothing is there. I mean, honestly, there's a reason why, women are so averse to accountability, because that's not their job. That's our job. And, ha- you know, although would not have, I wouldn't have it any other way. I wouldn't pick any other time to be alive. Like, I see. I'm so game for the challenge ahead. Like I can't like I'm so pleased. The first half of my life sucked ass, but I'm so excited about the second half. So excited. There's actually a challenge before me. Something that I can, you know, dig into, some meat on the bone. And but at the same time though, I do see how nice it would be if, cuz men are god to women basically. If women don't like something about reality, they can go to men and say, "Hey, I don't this is bullshit, you know? Fix this. Like, is there anything you can do? I'm miserable here." And men can be that buffer and shield them. And and that women have a higher power that they can appeal to. Men don't. That's where I'm envious. There's nobody I can appeal to. And if I was married, my wife would be able to appeal to me, and I would do my fucking damnedest to get between her and any sort of adversity. I don't have that luxury. I have to just grit my teeth, knuckle down, and persevere. You guys never thought of this before? Like, this is the shit that I think about all damn day, and I always have. I could go on for I think I did a stream like 6 or 7 months ago. I streamed for like 72 hours straight. I just like talking the whole fucking time, 3 days straight, just talk, 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 talk. I've been thinking forever pretty much since I was born. I mean, that's actually what I'm passionate about. It's what I like. It's what I enjoy. Absolutely, you have to be a team. You know, I seen something the other day. It was interviewing English people in the '60s, and they asked women like what their purpose was. It's to that effect, and the women said, "Well, looking after the kids, taking care of my husband, making sure the house is taken care of, making sure the kids are taken care of, uh, just looking after the house, the children, making sure that my husband is well fed." And then they ask the men, they're like, well, what do you think men are for? Husbands are for. And they're like, looking after my wife, making sure that, my wife has what she needs to take care of the kids, making sure that, there's food on that she has the money to buy the food to feed the kids, has the money to pay the rent, or I have put a roof over her head. But notice neither said pleasing myself. Neither say pleasing myself. They both say serving someone else. That's what their job is. Serving someone else. That's what we don't have anymore. Nobody wants to serve anybody but themselves. All they think about is themselves. They don't know, especially women. They don't even think about their own unborn children. Their one and only loyalty is for themselves. So much so, you know, they have they don't even have loyalty to their unborn child. They'll kill their one unborn child so that they don't miss a vacation or something. It's fucking absurd. And you know, I really can't blame people for giving women the right to vote. It's never been tried. Nobody knew whether, that it would fail spectacularly. Nobody knew that. We know it now though. We know it now. So I can't really fault those people, those men that gave women the vote. But I think it's men are meant to have that responsibility. Women are not cut out for that. They're just not. It's not a bad thing. And that's like I fucking hate that about feminists. If you try to define women, how dare you? That's me. That's demeaning. What do you mean it's demeaning that women are, you know, they're not good at fucking it's some things, leadership perhaps, or men they have no problem saying men are fucking garbage at this, that, and the other. But as soon as you say women are not good at something, oh my god, you fucking misogynist piece of shit. You should be executed, crucified. And you know something? That's why I'm gonna spend the rest of my life, every day of my life, tearing down this this whatever it is, society that we have, this culture, because nobody else is willing to do it. And all I see is misery, misery, miserable fucking people. Oh, if you got to be, if you want to, if you got to be the change you want, it's that simple. I'm not God. I didn't make things the way they are. I didn't make women the way they are. Didn't make men the way they are. Didn't make any of this shit. But at some point, you have to fucking come to grips with reality. And, you know, I guess that's not women's strong suit. Some of them can, but other ones, like, it's like they don't give a fuck about reality. It's how they feel. And, there's a reason why women are, you know, feel, they feel their feelings are more important than men's feelings because, you know, they have to care for children. And, for the first 6 months an infant's life or a human's life, you can't, they're nothing but feelings. And you can't ignore those. A baby, an infant is right 100% of the time, all the time. If the kid's crying, you better figure it out because something's wrong. If you can't figure it out, it doesn't mean the baby's wrong. It means you don't know, you're not very good at what you're doing. So women have to put they have to think that way. They have to be able to put feelings first. Because when it comes down to it, our survival, it depends on women ignoring reality for the sake of their child's feelings or and their own feelings to a certain degree because they need to be alive and healthy to take care of that child. And that's their fucking job and it makes sense. It's not men's job and it doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for men to be like that. And it doesn't mean that women are less than men. It doesn't mean that raising kids is less than working a career. The opposite. They're equal, but different. And I don't understand why that fucking concept is so hard to understand. Why do lesbians insist that women be men? And then wonder when they've successfully LARPed as a man that no man wants to be with them and have children with them. Like, I'm sorry, I like women, not butch women. I like feminine women, not butch, manly women that want to compete with me every goddamn second I'm in their presence. That treat me like a goddamn subordinate or a child. Like, and I won't fucking stand for it. Like the last woman I dated, like a decade ago, I couldn't do it. She just, she was a proper feminist, and you know, I didn't bait a cuck for her, and I wasn't going. What's funny? I beat myself up about that for a long time too. I when I started, dating women and stuff, after every relationship, I would like, I would I would take stock. I would think, well, why did she, why did we break up, and how can I make sure that doesn't happen again? And every time, I broke up with a chick, I would change myself a little bit more to the point where in my mid-20s, I was like beta cuck. And I was like a little later than that. And it's crazy because finally I realized, like, this woman that I was into, she was like, stop trying to be something you're not. She liked me for who I was. Like, underneath all the changes that I had pushed, forced myself, underneath all the changes I'd forced on myself, she wanted me to act like a man, masculine. Like, she wanted that. And I do that. I do a great job, or I'm very masculine. Well, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but she liked me the way I was as a kid, or, the way I naturally am. And then it occurred to me that I've been spending my entire adult life making myself less attractive to women because, I thought that it was my fault that things didn't work out and that I needed to change when really I was absolutely, like, pretty much perfect. And I worked away from perfection. Like, I was perfect at 18, and then, consequently worked for a decade after that to make myself less attractive. And when really those women, just I wasn't meant for those women. Those women weren't meant for me. It wasn't my fault. And, it was thank God that I realized what was going on and that I was able to, you know, uh reason it out and figure out what the hell why. And that chick, just telling me, stop it, like, quit pretending. She was a liberal, I was conservative, and I was trying to fit what I thought she wanted. And I feel like a lot of men do that too. And maybe they're not smart enough to realize they've done that. My mom didn't spend my entire childhood fucking tone policing me and fucking feminizing me. Or my dad. My dad would have just left her if she tried that. And that's just how I am naturally. Like, let my woman embarrass me in public or in front of my friends, or, yeah, let my woman embarrass me or let her humiliate me. That's it. I'm out of there. And the chick that tried me like that, she was trying me in a fucking IHOP. It was like the first time that had ever happened, and I was fucking seething in this booth because she was like a child, fucking putting creamers in her coffee at 2 in the morning. She was drunk, pouring creamers in her coffee until it's overflowing and fucking literally dripping off the goddamn booth table. And I paid for the dinner, for the midnight fucking snack or whatever. And, like, I had gone and picked her up like 45 minutes away. And then on the way back to her house, we stopped by IHOP, which was, obvious. I fucked up. I should have just took her straight home, but we go by the IHOP. And then when we left, she said something slick before we got to my truck. And I said, before I could even think, I just reacted. I said, "Huh, as if I would listen to some stupid fucking cunt like you." Oh, man. She didn't even say shit. She gave me, like, sort of a weird look. She was drunk. I I drove her home 5 minutes away. I knew something was up because she wasn't talking. And I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, she's like, "Yeah, you should have just taken me home. She told me to leave, Like, I was trying to stay the night. She told me to leave, and I thought everything was okay. Well, I guess she thought about it after I left or when she sobered up. And the next day, because I picked her up from Disney, 45 minutes away, and her we left her car there because she got drunk and threw her out of the place and she didn't want to drive home. So I picked her up and then the next day she called me for a ride to her car, 45 minutes away. And I drove her out there so she could get back. And then like that was pretty much it. Like I think I've said like two words to her since then. But you know, I beat myself up about that for a long time, for a couple of years too. Now I'm like, thank God. I'm so glad that I wasn't feminized. I'm so glad that I resisted. And my principal telling my mom that my stubbornness would work out in my benefit later on down the road. And she was right. You know, I just wasn't having it. I straight up called her a stupid fucking cunt. I didn't give a shit. Like before I could even think, I looked at her, I said, as if I'd listen to some stupid fucking cunt like you. Oh man. Like, and I was like, I'm actually kind of proud of that now because she was trying me. You don't humiliate your man in public. You don't do that. That's like the one thing that is unforgivable as a man. You fucking you emasculate me in public. That's it. I'm sorry, that's it. I'm not going to stick around for more emasculation. Or I probably might get physical. I don't know. You keep pushing me like that, I'm not gonna do it. So I just, just separate myself from the situation. And my dad never got physical with my mom. My grandfather's, my dad's dad was even more masculine than my dad, and my dad's even more masculine than I am. But, and actually my grandfather, uh, he was fiercely protective over my grandmother. I mean, he would fucking kill somebody for talking to her slick. Like my dad had many a black eyes for getting slick with his mom. Same for me. Like masculine men don't beat women. They don't. Betas beat women. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky, like really lucky to have my dad. Like he's a great role model. He's his own man for sure. Alpha, big time. Definitely lucky though. I'm glad that I go my own way, and if somebody fucking disrespects me, I can't even force myself to endure it. I just react. No, not doing it. We need more of that. To be honest, we have too many beta cucks that take shit. Hmm. Well, she said that slick ass shit. I didn't hit her. She was walking right next to me. I've never hit a woman, honestly. I did push one in school, but I was in fucking sixth grade for Christ's sake. Hadn't even hit puberty. The girl was taller than I was. But I really have no desire to hit a woman. I don't have a desire to hit men. Adults don't fucking get physical. Adults like they solve actual adults. They solve their problems by talking. I remember my dad telling me that when I got into a fight at school when I got home. He's like, "Oh, what up, Rick James?" My dad is like, this isn't how grown men solve their problems. This is not how they resolve their differences. And that really stuck with me. And he was kind of lenient. Like he would whip my ass if I got in trouble for disrespecting a teacher or some shit. But if I got into a fight, I never got in trouble for that really. He might give me a talking to, but never got licks, never got, you know, restricted to my room or anything like that. 'Cause I remember him saying, I went to school too. I had to tune a few people up myself. I get it. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Men can back you into a corner. But yeah, hitting a woman, like, are you kidding me? That just, ugh. Like, I don't think I've ever actually lost control where I did something other than like snap back with a fucking slick comment, but I don't think I've ever, um, I don't think I've ever reacted and hit somebody without thinking about it. Unless they hit me first. Like, the guy hit me first. Actually, that Jewish chick I dated, she hit me. When I left her ass, I remember she wouldn't let me leave her apartment. Like, she was trying to fucking stay in the doorway. I called my mom before that shit happened or before I went in. And as soon as she tried to like block the doorway, my mom come up the motherfucking stairs right behind her, and she got out the way like that. I was like, "Oh, to the rescue, Mom Dukes! What? Fuck you, bitch!" I left. I was like, "Oh, sit and twirl, you goddamn J cunt." Woo. Man, she came through. The fucking cavalry, which be coming directly. She didn't even say anything. Or she was like, "What the hell's going on?" She drove there because I told her what the bitch did. I needed a ride too, but man, that shit was so clutch. Dukes. I wouldn't have hit her ass though. Like, I'm not going to fucking jail over some cunt. Nah, mm-mm. I'm good. Like, other people don't have that much control over me. You know, if somebody tries to manipulate me, they're not smart enough to do it. I understand what they're doing. I know it's good for me. I know it's not in my own interest, and I don't engage. Perhaps you may have fought more than me. I don't think I mean, maybe that's something to be proud of. I don't see that. I don't see it that way. Not something to be ashamed of, but like, I'm not a violent person. I don't like, although I will say this, I never really was a violent person, but once I got like peak testosterone, my mid 20s, oh man, or in my 20s, Jesus, like I remember the first time I realized that I was like kind of an animal. I was watching YouTube a decade ago, and I remember a fight video, them street fight videos pulled up. Oh my god, man, my fucking heart started beating, and I just like started gritting my teeth. Seeing a fight. Oh my god, man, I want to jump in. Like, I get pumped. I get amped. Like, I'm ready to oh man. And I don't watch that shit no more because it's just ugh, it's not good. No, I don't think so. S- Oh shit. Eh, I mean, oh yeah, yeah. He hasn't put out a message yet. He didn't say no show tonight. Huh? Yeah, that's weird. Oh yeah, and I mean his shit is going. 17,000 people. Oh yeah, no, he didn't call out. His shit's he just hasn't come on yet. That's all. Nice. 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 Man, I was shit, fucking riling me up and shit, getting me all hot and bothered. Shit. I do want to have kids, for sure, absolutely. Always have. You know, like, don't want to jinx it, more or less. Don't want to. I know I don't have any control over that kind of stuff, but yeah, I've rocked people too. Like laid them, I folded them up couple times. I just remember my little brother folded this kid up, stole his fucking bike, or my dad's bike. My little brother was riding it, and this kid stole it. My Took my little brother to this kid's house. Kid opened the door. My brother stuck him in the chin. Dude just folded up right there in the doorway. And his mom come out from like the kitchen, and my brother just like stepped 1 foot in, grabbed the bike, pulled it out, and just we left. And it was in an apartment, so he just like grabbed it and took off. I was just like, holy shit. He was like 16, like a scrawny little 16-year-old. Just bing, hit that kid right on his button, man. Just folded up like fight night round 3 or some shit. Hell yeah. Or, and a lot of men they just don't really have that killer instinct anymore. I remember when I was younger, I remember talking to a soldier uh who had just got back from Fallujah or Baghdad. He was in Iraq. And this guy, he was a little bit, he wasn't very modest, like bragging to like a 16 or 17-year-old. But remember this guy, like, man, he had fight stories for days. He had been stationed in England or had been to England many times. And oh, Nick, Nick is busy painting his nails with me. Yeah, well, I mean, and this guy, he had so many war stories of fighting, like headbutt. Like he was telling, he's like, yeah, English guys, they like to headbutt. That's their favorite trick, like that's how they start fights. Because I think most cultures uh have little tricks, like Englishmen, they start fights with headbutts because you never see the headbutt coming. Uh Other, I think pathetic, barbaric, uncivilized cultures, they sucker punch people. Yeah, dude had tons of stories, and I was thinking this like last night or the night before, like, man, what happened to guys like that? This dude was jacked, he was pretty tall, and he was cocky as a bantam rooster. Like, fuck, this guy was cocky. I think he was fucking my friend's mom at the time. My buddy Travis. Like, oh shit. This shit was yeah, I think the dude was over there. He's just like I was staying the night with my buddy Travis at his apartment. And this guy who was like 5, 6, 7 years older than me, he was staying the night there too. And my best friend, who was the last one that overdosed 10 years ago, but my best friend, fuck that kid's mom, that same dude's mom, Travis's mom, my best friend. Like, and she's like 20 years old. I remember that kid's mom spinning me on the tire swing after T-ball practice. Like, it's awful. Awful. Oh, you gouge. See, exactly. Some people fish hook. You never know. Elbows are nice. I always like elbows are fun. I'm just joking. But yeah, that shit was wild, man. I remember I've always been motion sickness from that. Us on the tire swing. I threw up from the goddamn tire swing. She spun that. Yes. Yeah. Travis survived too. He fucking kicked opiates. He's one of the only motherfuckers I knew since I was like kindergarten that everybody else died except for him and like one or two other people. His mom was cool though, actually. It takes all kinds, truly. No, I don't really. I try not to pretend. I don't think I don't know everything, and I don't pretend to know everything. But I try to find out. If I want to know something, I fucking do my damnedest to figure that shit out or to think it out. If it's funny too. I was thinking about this the other day. When I see something and it doesn't sit right with me, for like I'll have this feeling that something, like there's something I'm missing here because this doesn't feel like it makes sense. And then I'll follow that feeling, that uneasy feeling. I'll think about the idea, or I'll think about what it is, the concept. And by the end of that thought process, I will figure out what it was that was making me feel uneasy and why that is, I'll basically destroy whatever concept it is that makes me feel uneasy. Like that's what I do. I fucking pick our culture apart. When something doesn't feel right to me, I figure out why the fuck it doesn't feel right. What is going on? Why does this not make sense? None of like most of the shit that I talk about and stuff that I get passionate about, I did not read that shit. I have not cribbed that from you know, uh anybody else's fucking appendix, anybody else's vocabulary. No, these are my ideas. You ain't gonna hear them anywhere else. More often than not, every now and again, I see somebody else say something, and then it gives me. I'll ask the same question, but most of the time, this is like I'm giving you guys pearls of wisdom. Please, I'm not. I don't want to cast them before swine. That prick on Twitch, that guy, that was swine. And that shit, that's why it pissed me off. He's not even making coherent or cogent arguments. Most people don't even know why they think the way they like. People can't actually reach the logical conclusions of their own ideologies, their own concepts, their own theories. That guy, that Twitch guy, he didn't even know why the fuck it was. Like he was throwing out he was sloganeering. None of those concepts or thoughts were his own. Every one of them, pretty much all of them that I was talking about, those were my own fucking concepts, my own arguments that I crafted and designed in my own head, arguing with myself. And that's why I have such conviction. That's why I don't back down. That's why I yell it. That's why I say it loud because I've thought about it. I don't need to think about it in the moment. I've already spent hours thinking about it. Maybe days, maybe years. And that's why I can just rattle shit off extemporaneously because and it may seem like, oh, that's really cool. You can do, no, no. Like, I've spent so much time thinking because I wasn't doing it, I don't have kids, don't have a wife. So, that's a lot of time alone. A lot of time thinking in the shower, a lot of time thinking while I'm cutting the grass, a lot of time thinking while I'm fucking cutting, working a chainsaw, cutting a tree down. I mean, I haven't listened to the radio while driving since I was a like kid. Like I typically just ride in silence. Always have too. Either that or talk radio. Sometimes classical music, like just to keep me calm. So like I don't want to get road rage or something. There's a reason why I'm doing this. There's a reason why I do it for free, pretty much, for the most part. Damn near for free. Did you guys see that I put out a video earlier today, Mackenzie? Do I want to be a political debater? Well, I mean, that's kind of what I am. I mean, that's what I do. That's what I'm doing here. Like, it's my thing. I remember teachers always say, "Oh, you should be a lawyer. You like to argue." It's not that I like to argue, it's that I like to know the truth. I don't have a problem with being wrong as long as the other person, proves that I'm wrong or proves to me that I'm wrong. That they've done me a service. I absolutely admire and appreciate being proved wrong. It's a rarity, believe me. I mean, and that's why I admire it because most people they don't have the chops to do that. They just don't. And like the whole point of this channel is like there's so much that you're missing out on that you have never thought of, that you've never experienced. And I intend to expose you to that stuff. That's what this channel is for. I intend to expose you to thoughts, to ideas, to everything that I've experienced and think is worth knowing. That's the point of this channel. It's a tragedy. There's so much Shakespeare, the Beatles. Like I remember like being incredibly lamenting so deeply and having and like being almost depressed by the fact that most black people will never listen to In My Life by the Beatles. They will never hear Rubber Soul from start to finish. That really bothered me and it still bothers me. It bothers me that people don't even get exposed to Shakespeare, don't even get exposed to Mozart. Used to in commercials and shit, not anymore. People, they're being done a disservice by this culture. An, uh, a real disservice. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like it's the only thing I'm good at. Not gonna lie, it's the only thing I'm good at. I've never been athletically inclined or athletically skilled. I mean, I middling, I guess, at least average. I could always work, like I could put the work in, but I've never been athletically. I could never, like, I think I did one kickflip in my life, and that ain't because I didn't practice. I practiced, I just couldn't do it. Don't have that kind of skill. Never could do a cartwheel. Still can't do a cartwheel to this day. That was always weird. Girls just do cartwheels like it was nothing. Never do it. Never have I. I've never completed a cartwheel. Not one time. But I do have other talents. I do have talent. I do have stuff I'm good at. And I confine myself to what I'm good at. I'm best. I think the real talent is um, uh, data or digesting data, uh, analyzing data sets, analyzing or the big picture. That's what I'm good at. I'm good at putting things together, connecting dots. That's what I do. And I can't help it. It's just something that happened. Yeah. You can do a cartwheel at 43. Is that what you said? No, I get it. I would rather be able to think than do a cartwheel too. But, like I said, it's not as though I don't have my shortcomings. I do, big time. I said I had a pretty rough first half of my life. I didn't know what I was good at. I thought I was worthless. I thought wasn't good at anything, to be honest with you. Yeah, I had friends that could do cartwheels. I just couldn't do them. Lots of guys are athletically inclined. Yeah, my cousins were really athletically gifted. All like two in particular. I mean, I remember it was like it just blew my mind. Like they could pick something up and master it that day practically, and I could never do it. It's just fucking weird. But they couldn't think. They're fucking smart too, but they don't have that abstract thinking that I have. Like, you have no idea what a relief it was to finally figure out what I was actually good at. Like in the last year, I figured it out. And like I finally started to realize the feelings and the intuition that I had was because I am curious and I imbibe tons of knowledge and data, any that I can get a hold of, and I draw inferences from it. And I never really thought about it. Never really had confidence in my own intuitions. Never really, and it wasn't until I started it started to occur to me that I was pretty good at calling things. My gut feeling was pretty trusty. It was pretty trustworthy. And also I started watching Nick Fuentes, and the way that he talks about himself really resonated with me. And the shortcomings he has, I'm very or certain things I have impeccable punctuality, and other things, man, nah, no such luck. Like kind of like Nick. You guys know I'm always fucking 10 minutes late. I can't help it. I don't know why. I just with this in particular, always 10 minutes late. But for work, I'll be there an hour early. All you could do was a cartwheel, and that bullshit. BS. Yeah, a lot of things. I mean, I definitely Nick is a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. Like I've had almost his exact experience. Although uh I hmm, feel like, he kind of got luckier, and uh he found his path quick. It took me a lot of fucking trial and error, a lot of failing. And when you fail like that, you start to think that you're just a goddamn fuck up. You're a failure. I mean, last 5 years, I just kind of resigned I just kind of accepted that I was a fuck up and that I was always going to be a fuck up. And like, I know I'm intelligent, but when people can tell you you're intelligent, but if you fail at everything you do, you're like, there's a disconnect there. And it's like, well, I don't give a shit what if people think I'm intelligent. What good is intelligence if it doesn't profit a man? Like, intelligence is absolute, and I felt like a curse most of my life. Like, truly, I still kind of refer to it as a curse. It kind of is a curse. I do sometimes I do wish I was oblivious to ignorant to things, but like I really. And when people or even when your school tells you your intelligence, or like I know my IQ. I've been tested for it. I was tested for it in kindergarten. But you can know that, but if it doesn't profit you, then what difference does it make? Who cares if you're smart, if you're a fuck up, if you're poor, if you can't, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean anything. And that's why I've always been afraid of my epitaph saying, but he had so much potential. I don't want to die as potential, unmet potential. And I thought I was going to up until just really currently. Not gonna lie, it's like within the last year. post within the last uh since January 1st, 2025, somewhere in the last year and a half, pretty much. Exactly. Yeah, if you make poor decisions, yeah, IQ doesn't mean a damn thing. I made a lot of poor decisions, but a lot of those poor decisions I made because our society literally just stomps on white men's nuts. Yeah. Like I got no grace. None from any teacher and from anybody really. Not even my own parents. They're like, "Man, like what the fuck is your deal? What is wrong with you?" Like we live in a society of medication. Oh, you're jittery and you talk a little bit more than everybody else in class. Here's some fucking drugs. Shut up. That's the society we live in. It's rotten. It's toxic. It's got to change. It's not my fault. I didn't, like I'm just a product of my environment. There's no reason why I couldn't have done great other than forces were arrayed against me doing great. And, none of those forces could keep me down. And I kind of always kind of have this feeling like, if I am as smart as they say I am, it doesn't matter what people do to me. I should be able to rise above it. I should be able to find a way if I'm that smart. If I'm as smart as people say I am, if I am smart as I feel like I am, or it seems like I am, then I should be able to succeed no matter what obstacles are put in front of me. I mean, and I'm very optimistic at the moment, actually, which is nice. I don't think I've ever felt this optimistic about my future before. Because I've felt optimistic or thought I was doing good, and then I always start doing good, and then it's like I fall off. I could never see things through. So I'm scared of getting too comfortable or getting carried away with myself and assuming that, oh, just because things are going good right now, then I can extrapolate this into the future. I'll be a millionaire next year. Nah, 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 nah. I'll believe it when I see it. I will believe it when I see it, and not before. Not before. I've mm, I've been let down too many times, you see. Yeah, it is nice though. And it took me fucking over 35 years to sort all the shit out, to figure out like what the fuck was the problem, and then to figure out how to fix that problem from there. No, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've been doing this for like 7 months, and I'll do it for another fucking 5 years if I have to. However long it takes. But and I feel like I that's the difference, kind more or less. Or there's knowledge, like I kind of understand myself better, but I found a way that I can put in work every day and get somewhere. I never really was able to find that before. I'm not very good at holding a job, or I mean, I'm not all that special at work or doing, making other people money. I mean, I can, but like climbing trees, that was like the one thing that I was pretty good at. Uh, and only because it was insanely hard and fucking dangerous to boot. But other than that, I never worked. I've never worked a job other than tree work for more than a year. I'd always, for some reason I would lose it, reason or other. So I could never build up time at a company. And when I did build up time, like at Davy Tree Service, I'm a white man. I'm not getting a promotion. It's just not happening. I mean, I saw, got passed over by people that weren't as good at tree work as I was, that weren't nearly as good of a leader. Like I was doing their fucking job, but they got the promotion and I got the fucking responsibility. So I mean, and that's kind of what I am, a little bit bitter towards this society. And you know what? I intend on stopping other people, other men from experiencing what I went through. It's not right. I should not have been fucking locked out of shit. Like, I should not have been locked out of things. Like, why was I denied? I'm not stupid. You wouldn't be watching me if you didn't think I didn't have something valuable, or that I'm what I'm saying wasn't valuable. So why the fuck have I been locked out of everything? If you guys don't think, or you guys think that I'm worth a shit, why the fuck does our government and our society, why did it do me like that? It's unjust, unfair. It's my personal crusade to unfuck our culture and our society because it's not good. I mean, and what did me like that is exactly what has our country in a fucking ditch. So it's like, two birds with one stone. At least I'm working towards something worthwhile. Thank you, Mina. I appreciate that. I think everybody's valuable. I really do. Human life is extremely valuable. Uh, and honestly, I would say you guys maybe are the first people that I've actually had like uh, a tangible endorsement from. Like you, like just your presence being here is a testament that what I'm talking about or my thoughts are worth something to people. Like you guys think they're valuable enough to spend your time listening to me. That's like the first tangible, real endorsement from real human beings, that like I finally have something of value that other people want, like, God damn, that feels good. It does. It feels very good. And like I tried to be an entrepreneur too, and it worked to a certain degree, but it's just not what I was meant to do. Like I really am just good at retention, like reading comprehension, uh, you know, data and knowledge retention, and like I said, analysis, and just kind of
Question
taking.
everything 8750 says, you earned it, JT.
Oh, and I agree. I absolutely agree with you, Nina. Um, I'm just what really when I talk about feminism and women, I'm just kind of pointing out the problem. I mean, I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm just saying that there's something wrong, and it's in that vector, or it's in that general neighborhood of feminism. Thank you, question. It's in that general neighborhood, and I don't necessarily know. I think that maybe we should go do a consensus type deal, or go back to uh a previous I almost want to say save point, but a previous time or a previous setting or whatever, however you want to put it, and then make small adjustments and we will get there in time. But this like scrapping what works and trying to just institute a whole new system is fucking bush league, It's stupid. It's toddler. We gotta let it go. We have to do it different. Like, we need to go back to what we know for a fact works. And then we can tweak and we can get to where we want to go a little bit at a time. You know what I mean? That way, we're not out on a limb. Our asses aren't out in the wind. We're not caught in a lurch, and where you have generations skipped. There's no continuity. Because right now we're in a pickle that really we should have never got into. Like, why would we just scrap what worked for so long and try to change everything overnight? Like who said that? Who said, nothing good happens overnight or whatever? Like, why did we have to? Oh shit, Simo, my Negro. What it do, bro? This guy, I haven't seen him in like, I was literally thinking about you last night. I was like, man, what happened to Simo? And it bothers me. I was like, fuck, man, did I run him off? Like, what the fuck? What did I say? Hell yeah, dude. SEMO, man. What the hell? JQ swung through the other or last night or maybe it was the night before that. He swung through too. And like JQ, SEMO, they kind of popped up as soon as Goldie did. They've been with me since the jump, since at least since the middle of January. Hell yeah. Man, I was like, what the hell? When people fall off, you don't know why. They just disappear. Yeah, JQ, yeah, he did slide through last night. I mean, honestly, I get, life is life. People disappear, people have lives, people die, people have loved ones that die, and they have pressing life to live. So it's not like I take it to heart, but I do think about it. I do spend a little bit of time. Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, Mina, she's like, didn't you bring her here, Goldie? I think Goldie brought her in. Yeah, I like I says, I don't claim to know the answers, but I do claim to know general problems. And my whole thing is like, can we get closer? Can we narrow it down more? Can we get closer to the answer? Work from from my conclusion or where I think the problem is, or get a consensus. No matter what, like, things got to change. We got to do it as a society. We need to find consensus. We need to do something else, something different, because I mean, I know you all agree, like, this shit, it just ain't working. And nobody will get me to back off that square because it isn't working. It didn't work for me, didn't work for a lot of people I know didn't work for. And like, and this really galls the shit out of me. Every generation of American before me and before us, they got to experience the American dream. Every generation of human being before mine is like a baseline got to have a wife and kids. Why is my generation the first generation that straight up had that opportunity withheld from us? And as far as I'm concerned, the Constitution and all that shit the founding fathers made, it's fucking. I was denied the pursuit of happiness. Like, oh, everybody's old, the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Yeah, except my fucking generation. Except my generation. And that shit's gonna change. Like, how the fuck? In other generations, people, they had dreams. They set out to accomplish those dreams. They fail at those dreams. Even fucking failures still got wives and kids. People that failed at everything still got wives and families. Why don't we get that? That's a problem. That's a real problem. Oh, I've been doing it since like, I mean, I've had this channel for over 12 years, I think 13 years now. Uh, I've been, I guess I would say I've been doing this with intent and, like with actual intent since September after I tore my shoulder. Like that's the only reason why I started doing this because I got injured at work. I got fucking hit by a goddamn uh a bobcat and fucking knocked on like hit hard. I fucking broke some ribs, tore my shoulder, and started fucking around and doing streams, and the rest is history. That's the only reason why I had the time to even invest into streaming. Otherwise, I would have just kept doing tree work. Most likely, I honestly there's a reason why I haven't gone back to work because this is what I'm supposed to be doing, and I can't do this if I'm working. I don't have the energy. Don't have the fucking the mental capacity. I'm tired. I mean, I tried it. I didn't do almost any content because of that. What do I mean fulfilling? Hmm. I don't know. Patience is a virtue, but I don't know if you always get what you want. What do I mean by fulfilling? I think Flip Wilson's more or less right. you know, uh, I think the simpler things are much more fulfilling and much more satisfying, much more intent from good things like raising children, supporting a family, providing for a family, taking care of your wife, taking care of your kids. Like that shit feels fucking good. Feels good. Like, feels good to take care of your woman. It does. Like feels a hell of a lot better than most things. And I will say this though, accomplishing goals
Managil
feels really
says,
good
you
too.
know why a laborer could afford a house and family last generation?
Because
Obviously
women
because the
didn't
mass
cut.
migration
How
lowers
about this?
ages.
Because women didn't take half of the fucking the market. Women didn't take, because they doubled the labor force. Well, that cut the buying power of everybody's dollar in half. They literally, when women entered the labor force, yes, you know how many men were cheated out of a decent living because women wanted those jobs? You know, who has the right in a society like, or who has the who deserves to to uh to have the good jobs? Men who are supporting families or women? Like, we need families and we need men that can earn money to earn enough money to take care of their families. Well, if you give half of the fucking good jobs to women, you just cheated half of men out of their right, their God-given right to earn and provide for their family. Providing for one's family, that's way more important than whether or not a woman feels good about her career. Men have to provide for their family or we don't reproduce. We die. Women don't have to do that. Women can go without voting, without a job, without a dime, and we'll still reproduce. But as soon as you give women a job or men's jobs, it's all bets are off. All bets are off. Because you know what? Men will fucking marry a woman beneath them or that's lower socially than them. Women would rather fucking die alone than marry a guy and have kids with a guy that makes less money than them. That is a problem, especially when women expect to make the most money or equal to men. How could they find a husband if they make more money than all men? It does not make sense. And you can see that a woman thought of this stupid shit. Like, truly. I mean, it makes absolute sense. Women want a provider, somebody who makes more money than them. They need it to feel safe and to trust the guy that he's going to take care of them. Or they don't want to have kids if they don't have that feeling of safety. That's why feelings mean so much to them. And if you give a bunch of women that don't like they need a man to make more than them. They don't need money. They can live their whole life without ever working a day, barefoot and pregnant, and they'll have kids. But if you give them a job, six-figure job or 200 grand, they'll fucking die alone. I mean, if I'm wrong, then fuck it. I'm wrong and we deserve what we get. I'm not wrong. And any woman that tries to tell me I'm wrong, well, I'll tell her she's fucking stupid. She's a woman. She don't know what she's talking about. I mean, and I'm not trying to I hate having to fucking do this qualifying shit. You should just know I'm not doing it out of spite or out of animosity. I'm just saying, this shit gets old and it gets tiring. It's so tiresome that people insist that they know what's good for everyone else. They know better than the people who have already lived their lives. They know better than the wise men from the generation before. I'm so sick of doing battle with these stupid fucking troglodytes. And the thing is, society, it always overcorrects. Always overcorrects. Oh, patriarchy, men are oppressive. Yeah, so we'll take everything from our men and give it to the women. And things will be hunky dory, right? Nah. And I'm sad. I'm honestly sad to say that, society always overcorrects. So, you know, to be honest with you, I would expect to lose a lot of rights if you're a woman. In America, I would expect to lose a lot of rights in the next decade or two. Not trying to bust your balls or say that I agree with it, but don't be surprised if you can't vote in 2 decades or less. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised, if I don't think they're ever gonna, that women won't be able to own property or divorce I don't think any of that, but I think the right to vote, that's probably going. And, you know, all these privileges and stuff, yeah, they're probably not going to be around much longer. Whatever is, what have a good sense of propriety. Some of this stuff is just frivolous and unreasonable and it's unnecessary. You know, Men are leaders. They have to be able to vote. They have to be able to lead. That's not women's job. And, maybe we can get along with them being able to vote, but we know for sure that we'll get along if they can't vote. We know for sure it works. We got to where we are. And, I just know this that we're way up shit's creek. We need to paddle back down that motherfucker and go down the normal fucking creek that we were going down. Go down that and slowly, incrementally, rejigger things, and and when it comes down to it, like I was saying, it's not your responsibility, women. It isn't up to you. Like, if we fail as a civilization, it's not your fault. It's our fault. So you're going to have to be content with not having the final say because it's our responsibility to make sure that this place is safe you have a safe civilization to raise a family in. That's our job. It's our job to make sure that we have a civilization that is conducive to pairing up and reproduction. And we may have to do some things that are distasteful. I don't like it either. But it's either that or nothing. And it's distasteful that we're going to have to deport a shitload of illegals and probably some people that are naturalized. They're probably going to have to go too. It's distasteful that we're going to have to take rights away from people. I'm actually a pretty liberal guy. I mean, I'm just a realist. I am just a realist. And I really don't like it, but it's like, it's reality and we have no choice. Like our backs are against the wall here. They are really up against the wall. You have no idea how big of a burden this is for American men, especially all the American men that are my age, that are not married, don't have kids. Like we didn't even get a chance to we received a destroyed culture. We didn't get a working culture from our parents. No, we got one that didn't work. Decidedly didn't work. Well, now we got to fix it. And we got to do some shit that is distasteful. We're not going to enjoy doing it. I'm not going to enjoy casting my vote to take your right to vote away. I'm not going to enjoy it. That doesn't feel good. Like I don't want to constrain people. But it's like, you know, fuck, humans make mistakes. And, that women have only had the right to vote for 80 years. Is it all that crazy? That, whoa, whoa, we made some mistakes here. We need to backtrack a little bit and then come at this with a more gentle and sensitive approach. Because Western men gave women the right to vote. Why would we not give it back to them if we can? Why would we take it to be Western men are the least oppressive men ever. We're the first men that ever listened to women like we do. Like we care more about our women than any other men that have ever existed by far. We're the only ones that fucking sent you into space, like allowed you to earn as much as men, allowed you to compete with men, allowed you to have authority and dominion over men. That never happened prior, unless you were a queen. That didn't happen though. So we're not oppressive, and you can trust us. We care about you. You're our women. We give a shit. We care. And you know something? History bears that out. You're here, aren't you? You're here. We made sure this goddamn society worked and was well oiled and got shit done all the way to you being born. But you know something? After you were born, all of a sudden things didn't go so good. And a lot of kids aren't being born right now. Well, it's on us to fix that. And you have to give us a wide berth. You have to give us some latitude to do this, to fix things. You have to trust us. Like, if you can't trust us, then we're lost. We are lost. You trust your husband? Well, you need to be able to trust American men. You need to just have a little goddamn faith. Have we steered you wrong yet? Explain to me, where do we steer you wrong? When we gave you the right to vote? When we, put you above ourselves? When we fucking go and fight wars to die on your behalf? We don't send you to die. Like, fuck, man, have a little bit of fucking grace. Have a little bit of
Golden Rule at
respect and
7301 says,
understanding and
WTF is
care.
that at Managil?
Or are we the only ones that give a shit about other human beings? Like, that's how it feels. Women that kill their own fucking children in the womb. And like, you have no idea how hard that is as a man to live with. Like, just the fact that society is just killing off the kids. It's not easy. It's not easy. We've been biting our tongue, biting, just really enduring a lot of grief that you have put us through. Western women have put us through more grief than any other women. You see Arab women putting their men through grief? No, they know their place. They don't try it, and
Managil says,
don't
Golden, he's been whining about women all day.
don't make us regret. Like, because you know how it looks? Like, wow, the Arab guys who fucking hide their wives under cloth and, may beat them or whatever, it don't matter. They don't have they don't have a say. Those
Golden
guys, their
Erlich
society's kicking ass and taking
7301
names.
says,
Their
Western women do
society
such.
is kicking ass and taking names. What are they doing that's right? Like, obviously what we're doing isn't right. Like, can you blame us for for looking over at other societies, seeing that women have less rights in those societies, but those societies function? Holy shit. What are we doing wrong here?
Me an Asian.
What are we doing wrong here? I mean, are you really going to force us to it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes zero sense to me. You're gonna punish us for treating you better than any other civilization. You're gonna punish us and make us regret treating you good. That sounds really counterproductive to me. We don't have to do anything for you. We don't. It's not like you can make us do anything. We can make you do shit, but you can't make us do a fucking thing. Oh, unless you go hide behind the state skirt and ask the government to put a pistol to our head and force us to do things. You could do that, but look where that's gotten us. Just say, this is how things are. Maybe you never thought of it, but men do. They damn sure do. I mean, and these fucking stupid feminist women, keep pushing us if you want, I mean, all it's going to do is end up in us not existing as a civilization anymore at the least. At the most, I don't know. I shudder to think. I shudder to think. See, I couldn't do the Asian women or the Latinas or the color. I'm not into the colored women, not at all, man. And I've been with Asian women, like Latinas loud as a motherfucker, never shut the fuck up. Colored women, same thing. Asian women, just different. I don't know, a little bit, just different. I don't know. I guess call me old fashioned. I like white women, European women, and they're also I think the reason why the West, like we went to the moon, I think our women expect more out of us as men than any other civilization. Western women, man, they take us to task. They expect nothing but the best. Like, you literally inspired us or expected us. Like, we went to the goddamn moon. We literally went to the moon. People didn't even know if that shit existed 100 years ago. They didn't even know if it was a figment of their imagination or what. We went to the fucking moon. And I really do think it's because the European women they have high expectations for their men. They expect they expect those men to take care of them and their family better than extremely well. I mean, they have high expectations, and I feel like that is a good thing because we're capable of what we've accomplished. Yeah, of course they are, Simo. Of course they are. I mean, they still are. I'm not gonna lie, they still are. But we are capable of women. Why European women? What they've asked of us, we've been capable of. Somehow they've known that we've been like they know that European men were capable of more than we think, and they have a way of inspiring and it's expecting the fucking creme de la creme. They expect damn near perfection, and they're not wrong to. We've done more than any other, and absolutely, you're right. Question behind. I mean, and that's true. I know that for sure because I don't have a woman, and life is fucking hard. Like maybe not as hard as it is for women that don't have a man, but god damn it, it is hard, and it's not it sucks. I'm not gonna lie, it sucks. Women make it not more comfortable, a lot more acceptable. I could accept a lot worse than I'd go through if I had like a woman. I would be able to endure a lot more adversity. Southern Belles from Alabama. Yeah, I do like Southern women. I like their accent. It's just so good, so good. Truly, English too. Although I don't think they're as attractive. Quite. Well, I get. Yeah, you know, I don't like being fucking thrown off my train of thought. That's why I turn that shit down for a second. I'm kind of just ranting. Ah, the show. The show. Booyah. What you know about it? Oh shit. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Got it ready to go.
Good evening, everybody. You're
Yeah.
watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. Big show. A little bit later than normal, but that's okay. Our featured story, we're talking all about the war in Iran, which is technically over, or so it seems. And tonight we're once again going to be talking all about this very uneasy ceasefire, which was proclaimed on Tuesday. And there's been a lot of confusion about what this even is. What are the terms? Who agreed to what and when? And who said what to who? And when did they say it? And who agreed? There is so much confusion about all of this. And as the days have gone on, we have started to put the pieces together a little bit. On Tuesday, we had no clue. We had no idea what the hell this was, if there even was a deal. Yesterday, we started to get some sense that things are not exactly as they seem. And now today, I think we have a much clearer picture of where all of this is headed. So this entire discussion centers around this ceasefire, which was proclaimed on Tuesday by President Trump. He said we have a 2-week deal with Iran. It's a 2-week truce, and the conditions for the truce are that Iran must open up the strait to commercial shipping. And in the meantime, the U.S. and Iran are going to meet in Pakistan to negotiate an actual deal, an actual comprehensive peace that will end the fighting. This was announced on Tuesday, and almost immediately after, Iran came out and said that the ceasefire was far more expansive. It also included the hostilities between Israel and the Iranian proxy Hezbollah in Lebanon. This has become the major sticking point in this ceasefire talk, whether we have one or not. Iran and Pakistan say that we don't have a deal to open up the strait unless Israel stops attacking Lebanon. Well, yesterday we find out that the U.S. and Israel, they did not agree to that. And whether they agreed to it or not, whether they are lying or the Iranian side is lying, they are not going to abide by that term anyway. And so it seems that as long as this war in Lebanon continues, there is no deal. And as of today, the war in Lebanon goes on. Trump says that he has gotten Israel to stop, but yesterday was the deadliest day in Israel's war in Lebanon since that war restarted a month ago. Now, there is supposed to be a negotiation on Saturday between the U.S. and Iran in Pakistan, and the U.S. delegation is there. They're ready to go. We don't know if the Iranians are there. And the Iranians are telling us that there will be no ceasefire and there will be no negotiation on Saturday as long as the war in Lebanon is going on. And right now it is. So we're going to talk all about that. We'll talk about all the latest developments. There's a few specific things I want to get into. I suppose the big things that we've learned are that there is some reporting that the U.S. and Israel did indeed agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon, and they are now reneging on that agreement. So we didn't know initially whether that was something the Iranians made up or something they forced in there at the last minute, or maybe even after the agreement was finished. We now have heard that the U.S. and Israel agreed to the ceasefire in Lebanon, as attested by Pakistan and Iran, but now they are not going to follow through on that. We're also learning that President Trump did not agree to allow Iran to charge money as a toll for commercial shipping going through the strait. On Tuesday, we believe that he was aware of this and supported it. Now he's not happy about it. And we also now have confirmation that the Strait of Hormuz is not open. It is, in fact, closed. Yesterday, 4 vessels went through the strait, and they were all dry shipping containers. There was no chemical tankers, so no oil and gas has so far left the strait. And today, only 8 ships went through the strait, all carrying Iranian cargo. So all signs are pointing towards this weekend being a huge disappointment. That's the question mark. Vance, Witkoff, Kushner are there in Iran, and they are there to meet the parliamentary speaker and foreign minister of Iran for a negotiation, which all indications say is not going to happen as long as the war in Lebanon is raging, and there is a very good chance that that will still be happening by Saturday. So we'll get into all of it. We're going to work through all these different developments. We'll talk about where we are and where all of this is headed. The other thing I want to discuss is this Truth Social post from Trump earlier today on Truth Social. This evening, Trump called out everybody: Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. One notable exception, what's that all about? Some might say he doesn't want the Groyper curse. Maybe he just doesn't care that much about me. Maybe I'm not a big enough deal. Why? Because I wasn't on Fox News or something? But today, Trump took the gloves off and he lit into all of the major Israel-critical anti-war pundits attacking, quote, bankrupt Alex Jones, crazy Candace Owens,
I still feel like they're last year.
Tucker, and Megyn Kelly. He lit into all of them in literally a 500-word post on Truth Social, attacking all of them, excoriating them. And you gotta wonder, so if that's not your target demographic, who the fuck is even in this MAGA movement at all anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Because everything on Truth Social is, it's against the Democrats, it's against
I agree, Simo.
James Comey, it's against Mueller, who died, and that actor who died, and it's against the Wall Street Journal, and it's against people on Fox, and now it's against the 4 biggest conservative podcasters in America.
Alex Jones.
What's the market share? What is the market share of Tucker plus Candace plus Megyn Kelly plus Alex Jones? I think that's probably like 70%.
Yeah.
Or more of the conservative podcasting audience, or you could even say media audience. What did he say last year? If you want the Epstein files, you're not MAGA. Marjorie Taylor Greene was thrown under the bus. Thomas Massey thrown under the bus.
Yeah, Trump is
okay, so who's even left then? If it's not the left, and it's not the middle, and it's not Tucker, Candace, Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Greene, Thomas Massey.
It's the Jays.
Who does that leave? It's the Villages, it's Mark Levin, Randy Fine, Lindsey Graham.
Everybody
I think those
Florida.
are the only people that are still MAGA.
The Villages, Randy
Joe
Fine,
Rogan's out. All In Podcast is out. Joe Kent is out. Who's left? Theo Von is out. You know, all the Austin, Texas comedians are out. Who's left? Who do you got left? Barry Weiss?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. So we'll talk about it. It was kind of funny. It was kind of a funny post, I'm not going to lie. Trump said that Brigitte Macron is prettier than Candace Owens. That's kind of funny. He said, crazy Candace Owens, who says the president of France's wife is a man, but who is far prettier. That's kind of funny. And what's rich, actually, about the post, and we'll get into it, is that all these people voted for Trump. Isn't that delicious? They all voted for Trump. They all were shocked and surprised that Trump brought us to war in Iran and opposed it. And now, one by one, Trump throws each and every one of them under the bus. Gotta love it. And the one person that was spared was me. And I didn't even vote for him. I still have never been disavowed by Trump. Isn't that crazy? I didn't get disavowed by Trump after the dinner. I didn't get disavowed by Trump after the Tucker cost when he was asked about me. And even though I'm on the timeline just really laying into Trump, still no disavowal, which is kind of hilarious. People that have given their life to Trump, literally. People that were in Trump's cabinet, people that lost their livelihood, people that went to jail for Trump, people that voted for Trump 3 times and campaigned for him, they have all been thrown under the bus. They have all been totally disavowed, publicly humiliated, ritualistically humiliated. But me, I'm good. You know what it is? I just think that he really likes me. I think that I made such an amazing first impression. Can that even be denied at this point? I think that when I met Trump, perhaps I made such a good impression. I like to think that. I like to think that the Jews in the White House are like, Mr. President, we have to disavow Nick Fuentes. He was just on Tucker. Mr. President, we have to disavow Nick Fuentes. This Kanye dinner is going to destroy your entire campaign. I'd like to think that Trump said, no, I like that guy. That was a good guy. No, I really liked him. That was a smart young man. And I'm not going to, I don't care what he says. He's a good guy. I'd like to think that I made such a good impression. As wicked as Trump has become, real still recognizes real. Even though he's really evil, even though he's really wicked, he's still real. And real will always recognize real, no matter what. And whatever happens and whatever we say, and whoever we vote for, and whomever we may vote for in the past, in the future, real will always recognize real. Look at this basketball. The basketball says, I know him. I know ball. Trump knows ball, and ball knows me. That's not like a cryptic ball knowledge, elite ball. I'm just saying like he knows ball. Real, whatever. Real recognizes real. Trump knows. He knows. Trump just knows. We're connected like that. He met me at the dinner and said, I like this guy. I see myself in him. I'm going to give him a chance. This is my top guy here. Anyway, we're going to get into all of it. Before we do, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about the show. Remember to check out the merch store, Fuentes.store. We have our brand new spring collection. Great stuff. Everybody loves it. T-shirts, hoodies, shorts, hats, stuff. It's great. We have our white America First hat. It's all white. And we have a white Jeffrey Epstein quarter zip. And we have America First gym shorts and a vintage distressed hat, which is incredible. And we have some stuff that's really hardcore with swastikas, but we also have stuff that's plain that you could wear anywhere. And no one will even know. No one's going to know. They're not going to know. So check it out, Fuentes.store. If you want to support the show, become a Plus subscriber at AmericaFirst.plus, $15 a month. You get access to the entire archive, every episode of the show, every collab, every debate, it's all there. and you get it as an MP3 format as well. In addition, you get the RSS feed, you get an MP3 download, and the video player, in my opinion, is better than Rumble. No offense. So check it out. $100 a month. You get to be in the $100 a month club and talk to me and hang out with me. And you get bonus content every other day throughout the week. I'm dropping knowledge in there all the time. So check it out. That's AmericaFirst.plus. Okay, with that, we're going to dive into the show. We're going to get right into it. And we'll talk about what is going on with the ceasefire. But first, I do want to talk a little bit about this Truth Social post. And you know what? I had an article clipped about it, but I think I'm just going to read it because it deserves to be read in its entirety, even though it's literally 500 words. So I'm going to pull it up for you. And our first, before we get into the actual ceasefire, let's do the fun stuff. Let's do a silly one first. So our first story is about this unbelievable Truth Social post from President Trump. I'll read the article to you first about it. This is from the Wall Street Journal. It says, quote, President Trump called Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, four conservative, once allies of Trump who have been critical of his approach to the war in Iran, losers and stupid people in a nearly 500-word Truth Social post on Thursday. He said they sought publicity and would say anything necessary to get it. And this is the post. I'll read it to you. This is good stuff, guys. Why do I like it? See, that's how you know I'm evil. That's how you know I might be a little bit evil. And maybe I just live for the drama a little bit. Maybe I just like to see something happen sometimes. But today, Trump jumps on Truth Social and he just tears Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Tucker, and Marjorie Greene a fucking new asshole in this 500-word devastating truth nuke, orbital strike, rods of God bomb of a post. And I don't know why I like it, because directionally I agree with all these people, but there's something that I just like about this. Anyway, so this is the post. This is Trump. He says, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past. Look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows. They're not even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They're nut jobs, troublemakers, and will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker, who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question. Or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. Or bankrupt Alex. I love how it just goes on and on. It just keeps going. He writes, or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. It's like, You know, and I shouldn't. Why is this so funny to me? Because you know me, I love Alex, and I love, he's really the only one I like, I guess, but there's something so funny that this is the president of the United States just lighting these niggas up, just lighting them up on Truth Social. And because they all supported him for like a decade and voted for him and shilled for him. And then he just lights them up. He writes, or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things, lost his entire fortune, as he should have, for his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA. They are losers, just trying to latch on to MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want to, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength and not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the U.S. is the hottest country in the world.
Sure.
And that is the 500-word message, the literally 500-word Truth Social post from our fearless president of the United States, Donald Trump. And,
you know, maybe I am a failed man, but that doesn't make you right. Doesn't make you right. No matter what my shortcomings are, that doesn't make you right.
I suppose it speaks for itself. So he really hates these people. And what really is there to say about it that hasn't already been said? He has betrayed MAGA. This movement started in opposition to war. Now it is responsible for the wars. The movement radicalized the masses, now is de-radicalizing them. All of these people supported Trump and sacrificed for the benefit of America first in this movement. Now they've all been devoured by it. They've all been backstabbed and betrayed and thrown under the bus by it. And now they get, instead of rewarded and instead of gaining any type of influence, they get publicly humiliated and attacked. And listen, I have a complicated relationship with some of these people. Megyn Kelly hates me for some reason. Tucker hates me for some reason. Candace Owens hates me for some reason. Alex Jones I like. But there is a lesson in this, which is that each and every one of these people, like I said, they have supported Trump for 10 years. Each and every one of these people, as far as I know, they voted for Trump 3 times. They campaigned for him in 2024. Some of them spoke at the convention. You know it, I know it, and we've all seen it. How many shows has Alex Jones gone to the mat for Trump? In spite of what he knew, in spite of his reservations, in spite of his concerns, how many shows and how much flack did he get? And I say this because I'm most aware of Alex Jones' body of work. How much has Alex defended Trump, fought for Trump, went to stop the steal, supported him in 2016, said it was imperative to support him in 2024, defended him from the witch hunt, from the Russia investigation. And by the way, even when it was hard, even when it was difficult,
Hell yeah.
when he was destroyed by the left and lost everything, and Trump was no help, Trump did not give Alex Jones a pardon preemptively. when he could have after January 6th. Trump did not try to assist him in getting censored off of the internet in his first term, and Trump has done nothing in the second term to help Alex Jones in this ridiculous lawsuit and ongoing witch hunt in other matters from the DOJ and from the left. And this is how Alex is rewarded. Think of that. This is how he is rewarded. Trump doesn't help him. Trump doesn't do anything for him, and Alex has no influence. Instead, Trump is going to throw him under the bus literally the second that Alex expresses disagreement with Trump over a policy, which, by the way, Trump himself campaigned against.
Insane.
What does it tell you?
Nothing good.
This is the same thing that I have been saying from the beginning. From the beginning of this show, since the 2024 election, about Trump, and it is this: take your own side.
Yeah.
Why are people loyal
ass.
to Trump? Why would you be loyal to Trump?
Or even a government.
Do you not see who this person is? Trump is not a loyal person. He isn't, and never has been, ever. Hello? When will people wake up and realize this is not a loyal person? Trump is a treacherous person and always has been. Look at all of Trump's closest allies over the past 10 years. People like Jeff Sessions, people like Ann Coulter, people in the Trump organization. How many people have gotten involved with Trump?
Everybody that's gotten
They were
involved
the
with him
first
got
to
fucked.
endorse him, like Sessions, like Ann Coulter. How many people got sued, like Bannon, like Mike Flynn, like his campaign manager, whose name I forget right now? How many of these people got involved with Trump, lost everything, sacrificed everything on his behalf, were destroyed, only to be discarded, only to be backstabbed, thrown under the bus? It happens over and over again. And this is just what you come to expect with Trump. It's the scorpion and the frog. You can't take it personally. You can't hold it against him. It's in his nature. It's what he does. He stings these people. And you don't have to be mad about it, and you don't have to moralize about it, but you recognize this is a person in politics. He is not our friend. He is not the savior of Western civilization. He's not God. He's not your boss. He's not your dad. He's a politician. He's a billionaire. He is a billionaire. He is a politician. And this extraordinary movement that he has built, historic as it is, and maybe at one point had noble intentions, always was there to enrich and benefit him. That was always the program.
Obviously.
And we thought we would get something out of it. This movement obviously edified the president to an extraordinary degree. Trump was in this arguably from the beginning for his own legacy, for his own aggrandizement. What was the purpose of the MAGA movement? Trump wanted another jewel in his crown. He wanted another feather in his cap. It wasn't enough to be a billionaire. It wasn't enough to put his name on a skyscraper or 10 of them. It wasn't enough to have the biggest game show on NBC and be a celebrity and the rest of it. He wanted to leave his mark on history. He wanted to be like those people in the history documentaries he watches. He wanted to be the leader.
Yeah,
and
right.
we thought that if we
Not just a
conferred those
peripheral
benefits on him, if we made him our king, then we would get something out of it too. That there was this coincidence of wants. We will appoint you the tyrant. We will appoint you the leader. And it can be all about you, and it can be your name, and you can put your stamp on it. As long as it is a populist uprising and empowered by the people, you would deliver some of those benefits to the people. But we saw what happened in the first term. Didn't happen. Trump betrayed all of his own people. The people from his campaign didn't get jobs in the admin. The people that stormed the Capitol for him did not get pardons. They went to jail. The people that fought the hardest for him, fought the Russia gate and fought in the cabinet and wore their MAGA hats and endorsed him, one by one, they were all discarded, humiliated, mocked, betrayed. There's no excuse. After Trump did not pardon the J6ers, you should have knew what kind of guy he was.
He
didn't put Clinton in jail. He didn't build the wall. He didn't make allies with Russia. He didn't put Israel in its place. He did none of the things he promised. He didn't help any of the people that voted for him or any of the people that fought for him. As a matter of fact, in many ways, he only hurt them. And this is why in 2024, I said, loyalty to Trump, I don't owe Trump anything. What more do I owe Trump? What more does anybody owe this person? We voted for him twice. And many of us were there for Stop the Steal. And many of us were holding down the fort on the internet, fighting the meme war. And we were spreading the gospel of Trump and wearing the hat and doing all these things. And we all paid a price in our own way, whether you were ostracized, disinvited from a Thanksgiving dinner, fired from your job, expelled from school, punched in the face, banned on Twitter, put in jail, died. Some people died. We all suffered in our own way. And what were we rewarded with in the end? A vaccine, BLM riots, a jail sentence after J6. Remember? Nobody got their Twitter accounts back. There was no tech, Bill of Rights or anything like that. We got nothing. And so in 2024, this was the only group of people, the Groypers and me included, that said, hey, let's snap out of it. Let's adjust to the information that we've gotten. And let's just realize we have to put America first, not Trump, not the GOP, not whatever. We have to put Americans, us. We have to put the country first. Trump won't do that. He can't do it, so we don't need him. But we were convinced by all of these people, Tucker, Megyn, Candace. I'm not going to say Alex because I like Alex, but he campaigned for Trump too. All these people told us, no, we need to vote for Trump. We got to do it one last time. Some people even went further and they say, loyalty to Trump is my only ideological value. We owe him. I'm loyal to the president. Look at what that has profited us. Nothing. And look at what it has profited the biggest cheerleaders. They just get bitch slapped across the face. And what's amazing is that they still don't have a clue. Think about, and this is what I want to say, because this is the most important part. This is what you need to know, aside from maybe giving you some emotional catharsis here. Megyn Kelly said this week she's still going to vote Republicans in the midterms.
No matter what.
She said, I'm still going to vote for the Republicans. Then she doubled down and said, even if Trump nukes Iran, I'm still voting Republican.
That bitch actually said, I'll still vote Republican even if he drops a nuke. What? And then the very next day she said, this is wrong. How could he threaten to drop a nuke? Bitch, you just said you would fucking vote for a Republican over a Democrat, even if they dropped a nuke. Like, that was, you said you didn't give a shit. There was no none of that. That's fucking insane. That bitch, this is why I don't really go to women for news. I jettison Megyn Kelly. I only do TYT and breaking points.
How about now? Now that Trump has attacked all these people, are you still going to vote Republicans? I'm sure she would say yes. Even after all this, they still want you to keep voting. Same thing with Tucker.
Shit.
Tucker was at the RNC in 2024 saying Trump is the leader of our nation. He may not be the president, but he's the leader. Remember that? Remember that? Tucker went to the Republican convention in July 24 and said, Trump may not be the president, but he's the leader. He's our leader of America. Oh, really? Give me a break. Now Tucker says, oh, Trump might be the Antichrist.
Right.
Tucker says nobody could go against Israel. Really? Obama did. Really? Trump can't or won't. They still won't criticize Trump. People like Tucker, people like Megyn Kelly, they'll make a stink about Israel. They'll take their shots at Trump. They'll take their pot shots. But in the end, they still want to deliver the vote right back to the GOP. Haven't learned their lesson. Or they want to throw it to Vance, Trump's vice president that he handpicked, that was in the room when all these decisions were made. So what actually is it going to take? What do people need to see to wake up and realize what must be done here? And maybe to put it in more concrete terms, when are people going to wake up and realize this guy is the problem? It's him. It's not that there's this antichrist thing. It's not that nobody can resist Israel or whatever. No, it's Trump. Trump is the problem. Trump is the problem. Who is even part of MAGA anymore? Think about the damage that he is doing. He doesn't have a high approval rating. He has a high favorability rating among Republicans. And he is very popular, unfortunately, still. If you ask your average person, hey, do you like Trump? Your average right-leaning person is going to say, yeah, I like Trump. Yeah, he's got to do what he's got to do. Even if they're against the war, you might say, really? You support the war? Your average person's going to say, I don't like Iran. I support Trump. A lot of these pro-Trump people on Twitter, they're not entirely wrong when they say that it's an internet phenomenon, that people are really up in arms about the war. You know who's against the war? Very young people, very online people. But you look at older people, you look at the boomers, you look at some of the Xers, you look at your average Republican voter, your average right-wing conservative person, they still like Trump. And think of the damage that Trump is doing when he gets on Truth Social and says, you're not MAGA if you don't like Mark Levin. You're not MAGA if you don't support my war in Iran. Tucker, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, Marjorie Greene, they're not MAGA. They're idiots. Don't listen to them. They're terrible podcasters. Think of the damage that he is doing and the moment that we are in. It might be easier if you imagine what a real president might do in this situation that is actually America first. If we actually had a positive force in the White House, that person would be elevating these voices, not diminishing them. If we had a real America First president, you know what that would look like? Well, for openers, they wouldn't be glazing Mark Levin on the timeline, endorsing Lindsey Graham, and prosecuting a war in Iran. They wouldn't be mocking and putting down the only 5 podcasters and former congresswoman that's actually still America First. And what Trump is doing is being the nucleus of this movement and having the legacy and the bully pulpit that he has, he is sucking all the oxygen out of the room. Nobody is free to imagine what a genuine America First movement should or could or can look like as long as he is there. He is sitting on the seat. It is occupied. And so any money that would go in that direction, any votes that would go in that direction, any wayward Republican politician that might trend in that direction, they can't, because he's sitting on the chair blocking all of it, absorbing all of it. No Republican politician wants to go against Trump, so no Republican politician can be America First. And no Republican donor wants to make Trump mad. They don't want to put money behind somebody that isn't Trump endorsed. They need his endorsement. So all that money is going to flow into the Trump machine, the Trump-controlled Republican super PACs, and the Trump-endorsed candidates. And the same goes for all the other projects. He is sitting there occupying the seat, and he is now preventing, don't you understand? He is preventing and blocking and suffocating any real America First movement that might emerge. And isn't this the perfect opportunity?
Dynamite.
What other opportunity do you get in this century for an America First movement? Biden let in 10 million illegal aliens, and look at the polling that resulted from that. The majority of people were against legal immigration, supported mass deportations. You had this October 7th rolling campaign by Israel, a genocide in Gaza, drawing the United States into a war with Iran. What am I saying? We could have had an America First president that would have been anti-immigration and would have resisted the Israel lobby and maybe even put them in their place in some kind of confrontation. But we all know that could have never happened because Trump was going to be the nominee.
Yep.
And Trump is now the president. And now he says the law of the land is Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham, war with Iran, burying the Epstein files. We're going to go after the criminal illegals, but no more mass deportations. And because he's the guy, everybody's got to fall in line and go with it. Because he's the guy, it's impossible for anybody to raise a challenge against it. He suffocates anything that might oppose that.
No new ideas. Nothing.
Who could go against Trump? Who's powerful enough? Nobody. And this is why I said in 24, it would have been better if he lost. Because I said exactly this. I said, if you get Trump, everyone will become complacent. If Trump wins in 24, I told you that this is precisely what would happen. I said, if Trump wins in 24, he's taking us to war in Iran. You get no mass deportations. He's going to de-radicalize everybody. The second he wins, everybody's going to say, we can trust elections again. They're not rigged if Trump can win. Everybody's going to breathe a sigh of relief. Everybody is going to make excuses. They're going to take it easy on him. They're going to go with it. I said, and all of that revolutionary sentiment, all of that disillusionment, anger, frustration, it will all dissipate. The pressure will be released. I said, and by 2028, people are going to be over it. Trump is going to lose everybody. And by 28, people are going to be ready for a left-wing economic populist to eat the rich or whatever, or do UBI, or have Anthropic have a alignment, safety-oriented AI program. And that is exactly what has happened. That is exactly how it has played out. Case in point. And, you know, a lot of that sounded abstract. I'll never forget the feeling of trying to explain this to people in 24. People would say, oh, but Trump is better than Kamala. So, like, you really think he's going to be worse? And I tried to explain this to people. I said, but you see, if Trump wins, he's going to de-radicalize everybody. If he loses, people are going to stay pissed off, and Trump goes away. He doesn't ruin his legacy. He can exist in our imagination as this radical that he never was. I said, and by 28, people are going to be ready for right-wing radicalism. I said, we need to incubate more anger. We need to incubate more resentment, so that by 2028, people are ready for a radical option. And with Trump out of the picture, maybe one can arise. A space will be opened up. That is always the first step. People think the first step is get the guy to run for office. No, the first step is a space has to be opened up. This is perennial. A container, a space must open. Do you understand what I'm saying? A space must be created. The conditions must be created. The conditions and the timing have to be right. And then the right person emerges. But if Trump is sitting there and we know he fucking sucks, then that person can't emerge. So, and that's where we are. So, I mean, it's hilarious. It would be hilarious if it wasn't so sad. But that's your post. Trump, Mr. Golden Age, America first, no new wars, mass deportations. He writes a 500-word screed putting down by name Megyn Kelly, Candace Tucker, Marjorie Greene, Alex Jones. And why? Because they don't want to go to war with Iran. That's crazy. Like, think about that sentence. How insane is that? Tucker is like a full-blown Hitler worshiper. Honestly, the blood guilt is a little extreme for me. You know, Tucker seems to be like, I don't know, he seems to be like a Marcionite. And I don't even know if he's against blood guilt, because it seems like he just hates Jews and Israel too much, even for me. Tucker's like a full-blown Hitler worshiper. Candace Owens is a full-blown anti-Semite. Even Alex Jones is criticizing Trump finally. This is where we are. Trump has brought us to a war in Iran, and now by name, he is casting all of them out of MAGA. So whereas you might have said these people are the far right flank, they're pushing the envelope, they're leading the GOP in a more radical direction where Trump maybe cannot. Now Trump is actively fighting them and discrediting them. And conversely, he's promoting Mark Levin, promoting Laura Loomer, endorsing Lindsey Graham. It could not get more explicit. It's 2026, and Trump is saying MAGA means war with Iran, no Epstein files. MAGA means Mark Levin and Laura Loomer and Lindsey Graham are the best, and Tucker and Candace and Megyn Kelly and Alex Jones are the worst. It's just like, it's indefensible now. Fuck MAGA. It's dead. It's dead. MAGA is, I'll do it again for you. MAGA is dead. We are America first. This means nothing. Fuck this movement. If MAGA means Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, Barry Weiss, and Netanyahu, and not Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, and Tucker, then MAGA is garbage. It is a dead brand. No young person wants to be a part of this. Nobody is enthusiastic about it, and it is a joke. And I hope Trump knows that. Trump, you don't have any young fans anymore.
Nope.
I know, I'm a young person. You don't have any young supporters. The people that memed you into the White House, the people that made the memes, the actually creative, fun, edgy, intelligent young people that brought the energy in 2016, they're gone. I know, I was one of them. I'm not anymore. It is a dead and dying movement. The only people left in MAGA are the boomers that still watch Fox News, the boomers in the villages, all these retirees in Florida, these people that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground anymore. They get tricked by AI on the regular. Those are the only people that are still with it. And like Trump, they're not going to be here in 20 years. They're going to be dead. We are going to be here in 20 years. We are going to be in politics in 20 years, and we're done with that. So it's like I've been saying from the beginning, it's time to dream a little bigger. It's time to imagine the actual America First movement. And that starts with discarding Trump. No, sorry. If that's what MAGA is, then we're not MAGA. No one is MAGA.
Fuck yeah.
I don't want to be at the tail end of the Trump movement. I want to get in at the ground floor of the America First movement. And what we need to start to imagine is a movement that is so radical and severe and powerful that it towers over the MAGA movement. We want the America First movement to look like a tsunami, a hurricane, and we want MAGA to look like a little wave.
At least Nick has vision.
A little ripple. That's the kind of mindset that we need. Don't be sad that it's over. Be happy that it happened and look forward to a more radical and more extreme future. That's the only way, is to recognize that Trumpism is not the end-all be-all. It's not the last word. It was a necessary first step. And with no nostalgia and with no sentimentality and no emotional investment, we need to wrest the baton from Trump's tiny hands.
Oh, shit.
We need to take the baton from Trump's
with
small
Nick's
hands,
big,
whether he likes it or not.
Massive hands.
Thank you, but your movement is dead, and we need to put the pillow on top of the movement.
Oh,
It's Day of the Pillow. Trump, we love you. Thank you for what you have done. But we are now going to euthanize the MAGA movement. We're going to take the baton from it, and we're going to carry it forward. And only the young people can do it. It's not going to be Trump. Honestly, it's not even going to be Tucker.
Managil says,
too
I
old
told
as
you
well.
2045 the
It's gotta be us.
H-man prophesied
All
it.
the energy is with the Groypers. We will take it from here. Not Vance, not Tucker, not Trump,
Ranted
me,
about this for like 4
us,
fucking hours.
the Groypers. We are the future. So that's how we have to think about all this. I recognize we've spent the entire show talking about this post. So we are going to move on. We're going to get into the latest on Iran, but it's what it is. I mean, when you see a post like this, it really crystallizes for you. It should really bring it home that this is over now. Okay? It's been almost exactly 10 years and it's now over. So it's time for everybody to move on. And the only way that can happen is if and when Trump is out of the picture, when he leaves office. So it's just a disgrace. I don't know how anybody could still stand behind Trump at this point. What does Trumpism now represent? Like I said, it's corporate tax cuts, it's war with Iran, it's whatever this old piece of shit says it is. You know, and it's like Trump was never even that conservative. Trump is not a white nationalist. Trump is not even a Christian. Does he even believe in God? Does he even know anything about God? He's not anti-Semitic. He fucking loves Israel and always has. He's practically a Jew himself. And he's from New York real estate. Who do you think he's been in business with his entire life? So people have this attachment to Trump. It's time to let it go. It's time to be the legend killer. We're like Randy Orton. You know, we're like Kylo Ren. We have to look at Trump's toupee. We have to look at Trump's MAGA hat and say, I will finish what you started. But no, it's over. The past is dead. We have to kill the past. We have to kill this movement before it kills us. Before MAGA can suffocate the next generation, we need to suffocate MAGA. We're moving on. We're breaking with the past. The past doesn't exist anymore. And we're not going to let it hold us back anymore. Now we have to begin to create boldly. And all options are on the table. But anyway, that's where we are mentally. We're going to move on. We're going to get into the news about the ceasefire. And we are not going to be able to spend too much time on this because I've already gone on for about an hour. I'm just thinking a little bit about what's happening in the country. So we'll talk a little bit about the ceasefire. And our big news today is about how this ceasefire deal is progressing. Now, on Tuesday, as you know, President Trump proclaimed a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, which was apparently supposed to bring an end to the conflict. And if the offensive operations against Iran stopped, then we were going to give Iran an opportunity to come to the table and negotiate a comprehensive peace deal. Well, I don't know that this ceasefire ever even really happened because we are 48 hours into it and there is not even any agreement between the 2 or 3 or 4 parties involved about what the deal was, what the deal is, and what anybody actually agreed to. And so let's talk about what has happened now in the past 48 hours. So we covered this last night. We covered it on Tuesday. When the initial deal was announced on Tuesday night, and this was supposed to prevent or abort this apocalyptic annihilation attack on Iran, which Trump had been threatening for the past week. When that original ceasefire deal was proclaimed, this is what we understood it to be. Trump said that there would be a 2-week pause in fighting, which means that the U.S. and Israel would cease their operations against Iran. Now, the offensive operations would stop only if Iran agreed to open up shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would not necessarily give up control of the strait, but they were going to allow shipping to resume. These were the conditions. In the meantime, the U.S. and Iran were supposed to come together in Pakistan and negotiate a comprehensive deal. This was the deal as we understood it on Tuesday night. But even on Tuesday night, based on what was said and based on the wording, it wasn't clear that that was really the deal or that Iran agreed to that version of the deal. Nobody really knew what was going on, but that is what was indicated to us by the White House. 2-week pause as long as Iran opened up the strait, and in the meantime, there would be these negotiations. That was the program. But like we talked about last night, about an hour and a half later, Pakistan and Iran proclaimed a very different version of the deal. Pakistan, which brokered the deal, and Iran, the other party to the deal, they came out later on Tuesday night and said, actually, it's not just a cessation of hostilities and an opening of the strait and the negotiations. They said the U.S. agreed to our 10-point plan. They said the U.S. agreed to 10 other things, like we agreed that Iran has a right to enrich uranium, and we agreed to lift all secondary and primary sanctions, and we agreed to remove 40,000 U.S. troops from the region, and the ceasefire also extends to Israel's war with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So right out of the gate, you got two very different deals. The U.S. version says, look, we're not going to shoot you anymore if you let us buy our oil. And then Iran and Pakistan come out not 2 hours later and say, actually, the U.S. has completely surrendered and agreed to all of our demands, and there's a ceasefire in the whole region, and we get nukes, and we get sanctions relief, and they're going to vacate all their bases. And so obviously, there's a miscommunication. Well, yesterday, we learned a little bit more about these discrepancies. So Trump is asked, does the ceasefire extend to Lebanon? And Trump says no. Netanyahu says no as well. Trump says no, a ceasefire in Lebanon was never part of the deal. And no, we didn't agree to their 10-point plan. And no, we didn't agree to let them enrich uranium. Trump effectively says we're sticking to our story, which is we only agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, opening the strait, and negotiations. Well, Iran and Pakistan disagree. Pakistan, again, which brokered the deal, says, you absolutely agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon. And Iran is furious. Iran comes out and says, if you don't agree to the terms which we laid out, then we don't actually have a deal. And it appears yesterday that Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz because of this. And it becomes very clear yesterday that maybe the biggest sticking point out of all these issues is the war in Lebanon. Now, last night we had a lot of questions about this. And the questions were these. We said, if there's a discrepancy here, which is that the U.S. is claiming we never agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon, but Pakistan and Iran say that they did, well, who's lying? Did Iran and Pakistan slip that in at the last minute? Are they making that up? Is that a poison pill? Are they looking to get out of the deal? Or did the U.S. agree to it and then weirdly back out at the last minute? What exactly is going on with that aspect of the deal? Well, we find out today there's a report that the U.S. and Israel actually did agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon. We're not sure if that's true, but that is being claimed now, that initially the U.S. and Israel did agree that a ceasefire in Lebanon, a comprehensive ceasefire, was actually part of the program. It was only afterward that the U.S. and Israel changed their position. And you wonder why that might be the case. Now, Israel is adamant. Not only do they not agree to a ceasefire, they want to make it known that they don't agree to a ceasefire in Lebanon. And yesterday, they launched the deadliest attack in Lebanon to date in this renewed round of fighting since the war with Iran broke out last month. Now the death count is as high as 300 almost. So think about this. The U.S. and Israel allegedly agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon. The day after, they renege on that part of the agreement, and not only do they say there will be no ceasefire in Lebanon, but Israel actually carries out the most devastating strike yet, killing 300 people. In response to this, Iran's parliamentary speaker, who's effectively acting as the head of government right now, he comes out last night and says, look, you agreed to a ceasefire in Lebanon. You're in violation of the deal blatantly. And if you're blatantly violating the deal, then there is no basis. There is no foundation either for a ceasefire or for negotiations. And so Iran's government said last night, as long as Israel is fighting in Lebanon, they're in breach. And as long as you're in breach, we're going to close the strait right back up, because that's part of the deal. And we're no longer talking to you, which was, again, also part of the deal. Now, there's this question about, do we still have the ceasefire and will the negotiations commence? Even though Iran is telling us that the ceasefire is finished and the negotiations are off, the United States still seems to believe that the deal is in place and the negotiations are actually on. And the Iranians are not exactly being very clear about this, because the Iranians are still saying, well, we might go to the talks, but you need to stop the fighting in Lebanon, and we might allow shipping to resume in the Strait. Some ships went through yesterday, some ships went through today, but not the 15 to 20 that Iran promised.
And you know, Iran deserves a lot of credit for this, because out of the entire planet, not one other, the only country that stuck up for Gaza in that genocide was Iran. The only company that has stood up for Lebanon in that fucking attempted genocide right now is Iran. They deserve real admiration.
Still a lot of confusion even today. So Trump comes out today on Truth Social and says that he's very unhappy that Iran is still not letting shipping go through in the Strait. Well, wasn't that the whole point of the ceasefire? If we made an agreement on Tuesday, and if that agreement is still in place, then why is it that the Strait is closed? Because Trump said on Truth Social that Iran is not doing a good enough job letting shipping go through the Strait. Well, that's because they only let 8 ships go through today and 4 yesterday. And what's more, Trump seemed to say on Tuesday that he was okay with Iran controlling the Strait and charging a toll. Now he says today he's not okay with them charging money, charging a toll to every ship that goes through just a couple of days ago.
Twice that it did that.
What's more, Trump said today that he would try to get Israel to back off of Lebanon. Well, Israel did not get the message, because Israel said we're open to talking with Lebanon, but we're not going to stop bombing them. Israel says we are not going to have a ceasefire. We might talk with Lebanon. We're not going to stop bombing Hezbollah anytime soon. Here's what we do know, and this has been made very clear today. The Iranian representative of the government, this parliamentary speaker, came out today and said, if Israel doesn't stop in Lebanon, you don't have a deal and we're not meeting. The U.S. delegation is in Pakistan, ready to meet with representatives from Iran on Saturday. And that is our Vice President, J.D. Vance, that is Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. The Iranians are telling us we're not meeting with them. They won't even confirm that they're going. And they say, we won't go unless you can get Israel to commit not to attack Lebanon. Now, what is interesting is that other countries are joining the call by Iran for Israel to stop. The president of France, the president of Spain, and even other heads of state in the country too are all saying that Israel has to stop the war in Lebanon. And this is maybe the most fascinating part. We talked about this a little bit last night. When the war in Iran started last year, and when it started up again this year, what was the central issue at stake? What was the central point of contention? Well, it was their nuclear program. We went to war with Iran last year because Iran wouldn't give up enrichment. We went to war with Iran this year because we didn't adequately destroy their nuclear sites and they were rebuilding their missiles. Well, as the war progressed, Iran took control of the Strait, and that became the central point of contention. What has been the subject, the central point of contention in the negotiations for the past 2 to 3 weeks? Now it's no longer the nuclear program. We don't hear about that at all. Why? Because the U.S. would be lucky if they even got the Strait back. Forget about nukes and missiles and proxies and the rest of it. Regime change, that's out of the picture. Now the central point of contention isn't what Iran can do to please the U.S. on nukes. Now it's whether Iran will let us have our oil. And this has been the new frame for negotiations for the past 3 or 4 weeks. Well, now that there is a ceasefire in place, look at how it has moved even further.
They were using
Now that
dead
we have
people as
proclaimed
an
a
excuse to murder
ceasefire,
live
now the
ones.
question is, well, if you want to keep your ceasefire, Israel needs to stop bombing Lebanon. And so now whether the U.S. and Iran meet on Saturday is contingent on whether we can get Israel, whether we can compel them to stop prosecuting their war against Hezbollah. And now all the other countries are joining the fray here, demanding that Israel stop in Lebanon. Now that is the central point of contention. In order for us to get our meeting with Iran, in order for us to get Iran to uphold their end of the bargain and keep the strait open, now we got to go to Israel and get them to stop attacking Hezbollah. And now we become an unwitting negotiator on behalf of Iran, doing their dirty work for them, trying to get Israel to stop attacking their proxy. And so Iran is putting on a masterclass here. They have turned the whole world against Israel, including the U.S., because what they have effectively done is they have attached the opening of the strait
to Israel,
to the U.S.'s ability to compel Israel to do something they don't want to do.
And we're happy that they've done this.
Iran is now telling Washington, you want your precious oil? Well, we're willing to uphold our end of your ceasefire agreement, but only if you put the screws in your closest ally and get them to stop. And so now it has actually positioned the United States, it's arrayed us in opposition to Israel and their strategic interest, which is to disarm Hezbollah. And it is also isolated Israel. They are now the author of all the economic pain, because it's not just the United States which needs the strait to open, it's everybody.
That was a good movie.
Europe is about to run out of jet fuel. Asia is about to run out of diesel and every other product that comes from oil. So it's not just the U.S. that needs the Persian Gulf open. It's all the countries in the world. Now all the countries in the whole world are looking at Israel and saying, hey, man, can you stop bombing Lebanon? Iran will let us buy our oil, but only if you stop. And so now Europe and Asia and the Muslim countries and even the United States, it all comes down to whether Trump can beg closest ally to temporarily stop their war that's been going on for 3 years so that the global economy can continue. Now, here's another fascinating angle. There's another report which says that Trump is still soliciting NATO countries to help him open up the strait. He said something very specific today. He said, we're going to get that oil whether Iran wants to give it up or not. It's also been floated, this idea that Trump is going to reposition U.S. troops in Europe away from NATO countries that are not willing to help us and to NATO countries that are. And this is a very controversial move in the middle of Russia's war with Ukraine. These NATO countries, they want those troops there because they're worried about Russia. They're worried about these things. And so the U.S. is penalizing countries that don't help us. Why do you think he would put that little trial balloon out right now? Why do you think Trump would telegraph and say, if you don't help us with Iran, we're going to move our troops out of your country? It's because Trump is still trying to put together a coalition to open up the strait. And I continue to believe that that is where all of this is headed. This ceasefire is not real, okay? Let me tell you a few things. The ceasefire is fake. The negotiations are fake, not real. You're not going to get a ceasefire, and you're not going to get a deal. Because what deal could possibly result from this? Iran is not going to give up any concessions. They don't have to. And the U.S. is never going to leave them alone unless they do. I think that what is happening is that this is effectively another extension of the pre-existing deadline. And in the meantime, while this farce is going on of negotiations and ceasefires and will they or won't they, in the meantime, Those aircraft carriers are hanging out. The USS George Bush is on its way. That 2nd Marine Expeditionary Unit is on its way. And all the other pieces that are in place, they're remaining there. And Trump said as much. Trump said, we're keeping our armada in the region until we get the strait back. And in the meantime, he's still begging our allies to join this force, which inevitably is going to try to open up the strait. And I think that's the program here. So I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens on Saturday. This is the next date that we're watching, right? It was Tuesday when Trump was going to kill Iran. And before that, it was Monday morning. And before that, it was the Friday from the week before. And before that, it was the Monday from before. As far as I'm concerned, this was another way for Trump to find a way out. This was another way for Trump to get out of his own escalation trap, buy himself more time. And what is he going to use it to do? He's going to use it to solicit help from NATO, from the Gulf, from the Pacific, buy time to get more of our stuff in the region because you don't have a ceasefire and you're definitely not getting a deal. But like I said, we'll have to wait for this all-important next date on the calendar, which is Saturday, when supposedly J.D. Vance is supposed to broker the deal of a century and end the war in Iran. Well, I don't think that's going to happen. What exactly will result from the meeting? Iran is going to give up their nuclear enrichment. Why would they do that now? They're going to give up the strait. Why would they do that now? The U.S. is going to walk away without either of those things? Impossible. And I don't know, we don't know that Iran is even going to show up. If they're saying that they won't negotiate unless the war in Lebanon stops, you think Netanyahu's going to end the war that he wants so that the U.S. can pursue a ceasefire that he doesn't want? It doesn't make any sense. So we'll be watching anyway. But that's that. That's the latest on Iran. And with that, we're going to move on. We're going to take a look at our super chats. We'll see what you guys have to say about all this. There's not too much news on that front, just some little things. Just some new breadcrumbs about what the diplomacy actually looks like at the highest level. But all right, we're going to move on. I'm going to get set up, and we're going to read through the super chats for tonight. Let's take a look and let's see. All right.
Young Roip Clips sent $20. Trump nuking Iran would crash the global energy market because of all the coal Sneeko would be posting.
Oh, I get it. That's kind of weak. That doesn't really make a ton of sense, actually.
Chicken 10 Diegro I % $20. What is your take on no straight? I am a Catholic, but I do not agree with that.
Yeah, I find it to be a bit problematic. You know, ever since they released Nostra Aetate, I believe they put something out like every decade since, correcting it. You had Nostra Aetate, and then 10 years later, they like revisited it. And then 10 years later, they did it again, and then 10 years later, they did it again. If you look at the history on this, they have to basically keep circling back and revising it because the way that it's written, it does sound like perennialism, which is this idea that there's an esoteric truth behind all world religions. And so that means that all the world religions are basically just a cultural expression of the same thing. Because what Nostra Aetate says is it takes all the different world religions and says that the truth is something like a circle. And every world religion has a section of it. They have a certain percentage of it, a certain slice of the pie. So it says that Judaism has revelation, they have the Torah, they have monotheism. Islam has the oneness of God, and I think it also talks about piety and some other things. And You know, and so it works through all the different world religions and says, well, here's what they get right about God, and here's what they get right about this. And they say that only Christianity possesses the wholeness of the truth. But the problem is that the document is a little bit, it's a little bit vague. And so it might tend towards this idea that all the religions are true or equally true or something like that. And so it has some problematic implications. So I agree with you. It's a flawed document. That's my take on it.
Hunter has sent $20. Order 227 is in place for the midterms. Vote blue or you're a traitor to the movement. Also, you should get a Escalade V.
I don't know what that is, but thanks. The Escalade, yeah, I'm thinking about
Two
it.
compadres sent $20. Train with Jake Shields. You probably view him as like a boxer, but the guy was one of the goats and pioneers of the Sabel sent $20. You shit on Protestants but glaze Joel Webb, and you say Christian to avoid being charitable to Protestants and say Protestant when insulting. Constructive criticism now insult me, I guess.
Very late.
Yeah, you're just an idiot.
Industrial Goyim Pulverizer sent $20. What are the only two U.S. state capitals that rhyme?
I don't know.
Wang Roip sent $25. What if Iran posted a jib-jab of Trump, Hegseth, and Rubio on Twitter and their final blow that we lost the... Spick Fuentes sent $20. Since Trump's already burned our allies and NATO's worthless, we should just form a new alliance with Russia and China. Niguana sent $20. What are the chances there is a Nick Fuentes reference or full-blown parody in GTA 6? Rothbard DK sent $50. You with Danish Groip are defending ethno-nationalism now, even after a politician stepped down from parliament due to his involvement with the party. x.com/Rasmus_monks/status/1802571151046640882.
Yeah, I remember him. He's pretty cool. Yeah, he's a good
Randall
guy.
from Recess sent $20. Trump saying Bridget Macron was far more beautiful than Candace was peak. Rest of the post sucked and low blow on Alex.
Major low blow. I feel bad for Alex, but it's like, hey man, these niggas ain't
Roller
loyal.
Pilot sent $20. Some people say Nicka Fed, others call him a plant, a few call him controlled op. I call him that nigga who is dialed DFM.
Very true.
Zeke Kyle sent $110. Alternative medicine people are one Candace Owens video away from becoming sovereign citizens.
Ugh, yeah, I guess. Thank you for the big super
Young
chat.
Pablo 978
yeah,
sent
true.
$100.
Yeah,
Felicidades Nick for being featured on Univision. Next stop Telemundo. We can't stop, we won't stop. America Primero we host a Puta. USA emoji.
Ugh,
Saluting face emoji.
Okay. That's terrible. Thank you for the big
Rapist
super
Werewolf
chat.
sent $25. Took you long enough to stop sucking up to Snegro. Finally got over your white deal?
Negro.
Kalus sent $20. Joel Webben has been excellent.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Barbecue Grow Wiper sent $20. Come on, Dan. Get with the times.
Yeah, I love Dan, but it's a little bit irritating when people that don't really, they're not really thinking about what you're talking about, come in and start saying stuff like that. Because it's like, I've explained this over and over and over again. He's like, well, the Democrats aren't going to build anything. It's like, I know that's not really the point. So, you know, but it's okay. I like Dan, but I don't appreciate that. You know, it is what it is. People don't want to fucking listen. Everybody wants to talk. Nobody wants to listen. It's okay. No. Let's just say Hitler was right every day. Hitler was right. Oh, the Holocaust didn't actually happen. I think there's something going on with the Jews. Let's never bother to actually know what the fuck we're talking about or analyze structurally what's going on. It's like, I don't know. It's very frustrating because you come up with a strategic idea and then you get somebody that comes in and they're like, well, we all just need to run for office. It's like, okay, yeah, sure, man. Well, whatever. You got the answers. Let's all just do that then. Yeah, you got the answers. Let's all just run for Congress as an independent and tweet Hitler rules every day. Like, so it's like, I don't know, man. I get a little irritated with that. But whatever, we disagree. But I do like him and I respect him and I just disagree. I don't love that. Oh, the Democrats aren't going to build anything. I fucking know. That's that. If you understand how it works, we're voting for them in the midterms so they get the House and use their oversight powers to slow down Trump. And this sabotages J.D. Vance, who's the biggest problem. People don't think that far ahead, though. So that's whatever.
Pat 528 sent $50. Lane, I asked you if you saw the neat article about Bibe being in the Situation Room and if that's unusual. Benny Johnson tweeted about it and got viciously attacked. Obviously, Loomer lead the coordinated charge.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Maniel sent $20. Do you want to go to the Weezer concert with me in Chicago on High Speed Snee sent $20. So sorry to ask again, but thoughts on repealing the NFA and us pulling out of the persistent landmine treaty? Thank you.
I don't really have any
Malo
thoughts
Baby
on
sent
that.
$20. Shabbat Shalom, Larry Loomer has Trump's phone. Anti-Semitism awareness sent $20. It's 12-dimensional chess, you wouldn't get it. Trust the plan. Mythical Creature Grower % $100. You did kind of insult Sneeko a little too much. I'd be mad at someone calling me a dumbass and other names too. I think you took his religious takes as shots, but it was never his intention to be disrespectful. The part Sneeko is wrong about is saying you were mobilizing your audience against him.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, well, honestly, I don't care that much, if I'm being perfectly honest. And people just need to get over that. I'm just sick of the sensitivity, you know. Grow up. And whatever. Are you a woman or something? I didn't call him a dumbass. I said, hey, dumbass. That's just like, I really, is it just me? But I'm just sick of pussies like that, you know? To me, that's just like schoolyard stuff. Hey, dumbass, come on. Am I really saying, hey, you're stupid? Like, no, I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm saying, hey, dumbass. It's not that serious. And you're a faggot for saying that. You're buying into his faggot bullshit.
Sentiments exactly.
When he says, he insulted me. He insulted me. I didn't insult you. I didn't insult you. The only time I really insulted him is when I said that thing with Chad Champion where I said, oh, you're an NPC or whatever. That's an insult. If I say your art isn't good and you're an NPC, that's an insult because that's actually like a qualitative attack.
Value judgment.
It'd be like if somebody looked at me and said, I don't know.
You have fucked up hands.
You're a fucking stupid loser. Like that's an insult.
That's obvious.
But if you say, hey, dumbass, that's like saying, hey, jerkwad, hey, but is that a little bit offensive? Is it a bit jocular? Yeah, I mean, I guess. I don't know. I think that's just how guys talk to each other.
Yeah.
To now clutch our pearls and say, you insulted me. You insulted me. You know, I don't know what to tell you.
Nothing I can do.
And by the way, I apologize for the real insult. So I insulted him a year ago. He plays the clip on a stream crying about it, which is just bitch shit. I'm sorry, but that's just ridiculous. We had beef a year ago, and I went on a stream and was talking shit about him when we were in open beef. And since then, we made up, we've been good, we've been friends. Somebody post a clip from a year ago, and he could have saw that clip and said, oh, well, that hurts my feelings, but that's when we were fighting. Does he do that? No. He goes on stream and plays the clip for everybody, crying about it, reacting to it. It's like, why you got to go and do that?
Feminine.
We were fighting a year ago. Now we're friends again. Why you got to pick at the old wound? I understand you might not like to hear that. I understand that might have upset you.
Like
who the fuck does that?
Woman.
This clip from a year ago is making the rounds. You're going to react to it on your stream. And what purpose does that serve? You're going to get all mad about it? Look, we had beef in the past. It was silly shit. We fought about it. We fought about it a lot. And then we let it go. And then we've done other things since then. We've done collaborations. We talked on the phone. You're going to bring this back up and cry about it? He's playing it on a stream. He's practically going to cry. It's like, really? And whatever. I think that's ridiculous behavior. But even still, I text him. I'm like, hey, man, I recognize maybe that crossed the line. I'm sorry. Now he wants to hold it. Well, you called me a dumbass. Well, this and that. And it's like, you know what, dude? It's too much drama. Whatever. Who the fuck wants to do this? You know, you have a serious grievance. Okay, but this is just bitch shit. You insulted me. You're mobilizing your fans. I'm not mobilizing what does that even mean? He telling me you're ruining my life and they're using this. And it's like, who's they? Sneeko's somebody that, and here's the thing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He talks the most shit. Look at his channel. Look at his clipping channel. It's Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko confronts Fuentes for insulting Islam. Fuentes defends Epstein, but All he does is clip farm. All he does is talk shit. He wants to beat his chest. I'm a Muslim. Yeah, we're brown. Yeah, we're in New York City. Fuck is you talking about? He wants to talk the most shit. Muslims are the only ones that have my back. Really? He wants to do shit like that, and it's sneaky. It's sneaky shit
That's
like
why
that.
his name is
Does
Sneak.
anybody
He's a
remember when he
faggot.
went on Twitter and said, Muslims are the only ones that have my back? Really? Did Andrew Tate have your back, or did I have your back? That's an insult. That's a diss. But here's the, I'm just thinking of that now because I'm not sitting there cataloging every slight, cataloging every negative thing. He takes these passive-aggressive shots, talks the most shit, no filter. You play the same game as him, you talk shit back, and then he's going to fucking crucify himself on his own cross. Oh, I never insulted anybody. I never said anything bad. I never offended anyone. It's all them,
me.
and it's nothing to
I'm
do
the
with
victim.
me. Really, bro?
That's a colored.
How about the
colored
post
thing.
the other day
White people don't do that.
saying
White men
Italy
anyways, thank
lost the
God.
World Cup? Fuck Italy. We love Haiti. Oh, okay, so what's that? Oh, well, I didn't insult anybody. Oh, well, I'm sorry if you're offended. Just fucking stop. Just fucking stop. Get a grip, dude. That kind of thing just makes me, it's like, this guy's so self-absorbed. He's got his head so far up his own ass, he thinks his shit doesn't stink. And we all just got to recognize, look, and this is what I told him. I told him this last night because we talked a little bit. I said, look, we're live streamers. You talk shit, I talk shit. It's what it is. My people don't like you. Your people don't like me. My people leave negative comments because, you attack Christians in America all the time. Your people attack me because I attack Islam. It is what it is. So we can just accept it and move on. I apologize. You could take that for what it is or don't. Do you want to be allies or friends or not? I'm like, he's bitching to me about, everybody's out to get me. Okay, so do you want another enemy or you want to accept my fucking apology? I send you an apology, you don't even reply. Then you go on stream and say, well, I don't think he really wants to be friends. I say, hey, I apologize. He goes, well, that wasn't good enough. I need you to publicly prostrate yourself because, your fans are ruining my life or whatever. Okay, whatever, man. Whatever. Too much drama, too ridiculous. So, anyway, it's just annoying. The whole thing is just really annoying. Anyway, so we don't have to keep going back, but yeah, you're just wrong about that. But I appreciate the big super chat. I'd be mad if someone called me a dumbass. Yeah, I've had friends that are mad about me. They're not my friends anymore. Because that's just the way of the world.
Ender Potato 005 sent
Love me or
$20.
leave
Today,
me.
as I've been wearing the AF hat, one student came up to me and said he liked the hat and asked if I watched the show. Then on my walk, one older gentleman also complimented the hat.
Cool.
Bro from Mo sent $20. Fuente/Fetty lean and fentanyl/Fuentes fold. Failed joke, but turning people onto this movement is my favorite pastime. Giggly Gay Grower % $25. Vance Epstein 2028. Vance is the most based motherfucker in office. He said shit again the other day and no else does that. Nig Slime sent $35. Trivia time. Name the 6 countries that have a coastline on the Adriatic Sea.
No.
Chad Apprentice sent $50. Brutalist Cave Fund. Okie Grower
Thanks.
% $20. Gonna be real with you twin Nim, gonna need a 46 on the waist for those shorts. Trevor B 25 sent $20. No cap. I would sign up for the Rich Boys Club if you could be more punctual and I could depend on you to deliver us. Big Salty 23
The
sent
Rich
$20.
Boys Club,
Hey,
that was a
Wagey
good
is a
one.
diesel mechanic
Nice.
here. Got a new hire at
Nice.
work and found out through careful questioning that he's a fellow groiper. We are growing bigger and stronger. Keep up the good work,
Let's
bud.
go. Love it.
Savant 18 sent $50. 44 years old head, what do you need to get paid? I hated hearing Rumble doesn't pay you. Not being able to buy a check on X is sacrilege. Shame on Elon. See you on telly. Never stop fighting.
I know, it's crazy. What do I need to get paid? I need my stripe back.
Ladies Man 217 sent $20. Would you crack Kyla Turner?
Who?
New Alt Right sent $20. If I've been with my high school
Stripe,
sweetheart for
that
10 years,
sucks.
is she still going?
Yep.
Are me and Tucker soon to be chuds? If so, I'll have to move somewhere. Clav Sprinter can't find us.
I love when people. What about me? What about my specific situation?
Rob 26 sent $20. It's between a Jew and an Indian for Ohio. It's so over.
Damn, I've
Casey
had
Puch
one
if you can hear me.
fucking like
God
since
bless
the
Ohio.
last time
I'll
I
take
said
the
Heisler
Jew.
sent $20.
That's
Yo,
fucked
brother,
up.
big fan.
That's like 20
V-Day
minutes
shout out would be
ago.
huge. Crazy that Chud the Builder, Patriot, has a blue check mark and you can't.
I know, right? Yeah, it's crazy.
Candace Owens Fufu sent $20. Is it conspiracy goy slop or is Trump going to pull out of NATO so that Israel can go after Turkey next? Ladies Man 217 sent $20. We love Alex Jones. Fuck Donald Trump. Vote blue, lock him in the gulag. I had blinders on. Sorry, Nick. Jane sent $20. A voice crying in the wilderness. Bradley sent $20. Did you see Tim Dillon praise you? Also, I thought I saw you at his show last November in Schaumburg. Folded hands emoji from Lake Zurich.
Nope, wasn't me, but yeah, I saw that.
White
I
America
appreciated
first
that.
sent $20. Great show. By the way, I sent this at 11 o'clock Central. Wanted to see how long it was until you actually read this. I'm guessing 2 hours 88 minutes. Jane sent $20. Nick, AJMKG on today and they seem to be referencing you, but they won't say your name. What's that about, do you think?
I don't know. I didn't see that. So
My Egyptian plan
I
sent
don't know.
$20. Thoughts on Candace Owens being brutally beauty mugged by France's highly respected #1 ranked Giga Chad Brigitte?
It's awesome.
Sabian sent $100. Hey Nicholas, did you catch the burnt peanut stream today?
No, but thanks for the big super chat.
Orthodox American sent $20. Half I support the Pentagon. Rom Catholic and Orthodox can both claim originality through priests succeeding from Peter, but only. Max
We don't
Meridius
care.
sent
We
$50.
don't care.
We need an AF plus Apple TV app. Is this a rich nigga GC or not? Dork Roku Google niggas are against it, but AirPlay from Rumble to Apple TV is brown and trans. How am I supposed to live like this? Thank Nick. High Speed Sneeze sent $20. Hi, did Israel still have interest in US being in Afghanistan by Trump or Biden, or had they moved on by that point? Thank you.
No.
HOOLIGAN
What?
sent $22. Uni-party control is exhausting. Tulsi, RFK etc. going to jump to the winning side and embarrass little Marco. What changes?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Airman Groyper sent $20. Do you see glory? Johnny Thunder sent $20. There was a literal miracle with the battle axe on the Alex Jones show today. I highly recommend you check it out. Zabased 4 sent $20. Did you hear Larry Finkelberg bought the US Bank Tower and he also bought the Twin Towers 6 weeks before they went down? By the way, thanks for finally getting me my quarter zip. Get off the Goynip sent $50. Quit smoking pot and went back to church after 10 years. Thanks for inspiring me, Nick. Every CEO of these weed companies have Jewish ties. Surprise, trying to make us dumb with Goynip to subvert us.
You don't need it. You're already dumb. The Goyim are already dumb. Anybody that would do that shit. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad you're done smoking pot. I'm glad you're ready to get serious. Good to hear it. Yeah, I don't know. So sometimes I think, how can the Goyim get any dumber?
MV Growiper sent $50. Got my American First hoodie yesterday in the mail and it's awesome. Fuck Pete Hegseth. Fuck Doug Wilson. It is only the Catholic Church. Praying for the health of your parents. God
Thank
bless.
you. Thank you. I appreciate
And Bevic
that.
sent $23. A Mexican in a suit. You don't see that every day. Why aren't you wearing your bullet time muchacho?
Oh, very
AF
good.
Dutch Reform Growiper sent $100. Hey Nick, props on calling out the anti-Catholic propaganda by the White House. I know you hate us, but I think it's unfair when you say Jews created all of us. It's the evangelical Zionists that bring down all young Calvinists and Lutherans who have true faith. Christ is king. Fuck
Okay.
anti-Caths. GLY.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat. I
AF Dutch
appreciate
Reform
it.
Growiper sent $20. Follow up. I'm graduating college. The show got me through a lot. Bachelor's in cybersecurity. I say again, Christ is king.
Hey, glad to hear it, but become Catholic.
Jimbo Zoomer sent $20. Great show, bro. We really love Sneeko so much and do not want to kill him in any cartoonish or Looney Tunes type fashion.
Very
Red
true.
H.
We
Scott
do
sent
not.
$20. W show. Just wondering what artists/songs have you been listening to recently?
It's none of your
Biz Dog Hunt
business.
988 sent $20. Bruh. Listening to show. Guess I let power level slip. Homie of mine now ex-homie of mine full crash over show and voting dem. LMFAO. Boy crashed and burned. Burned AF.
Wow.
Crazy. Crash dummy level. Christian sent $50. Do you think it's a threat to the US if they get a nuke? Or just Israel? Are they really crazy enough to preemptively nuke us if they get one? Chilean Roy percent $20. Hey Nicker, good call distancing yourself from Sneeko. It was only a matter of time before he beheaded you in the name of Allah. Growupum sent $20. In the case of total Groiper victory and government takeover, are there any beliefs of yours you'd be okay giving up in exchange for popular support? Love the show and free entertainment every. Jenna Elite Human
It's a
Capital
dumb
sent $25.
question.
Yo Nick. First time chatter. Junior in HS. Cursed to live in California as a minority and it continues to get worse. Nobody is getting deported LOL. Most Mexicans here don't even speak English and are on welfare. I hear people reference Judas with you on occasion. Is this a meme? Also, who is Beardly Bearson?
Judas from the Bible? I don't know what you're talking about. Beardson Beardly? Beardly Bearson? Bearson. Ah, Beardson Beardly. My man. I love Beardson Beardly. That's my nigga. That's That's one of the OGs, man. He red-pilled me. Oh, Beardson Beardly. I remember when I first saw him, I think I graduated from, well, not graduated, but I had dropped out of college and I discovered Beardson Beardly in Paul Town. And they were out there criticizing the alt-right. Back in 2017, Richard Spencer was the leader of the alt-right. They called him Adolf Skywalker. he was the leader of the alt-right. And it wasn't going very well. And Beardson Beardley and Paul Town had a show. It was called The Weekly Sweat. And they were the only ones speaking out against the alt-right and basically saying they were LARPers and their rallies were just going to get everybody put in jail and calling out all the paganism involved and so on, and all the women that were involved too. And so Beardson Beardley and Paul Town, they were lieutenants in the optics war. They were generals in the optics war of 2017 against the alt-right belligerents. Richard Spencer, Mike Enoch, Eli Mosley, Patrick Casey, versus Beardson Beardley, Paul Town, Nick Fuentes, Ricky Vaughn, Andrew Anglin. And the conceit of the optics war is we basically said that the alt-right was bad optics. Now, what we meant by that is that they were fat and they just, they didn't look the part. They weren't palatable. They weren't likable enough. They weren't marketing themselves in the right way. And so they were actually a liability as opposed to an asset. So we said that the real movement should be an American nationalist movement. It shouldn't be the alternative right fashioning itself off of the French New Right or something pagan or capital T traditionalist or something like that, or pan-European. We said the movement should be American, it should be Christian, it should be Israel critical, like that would be the vector of attack. That was like our model. We said there should be no women, no rallies, none of this weirdo stuff, no paganism. And anyway, so that's kind of how I got to meet those guys. And yeah, they're good people. Beardson Beardley, Paul Town. They've been around for a long time.
Last Space Swede 2 sent $20. Owen Schroyer is debating Andrew Wilson on whether the Trump presidency has been successful on April 27th. Shame none of these bland trusters dares to debate you on the topic.
Yeah, well, is Andrew Wilson a plan truster? I haven't really seen his take on this yet.
H. Scott sent $20. When should we expect more news regarding the AF Foundation?
When you hear
Perrin
about
Joyer
it.
sent $20. Eating up Trump's goy slop.
Are we there yet?
Perrin Joyer sent $20.
What is that?
Eating up Trump's goy slop posted.
Because it's so funny about the foundation. So we're doing these really awesome projects. We got no donors. We solicited and said, hey, are there going to be any donors in December? And nobody showed up. I'm paying for all of it out of pocket anyway. And we have some really cool projects we're working on, and they're going to be done soon. But I love all these broke niggas. They don't give any money. They get $20. When can we expect to hear more? I don't know. Are you planning on funding it, fucktard?
Nice.
Or are you just going to sit around and say, when are we going to get more free stuff? When are we going to get more free fruit of your labor? I don't know. You'll see soon. Next 3 months, okay?
Perrin Joyer sent $20. Eating up Trump's goy slop post is almost as bad of a take as Chris Jericho being your favorite wrestler. Jeff Hardy FT. Jenna Elite Human Capital sent $25. Also, one more question. Benny Johnson is coming to my city because of some GOP event and they are wanting people to pay to hear him. I see he is now against Israel. Is he trustable? I was thinking about trying to attend with my older brother, but Benny seems cringe. Do you know much about him? Thank you.
I don't know. Why don't you just go to the event? I mean, what does that even... Do you need to trust him implicitly to, see his talk?
Italian Groy Pet sent $20. Can you make a Groy Pet shirt that's XS/S? We're all under 132 pounds anyway. No fatties. No tortoise. Bad optics. Emerald sent $20. You're going to let Trump disrespect your girl Candace like that? Just a girl sent $100. Dear Nick. Thank you for articulating what others refuse to acknowledge. Your perseverance is unmatched. Prayers to you and your family.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it.
Zoomer Sapien sent $20. Hey Nick, any thoughts on Mom Donnie's racial equity plan that makes city contracts go to minority-owned businesses first to hit racial quotas?
Yeah,
Itself and Milk sent $20. It's our job to hold the cucks in this administration accountable, not our parents' jobs. We are groomed, complacent, and dormant.
Okay.
Agent Free 2B sent $20. Cope. Trump knows Epstein will ruin him and MAGA. He's torching ties with patriots now so they break clean before he falls, dragging MAGA neocons down with him. AF rises pure from his martyred ashes.
Yeah, right.
Fjord Groiper sent $200. Hey Nick, who you're having a good one. Greetings from Norway.
Thank you for the big super chat. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Greetings from Norway.
Sneako's
W.
dad sent
Hook
$20.
a brother
Rape
up with a
Sneako.
like.
No, still no
Please.
Shop
rape.
76 sent $20. Wages crashing out over
Oh,
losing
no.
Z's to catch the show live is cooked. Lol, I promise you catching it live isn't vital. Being at your best to climb the power levels is. Play your parts and get serious. Verdez Imeda sent $20. Much love and support from Belgium, Europe. Choo Choo Duck sent $20.
Thanks.
Hey, just wondering your thoughts on John Kiriakou and especially his statements of Epstein being a Mossad agent. Juggalo
That's
Jack sent
crazy.
$20. Do you think this could be an effort to shift global energy demand to the US rather than Middle East? Linda Paseo sent $20. You have beautiful big hands. Feigl89 sent $20.
Ah!
Maybe the dream isn't about getting something or being someone.
Beautiful big
Maybe it's about the work of
hands.
becoming something.
Women.
Sometimes you gotta give up on the dream in order to keep the dream alive. Soupy Donkey 69 sent $50. 35-year-old father of 2 groipelings. Thank you for the clarity you bring to modern politics.
Thanks. I appreciate it. Glad you liked the
Dombo
show.
Wombo sent $20. The Jews must get a good laugh out of having a guy with a literal crusader tattoo waging war on their behalf. It's just sad.
I don't think they care.
Kevin G sent $20. For 1 year, I've repeatedly asked you to reach out to the only person more deplatformed than you Leafius here. It's like insane.
Okay.
Anders Game sent $20. I am a service member. Please check your blog email for my testimony.
Ugh, okay.
Alexander sent $100. Escalade's cool, but you're a baller now, so I'm thinking G-Wagon 4x4 squared. AF4 life.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, maybe.
Palpatinius
see.
Maximus sent $50. Let's go.
Let's go.
Italian Groiper sent $20. I always thought the La La Land hype was a bit. I finally watched it in its top 5. W recommendation.
Great. Amazing.
Chad Champion sent $100. Damn, so you putting this on me.
Hey, thanks for the big super chat, Chad Champion. Well, it's kind of your fault. You pressured me into saying that. You peer pressured me into. I didn't want to say that. I didn't agree with you, but you kind of peer pressured me into it.
GF213 sent $20. Sneeko literally threw you under the bus with date. He's like a woman. You can't debate him, let alone reason with him. Literal victim bully. Sorry, you got to deal with him. W Brad. W Jake for backing you.
Yeah, I appreciate. I don't think. Look, I mean, they want to be friends with Sneeko, I'm sure too. So I don't want to say, oh, they support me versus him, but I think they just acknowledge it's like you're being a baby. Like, I apologize. What the fuck else do you want? Well, I want a public. It's like, whatever.
Slay3R8888 sent $50. I have seen you defend Sneeko many times over the last 6 months.
Constantly,
The Crybully Act is really
constantly.
toxic. I think that publicly, you have been a great friend to him.
I think so
Wang.
too. Thank you. I agree. It's whatever, man. It's whatever. Nobody cares. Yeah, don't you love it? But whatever.
Jonas01 Law sent $20. Hi Nick, I'm from Germany and feel misunderstood by everyone. Depressed. I feel like I'm the only one with that mindset. I appreciate that you share many of my views. Thanks for the show. Stay
Okay.
healthy.
Thanks. Okay, all right. That's our last super chat. Damn. That's going to do it for me. That's all I got for you. Also, I'm not doing a show tomorrow because I'm going to be busy. So,
Fruit.
but thank you to everybody. Remember
Probably
to
do a
smash the
different show
follow
then.
button,
That's what he
smash
is.
the like button, leave a comment. I'm on the air Monday through
He
Friday
says
as
that when
always.
he's doing a
Thank you to our
different show.
top super chatters. Big special thank you to Yappington, Fjord Groiper,
Jay,
Dutch Reformer
JT,
Groiper, Trey
whatever.
Higgs,
I mean, Justin,
Francesco,
if you want.
Young Pablo, Mythical Creature Groiper, Sabian, Just a Girl,
I know
Alexander,
what
and
you're
Chad
saying.
Champion. Thanks to them. Thanks to all our super chatters, everybody
I
that
know you're referring
watches. I will see you on Monday. Until then, have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your evening.
You know, I was thinking about the rants and shit, you know, me crashing out. And, you know, I think women and men look out for each other because kind of need each other. So yeah, women, you know, can't help themselves in some regards. Men can't help themselves in some regards. You know, that's not the point. And I feel like that's kind of the thing with our culture is women have been sort of conditioned to automatically assume any comment is derogatory rather than just an objective comment or a statement. And to say that women need men like a fish needs a bicycle, but also and nobody would argue that men need women to, you know, not to live their life, but to live a full, complete human life. And it just seems so ridiculous to me how uh, like people can't hear criticism. I mean, you know, women have stereotypically goofy flaws, same thing as men. But it's only a problem if you speak about women's flaws. You can bash men. I mean, you can straight up be a misandrous. You can call for uh, women to kill their male children. Women do it all the time on TikTok. But you even suggest that women need men, that humans need women to need men. It doesn't even matter that it's not even that women need men. It's that the human species needs you to need them. Like it doesn't work without that. And like when I say you're gonna have to content yourself, you're gonna have to content yourself with the natural order. And men didn't invent it. There's no sense in getting upset with them. Take it up with God. Good night, fellas. Thank you. I appreciate the question. I just wanted to get that last bit off my chest. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the show and the fucking me crashing out. Although I'm sure I'll clip farm the shit out of it. So, uh, good night and God bless. But keep a lookout for member videos, by the way, if you would, ladies and gentlemen. That'd be cool. Nobody watched the one I made today. It's bullshit. Exactly, Mackenzie. I mean, I'm not trying to hurt anybody. Yeah, anybody could live the extent of their life alone. It's easy, it's easy to just not do shit. But like to really feel like you got your money's worth out of life, I feel like you're not getting your money's worth if if you don't trust the opposite sex to a degree. And that's kind of the discrepancy is that men kind of we admit that that's something that we would prefer not to do without. But it's like I guess it's a chip on the shoulder kind of thing, but a lot of women, especially young women, they feel like they have to kind of stick it to men. Which is weird. I don't know why you would want to stick it to your partner or your your potential partner. I mean, like I've said before, white men and white women, we only have each other, really. At least that's and we should naturally. And like we're just gonna have to find a way to come together and bridge this gap, bridge the gulf, because like, well, there's no other way. But anyway, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Hope I didn't ruffle too many feathers. And like I said, God bless and good morning, really.